18. The tube that ran under the bay from Neuyock Island to the island called Stat had been built nearly 300 years ago. It hadn't been intended to make stops along the way. But then they ran out of room up above, and the city had started oozing off the end of the land into the cold, dark waters of the harbor. Now most of the sea bottom between the islands was covered with a separate city, clear domes spreading like a mass of fish eggs over the silty muck, reclaiming it for the air breathers. But nobody could call that part of town real desirable, and so like Old City it had filled up with the dregs, the losers and the users, the kind of people who slipped through holes in the combine nets, by choice or because they couldn't help themselves and couldn't find anybody else who wanted to help them either. The tube made stops there now, and at the third one I got off. To reach the surface I climbed about 300 steps that smelled like piss because the lift was out of order. The pilastered cavern of the station itself didn't look so bad. The FTA managed the services here like it did in federal trade districts everywhere. They did a pretty good job of it. And then they left the human flotsam who lived there to drift instead of taking care of them, too. They needed their pools of desperate unskilled labor all over the galaxy for their press gangs to feed off of, to sell to the combines to do their dirty work. I stepped over a sick dog that lay panting at the top of the light-strung stairs, my hands clenched inside my jacket pockets, as I looked around me at the graffiti and the garbage. I didn't want to touch anything, have the greasy dirt rub off on me, stick to my skin, pollute me. I felt sick when I remembered how it had been once, when I'd been one of these people, when I hadn't known where the filth stopped and my flesh started, and hadn't even cared. Shit, I said softly. I stopped, forcing myself to lean against the wall while I got my bearings. Now I knew I'd been too long with the Tummings. I hadn't just begun to forget who I really was, I'd actually begun to hate myself. It must be catching. I pulled up my collar as I moved away from the station steps. I almost thought I could still smell the sea bottom, that stench and tang I used to catch a whiff of sometimes in Old City, when an accidental breath of real sea air found its way inside. But the sea bottom was buried under monomole and composite. It was only my imagination trying to make something better of the stale smell of sweat and urine. This was the place I wanted, the station called Free Market Square. Argentine and the players had described it to me, filling in holes in each other's knowledge, until my own mental map was as clear as I could make it. The warren of streets around the tube stop entrance was at the heart of the Lack Market's business district. The Lack Market had a motto: anything you want. Representatives ready to provide the kinds of services the combines liked to pretend didn't exist anymore cruised the open square, mingling with bodies looking for those services and with other bodies that were only here because they didn't have anywhere else to go. I froze suddenly, staring out across the crowds. Someone was moving through them, coming toward the station entrance. Someone I recognized. Stryker. He was cloaked and surrounded by followers, but no media that I could see. Nobody else even looked at him twice. I stepped behind a peeling ad kiosk, keeping out of sight as I watched him pass. I brushed his thoughts, wondering what the hell he could possibly want from a place like this, hoping it was dirty. He glanced over his shoulder, looking back the way he'd come. He felt pity and satisfaction, but that was all. One of the shelters his money had paid for was right here across the square. He'd come to the deep end on his own to see for himself what kind of job it was doing. That was the only reason he'd come here. There was nothing else on his mind right now, not the assembly vote, not the council slot, not genocide. I watched him disappear into the tube station while a kind of numbness spread inside me. Once, all he'd wanted was to do that kind of good. Maybe there was even some part of him that still wanted it. I tried to imagine him that way, the way everyone else saw him, controlling the kind of money and power he did and using it only for good. It made me feel lousy. I pushed out of my hiding place and moved on into the crowd. Vendors had set up stalls or just squatted on the pavement with food and wares spread out around them, interrupting the flow of foot traffic. Their shrill cries and blaring music drowned out the murmured queries, the muttered answers of the real transactions going on. Argentine had said that sometimes the corpses put in an appearance just to keep things orderly. I didn't see any out now. It was just like Old City. All they cared about was appearances anyway. They were out of their depth here, literally and figuratively, and they knew it. You could do or buy anything down here as long as you did it by the numbers. I took my left hand out of my pocket and caught hold of my collar, a sign that I was looking for drugs. I left it clenched there as I found the nerve to push out into the sea of grotesques and hunters and derelicts. I saw other seekers with a fist clenched over a collar. Some of the fists were real white-knuckled. There were hands locked behind backs, hands clutching the opposite wrist, hands speaking in silent gestures against a thigh, all sending out different messages to whoever was interested. If you didn't know the codes, you could walk here for hours and never get a single response from anybody you wanted to meet. The signs were different from the ones I knew, but in subtle ways. Prying into thoughts as I passed, I checked the codes against their meanings, learning, remembering. If I made clumsy mistakes, somebody might not notice, but then again somebody might. I dodged past something human the size of a horse that was leading a half-naked burnout on a chain. One after another, dealers came up to me, offering me the usual street shit. They all shook their heads when I said what I wanted. All of them knew the names Argentine had told me to use, the ones Derek did his major business with, but none of them would admit it. Some of them turned around and walked away from me like I was poison when they heard, but some of them just looked silent and then went away to check. I should have known none of them would trust me on sight. They couldn't read my mind. Derek usually met with his dealers in purgatory, Argentine had said, halfway between his world and theirs. They wouldn't circulate personally in this crowd, so all I could do was wait and hope one of them was interested enough to send for me. I kept moving to fend off the pickpockets and beggars and sellers trying to sell me things I didn't want to buy. A skinny kid with a runny nose and an ugly scar across one eye, a skinnier little girl dragging behind him, whined and pulled at my sleeve. "Please, mister, please." I started to pull away, didn't. I felt in my pockets for the markers I always carried, a habit left from the days when my wrist was as bare as his. I gave him a handful. He disappeared, but someone else was there to fill the hole he left before I could take a step, and someone else after her, and someone else, until I'd emptied my pockets of everything. When they saw I wasn't giving any more, the beggars disappeared, looking for fresh marks with fresh markers, leaving me space to move on. There were some kinds of holes you could never fill, even if your credit never ran dry. I glanced at my data band, swearing as I saw the time. I looked up, but there was nothing to see. The dome high above me was invisible against the sea. The sky was a deep green suffusion of light reflected from the street lamp stars. That was all the higher your hopes ever went in a place like this. I wondered what the deep end looked like from above, to the strange creatures swimming outside. At least I still had my data band. In a crowd like this, that was something. I wore a thumb lock on it because I knew how easy the usual latch was to unscramble. I leaned against a light post at the edge of the square and shook out my hand, which was getting numb from hanging on my collar. I felt tired and strung out. Every second that winked past as I watched was more proof that I was getting nowhere. Down one of these streets, behind some door with heavier security than most Combine embassies carried, there was somebody in a black lab making just what I wanted, or somebody willing to front it to me. I began to wonder why nobody had come back, whether there was something going on that maybe Argentine hadn't even known about, that was keeping me from getting what I needed, some mistake I was making, some secret, some hidden trouble. I wanted to go find out, except that if I was right, pushing on into those strange green streets alone might be the worst thing I could do. Maybe it would get the attention of the right people. Maybe it would just get the wrong ones. Why the hell couldn't anything ever be simple? My head wanted to hurt again. I pressed my fingers against my temples, trying to will the pain to stop. "Hey, Hot Pants, come with us. We'll give you everything you're asking for, and more." I looked up again, jerked back as the gang of half a dozen bully bitches gathered around me. The stink of leather and pheromone perfume made my stomach turn over. Their leader pinned me up against the light post, her metal-studded fingers grabbing at my crotch. "You like to party rough, huh, baby?" Her fist closed over my balls. "So do we." I swore with the pain and knocked her hand away. "Back off. I didn't ask for sex. I'm looking for something else." "Then why were you signaling for sex, sweet meat?" Her hand mimicked the way I'd been rubbing my head. She caught me by the front of my jacket. "I get it. You just want to play hard to get?" She jerked me forward and slapped me. I slapped her back, knew it for a mistake as her gang moved in on me. Hands in chainmail and leather pinned me up against the pole while she slapped me again, 2-3 times. I sat down in the garbage, dazed as they let me go. She jerked a lip stain out of the ancient cartridge belt slung across her chest. Her own mouth twisting, she pulled it open and smeared it across my mouth. The rest of the gang followed her away into the crowd. I hauled myself up again, wiped my face on my jacket sleeve, wincing as I ran into Buckles. I only managed to smear the dark leather with lip stain and with blood from the place where she'd laid open my cheek. The crowd just kept flowing past, like nothing unusual had happened. Nothing unusual had. "Hey, kid." A heavy, stubble-bearded face pushed in front of mine, blocking my way as I started forward. He was half a head taller than me and twice as wide, dressed in dark, flapping clothes. I braced, ready for another mistake, wondering what the hell I'd done to attract the wrong attention this time. But he laughed at the look on my face, or maybe the way my face looked, and said, "I hear you're looking for Vinge." "Yeah," I said, trying to keep the sudden screaming relief out of it. He was real. He knew Vinge worked for him. "What's it worth to you?" I held up my wrist, let him see my credit line. "I can make it worth his time." "Why do you want to see him?" "That's personal." He already knew the answer. It was tough playing head games when my own head was still ringing. "Then how do I know Vinge can help you?" He kept pushing. He wanted my source. I wiped my smarting cheek again. "Derek Ming sent me. You want a deal or not?" "Follow me." He started away before I could say anything more. I followed him. It took all my concentration to keep from losing him in the crowd. He moved like he didn't care if I lost him, like I needed him more than he needed me. He was probably right. But a part of his mind was keeping track of me behind him even while he pretended he wasn't. And he was sub-vocalizing to somebody somewhere ahead of us. He led me away from the station, out of the square. We headed down one of the murky streets full of hidden specialties that waited beyond the lights and noise. It was a relief to get out of the crowd alive, but the relief only lasted until I couldn't hear the crowd noise behind me anymore. I realized that there'd been a kind of invisible field around Free Market Square. Nothing tangible, just a kind of attitude, an unspoken threat that kept the outsiders in. On this street there was nobody moving who didn't belong here, and who wasn't being tracked through 100 windows, visible and invisible. Outsider. The featureless prefab building walls whispered it, reaching up into the eerie gloom of a sky just waiting to fall on us from 50 meters above. A luminous grid of geodesic lines glowed faintly, marking the inverse line of sea and sky like electric fishnet, all that separated us from the fish. I felt tension settling on me like a weight until it was hard to breathe. Realized suddenly that it wasn't just my imagination. "Hey," I called. My guide slowed, turning back to look at me. "This isn't the way to Vinge's. Where are you taking me?" He shrugged. "Vinge's orders. He's going to meet you down by the locks instead." "The locks?" I repeated, picking an image out of his mind. The edge of town here in the deep end, where divers went out to tend maintenance or sea farms, where they got rid of their garbage. But Vinge was going to be there, waiting for me. That was what he'd been told, and he believed it. "Why?" He shrugged. Vinge didn't say. He started on. I followed him wordlessly. Where they got rid of their garbage. This whole thing felt bad, felt worse with every step. I wanted to stop, turn back. But it was too late now. We kept walking, mods and ground trams slipping silently past, other pedestrians looking at us sidelong as we got closer to the end of the line. The shining grid of the sky arced down to meet us, as we came out on a kind of quay. You actually could smell the sea here, where clusters of airlocks lined the wall, in sizes running from single occupant to gigantic, their designation data glowing patiently in the green gloom. I could see strange shadows moving beyond the dome wall, natives of the other side or divers invading their space. It was hard to see much beyond the dome, but somewhere out in the murky darkness I thought I saw lights. There were separate little blister worlds out there in the bay that belonged to people who wanted more anonymity or security than even the deep end had to offer. The quay at the end of the street was empty. Too empty. Nothing moved anywhere nearby, on the open dockyards between the gaping-mouthed warehouses. It took a minute for my mind to find the lone figure waiting near the black mouth of one of them. Vinge came forward slowly, his bodyguard glowing faintly in the dim light, until I could make out his face, and he could make out mine. I felt the shock of recognition as he registered my features. "I saw you on the 3D, he whispered. I wondered why he was whispering. "Derek sent you to find me?" he asked, his voice dragging a strange accent. "Yeah," I said, groping with my mind. My skin prickled as I felt the images begin to harden suddenly behind his eyes. "Shit. I need some—" "No," he whispered. He wiped his nose. My guide was about a meter away from me. He turned as Vinge moved, his own hand rising. I kicked out, hit his arm with my foot just before the beam of hot light lanced out of his sleeve. Pain branded my side as the white heat punched a hole in my jacket. I kicked him again, hit body armor where his balls should have been. I threw myself at him because he was expecting me to run, and knocked him down. His head cracked hard on the pavement. I scrambled up, and then I ran like hell, away from the lone figure glowing like a haunt on the too silent key and whatever lightning he was calling down on me. I made the end of the street, luckier than I'd ever thought I'd be. Vinge's man wasn't wearing heat seekers. I saw a tram waiting at the turnaround and bolted for it, yelling. It jerked forward and drifted away, picking up speed as it left me behind. On purpose. I slowed, panting, cursing. The few people left on the street looked through me like I was invisible, or marked. They disappeared into the shadows, into doorways, melting away from me without seeming to. I ran on down the street, my heart hammering, letting my mind search ahead and behind for hunters. Wondering how far I was going to get, wondering what I'd done to make Derek's dealer man want to kill me. I tried to remember when I'd felt as stupid or as scared. I didn't think they'd waste me in the middle of the street, even here. Hell, I was a fucking media star. But if they couldn't, they'd take me someplace where they could. And then the locks would be waiting. Behind me now I felt 3 minds converge, searching for me. Up ahead there were 3 more, moving in to cut me off. I dodged into a side street as I saw the shadows start to take form. I felt like I was swimming through the green light, running in a nightmare. God, getting out of shape. I heard myself laugh, a gasp of noise, as some part of my mind drifted free inside a bubble of panic, rising up toward somewhere outside of reality. Light leaked through the sudden gap of a barely open gate, catching my eye. I crashed through it, not caring what was on the other side. I collided with something. Someone, almost knocking him down in a tangle of rough white robes. Huh! I wheezed, half a question and half a gasp of relief. A prayer meeting. My night eyes made out some kind of cult objects on an altar. A cluster of figures all wearing white, none of them expecting me, looking for me, hunting me. There were curses and gasps as hands reached out to steady me, frisked me, and then jerked my arms apart until I was spread-eagled between them like a prisoner. Light flared, blinding me. The hard, tattooed faces closing in on me as my sight cleared didn't belong to a bunch of holy men. I started to struggle, and somebody hit me in the stomach. I went down, helpless as they let me go, doubled over on the floor. I heard a wailing moan that didn't sound human, heard it shape itself into words. "A sacrament! Fresh wine for the cups of the soul drinker!" Heard the clip of a knife spring. My head jerked back as someone's hands braced it. The knife blade flashed in the light, arcing down toward my chest. I threw up my hands, screamed as pain slashed through my palm, and my own blood spurted into my face. The sound of a stun gun fired too close to my ear tore my senses apart. And all at once there was more shouting, more swearing, as the number of bodies in the space around me suddenly doubled. The white robes scattered, screaming the name of the soul drinker into the night, leaving me on the ground in a forest of dark, armored legs. More hands hauled me up as the street soldiers who'd driven me into this dead end claimed what was left of me for themselves. 19. I let them think I couldn't walk because I couldn't walk, telling myself while they dragged me back out to the street that I was just waiting for the right chance to make a break for it. Someone stood waiting for us in the dimly lit throat of a building across the way. He wasn't glowing, wasn't shielded, wasn't the same one, not Vinge, that I'd left standing on the pier. "Hello, Cat," he said. The 2 men who'd been dragging me stopped, letting him take a look at me, letting me look at him. He knew me. He thought I knew him. There was something vaguely familiar about his voice, but I was sure I'd never seen that face before. A light chip flickered in his palm, showing me his features in sudden clear detail. Young, old, bronze-skinned, with a sharp nose and hard, unreadable eyes under a fall of straight dark hair. He was wearing body armor like the rest, but his face shield was up so that I could see him. The silver ring through the left nostril of his nose winked in the light. "Know me now?" I shook my head, my brain still strobing back to the image of a knife blade coming down again and again. "No," I mumbled, wondering why he didn't just kill me and get it over with. His thin mouth quirked. Slowly he lifted a hand, pulled off his studded glove. There was a white band of scar ringing his wrist just like there was around my own. "Now?" I shut my eyes for a second, listening to the voice of his mind. "Micah." I looked up at his face again with a kind of disbelief. The last time I'd seen that face, we'd both still worn the bond tags that had left those scars. Micah. I'd never seen his face whole and healthy, when it hadn't been stained blue with radioactive dust or wasted with sickness. We'd been work partners, never friends. In the mines, it didn't take long before there wasn't enough left of you to make any effort at all. But he'd seen me escape, leaving him behind wearing a death sentence. And the look on his face had eaten into my memory, until I'd had to do something to get it out of my dreams. "What are you doing here?" I said, my voice sounding like something squeezed out of a child. "Haven't you figured it out?" he asked, like I'd missed the punchline of a joke. "Shit, kid, I'm here to save your ass." He came forward, handed the light chip to one of the other men as he looked me over. "Got your pupils fixed, huh?" His smile stretched a little wider at my grimace. His hand caught my wrist in a loose grip, lifted my slashed hand, not even seeming to notice as my blood began to run down his arm. I swore as I got a real look at the wound. The knife was still jutting out of my palm. It had gone clear through. Suddenly, the light seemed too golden. I felt like I was sinking into honey. Micah's dark eyes came back to mine, but they weren't expressionless now. His smile disappeared. "You," he said, shaking his head. "It was you bought off my contract and sent money for the meds to clean out my lungs and enough left over to let me make a start." His grip on my wrist tightened. "And you never told me why. Why? Why'd you do that?" I winced. His hand loosened suddenly. I didn't say anything because I couldn't think of an answer that would have made any sense. His free hand rose, closed over the knife hilt. His grip on me tightened again as I flinched. "Look at me," he said. I looked up, and he jerked the knife free. My vision went red, and I cried out again, choked it off because half a dozen men who did this to strangers all the time were staring at me. I took long, shuddering breaths while he peeled the glove off my bleeding hand. When I could focus again, I saw Micah nod slightly, saw a faint smile pull at the corners of his mouth again. He dropped my blood-soaked glove on the floor. Then, silently, solemnly, he took the blade he'd pulled out of me and laid it down across his own palm. "Nobody ever did anything for me," he whispered. His eyes never left my face. "Not my own family. Nobody except you." His jaw tightened as he pressed down with the blade, and blood welled out suddenly, pooling in his cupped hand. He lifted his palm and pressed it against mine, folding his fingers over my hand until the wounds met, and our blood flowed together. "Anything you ever want, anything, you can ask me. You understand, brother?" I nodded slowly. He let go of me. Pulling loose one of the long-colored scarves he wore around his throat, he wrapped it tightly around my palm, wrapped his own hand with another one. I looked at my hand. "I want to sit down," I mumbled. He grinned. "You got it." Shoring me up with an arm around my waist, he led me back out to the main street and down a few doors to the entrance of a bar. The other men followed us, flanked me, easy but watchful in the way they moved. It finally began to sink into my brain that they were all his men following his orders. "Somebody's trying to kill me," I said, shaking my head as Micah tried to force me toward the bright, loud doorway. His razor smile came back. "Not anymore. Not them." I jerked my head back the way we'd come. "Somebody else." He snorted. "You don't waste much time, do you?" He pushed me forward into the open arms of light and noise. "Not anymore," he repeated as I dropped like a sack onto the bench in the closest empty booth. "You got family now." He signed to the soldiers with him. They nodded and faded into the background noise. He sat down across the laminated tabletop from me, propped on his elbows, spoke an order for drinks into the waiter on the wall. "Jesu," I said thickly. "Where the hell did you come from?" It wasn't cold here, but I was shivering. He waved a hand. "Hey, I was born here. I work here now. I used the credit line you left me to buy into a family." He laughed. "What did you expect me to do, join the FTA?" My mouth twitched up. I shook my head. "Good prospects for advancement." He nodded away into the room where his men were sitting around a table, tossing cubes. "Got my own squad already." The drinks he'd ordered flipped out of the wall. He pushed one of them at me. I shook my head, watching whitish froth form a crust on its rim. "Drink it," he said. "It's only bicarb." I drank it, grateful. What's your specialty? Wondering if I'd be sorry I asked. Whatever makes a profit this week, he shrugged. Mostly security and protection. I thought about it. All that still doesn't explain how you just happened to be there in time to protect my ass. I don't have that kind of luck. He laughed again. Saw you on the morning report, hero. He gulped down half of his own drink. When I found out you were on planet, I had you traced. I wanted to square things. I didn't figure I'd get to start this fast. Who were those crazy bastards? Rippers. A cult gang. Eat your heart out. Literally. I looked away, feeling my face get clammy. Argentine told me I was being an asshole. I cradled my throbbing hand inside the good one. The shock was wearing off. I felt like I'd picked up a handful of hot coals, and couldn't put them down. I damped out the pain receptors in my brain with an effort. I thought I knew the rules. Argentine? The sim player? You know her? I looked up as I felt the flash of unguarded excitement run through him, before his control dropped on it again. With the part of my mind that was still functioning, I realized that I'd impressed him. A little. He leaned back, trying to look like he hadn't just let me know that. She puts me on overload with her socket work. Yeah, I said. She's a Nova. I made a picture of her in my mind, letting it warm me up. He shrugged. I like her work. She's not my type. I glanced up again, surprised. You don't look dead to me. He laughed. You don't like women. Realizing half a beat late what the total lack of heat when he thought about her meant. Not in my bed. You got a problem with that? His face hardened over at the expression I felt spread across my own. No. I shook my head. I'm a freak. Who am I to criticize anybody? I was just wondering how come you never tried to hit on me down in the mines. I realized again, more strongly, what total strangers we were. I didn't even know his last name, if he even had one. I looked down at my hand, at the blood oozing through the layers of cloth. Blood brother. I started to shiver again. I was too fucking tired and sick. He looked at me, a slow smile coming out on his face again. Besides, you're not my type either, freak. There was no sting in it, the truth and nothing more. But he trusted me, that I wouldn't try to touch him with my mind, because I'd never hit on him either. So this is where I am now, he said. What the hell are you doing down under besides trying to commit suicide? You looked like you had everything you needed up there on the wall this morning. Bodyguard to a VIP. Nice work if you can get it. I got a drug problem. Not the usual kind, I said as his eyebrows rose. I explained it again. And I couldn't help thinking how much easier it would all be if I could just set it whole into someone else's brain. If only there wasn't so much fear. And Vinge tried to null you when you told him Derek Toming sent you? Micah frowned. I nodded. He recognized me from the news, trying to make that make some kind of sense with the rest of it, because somehow it had seemed to be a step on the path. Nothing at all made much sense to me right now. Micah rubbed his head. Beats the crap out of me. He's not crazy. If he tried to kill you, he had a good reason. He stared at his half-empty cup, glanced up at me again. You want me to find out what it is? Yeah, especially if it's a good one. I hesitated. And get you the drugs. He grinned. How's that for mind reading? He finished his drink, swept the cup into the dump along the wall of the booth. Come on. That's not a drink of water you're looking for. I'd better take you to see the doctor. I don't need a... He's not that kind of doctor. A thin smile. Dr. Death. Runs a black lab. I grimaced. His real name's Diath. Fits him better this way, though. He stood up. I'm not looking for poison, I said sourly. But maybe I was. Too bad. He's got the best. He supplies most of the big families with the specialties they need for their hire business. The lac market had its combines, too, but working for them was a lot more personal. Micah signaled his soldiers. He's got the best of everything. He can fix you up. I followed him toward the door, stopped as he stopped by the public phone in the entryway. He touched in a silent code, got a query symbol on a blank screen. He fed in another code. This time he got a single line of letters. The doctor is in." He glanced back at me. "You don't see him without an appointment." We took the tube a couple of stops deeper into the deep end and a tram to a quiet street corner. The buildings wore more flash here. The streets were cleaner and had a more exclusive feel than the ones around Free Market Square. The only people who came calling here knew exactly where they were going. Micah led me on down the street to the 6th row house. Its door was black. Ornate grillwork crawled like a vine up the walls, covered with black iron leaves. Micah stepped up on the porch, signaling me to join him. His gang sauntered away down the street, back the way we'd come. I watched them go, wishing they'd stayed. Micah stood motionless in front of the black door, his hands held out and open, away from his sides. I did the same, figuring we didn't need to knock to let anybody know we were here. After a minute, the door opened, letting us in. There was nobody waiting. We walked down a long hallway with mirrored walls. "Getting sanitized," Micah said. By now I was almost beyond caring who or what was on the other side. The doorway opened at the end of the hall, and we were in the black lab of Dr. Death. "Hello!" a cheerful voice called, and somebody came toward us through the maze of scopes, electronic cookers, and data screens that covered an entire building floor. I watched a good-looking woman disappear through a doorway at the far side of the lab. The man was squat and round-faced, wearing lab pastels, his bald head gleaming in the brilliant light. He had 2 sets of eyes. The extra set looked like they belonged to some albino insect, 2 glittering, faceted rubies. He stopped in front of Micah, beaming up at us, his gloved hands clasped and shining like water. "What can I do for you boys?" he asked with a shopkeeper's eager smile. "Some family business?" It was Dr. Death. I stared at him, trying not to. I realized I'd come expecting somebody who lived up to the name, not somebody who looked like he ought to be minding a bar somewhere telling jokes, except for the eyes. I said. "He wants Topolase AC, Micah said. "You got any of that?" "Topolase AC, Diath said, with his invisible eyebrows going up. "What in God's name does he want that for? He wants to become a mass murderer, but he hasn't got the nerve?" Micah didn't say anything, so finally I said, "I want to be able to act human." Diath looked back at me, doubt furrowing a notch between his bug eyes. "That's an ambiguous response, if I ever heard one. So, well, I know it's none of your business, old man. It's just a shame when a kid comes in here looking to ruin his life. But I just make the stuff. How you use it is your business." His hand was already dancing over a touchboard while he spoke, calling up data. "I have it on hand if you've got the price." I could tell it really broke his heart to sell it to me. I winced at the price I saw on the screen, but I nodded. I put in a clearance on my data band, transferring the sum to him. "I'll be back." He turned, trotting away toward the door that the woman had disappeared through. I took a step, half afraid he was going to leave and never come back, but Micah caught my arm. "He'll be back. Don't touch anything," he muttered. "The lab's armed." I stayed where I was and waited. Diath came back in less time than it seemed like. He held out a sheet of stick-ons to me. I put my hand out, so eager to get hold of it that for half a second I forgot what I'd done to myself. Diath's arm jerked back in a startled reflex. "Yick!" he said, his lip curling as he saw the blood-soaked cloth wrapping my hand. I wondered how he'd react if he ever got to see what his chemicals did to other people, like the kind of thing that had happened at Elnir's party last night. He slapped the paper into my other palm. "Please go before you contaminate my rug. Goodbye." He herded us back out into the mirrored hallway. The inner door sealed shut with a hiss behind us. There was a rushing in my ears as I peeled one of the blood-red dots off of the sheet and put it on one-handed. Micah watched me like he'd watch a junkie, but all he said was, "You better get that wound fixed." I shrugged, hardly thinking about it as I stuffed the sheet of drugs inside my jacket. "Don't worry about it. Everything's fine now." In a few more minutes all the walls in my mind would be down at last, and I'd be able to see forever. He stopped, pushed me up against the mirrors. I stared at the two of us reflecting back and forth into infinity as he shook me once. "You hear what I said?" His voice was as hard as a fist. He took my wounded hand and slammed it back against the mirror. I gasped with the pain of it. "That's a bad cut. Get it fixed, freak." I grunted and nodded as the pain cleared out my head. "I hear you." I took a deep breath, looking him in the eye until he believed me. He let go of me and turned away as the front door opened, like an impatient arm urging us out. When we were out in the street again, I said, "What happened at Lady Elnir's party last night looked like a hire job to me. That the kind of thing Diath does?" Micah nodded. "Yeah, that was slick. He could have supplied it." He looked ahead, not taking it past an idle guess. His soldiers were around us again, from somewhere, nowhere. "Can you find out?" He glanced at me. "Maybe. I'll work on it. I want to know why somebody down here wants her out, or who's paying them." He nodded. "Right." We walked on in silence. "I'll be in touch," he said as he left me at the tube again. "Take care of yourself, brother." I lifted my bloody hand, a promise and a goodbye. People around me edged away. I couldn't remember when I'd felt better. 20. "You look like a spotlight. I guess you got what you wanted," Argentine said, her gaze locked on my face as she opened the door. She stepped back, stared at my blood-stained clothes as she let me pass into the club. The ends of her mouth pulled down. "Mother Earth, I guess you got what you were asking for, too." I shook my head, not denying it, just trying to shake loose the feeling that I was really everybody within 100 meters of me. I focused on her relief turning into disgust, relief, worry, disgust. Damped it down further until I was only myself again. "Yeah," I said, following her back inside. There were a few customers hanging out already, scattered in clumps around the room, but at least I'd made it back before the evening really started. I wasn't sure I could have handled that the way I felt right now. "Is that all you've got to say?" she asked too sharply when that was all I said. "Sorry," I mumbled. "This takes some getting used to. Strong stuff." I touched my head. "Gotta get my clothes and go. They're upstairs. I'll put some pseudo-skin on that hand for you. It looks pretty shitty." "Thanks." Now that I was back inside my body, I was discovering again that it hurt like bloody hell in a couple of places. I followed her upstairs, into the long, wide room that was her private apartment. It was almost large enough to hold everything she wanted to have around her, stuffed into dressers and chests. The rest of it was sorted into vague heaps on top of pieces of furniture. Some of the furniture looked like it had been around a lot longer than she had. Clothes and ornaments hung from everything that would hold them, and a whole lot of plants squatted in pots on the floor below the windows. Some kind of animal with reddish fur scuttled off the bed and into a closet as we entered the room. "Don't mind the mess," she said, because I was probably staring. "I just can't seem to throw anything out. I guess it's because for a long time I didn't have anything to throw out." I nodded, feeling in my pocket for the markers I'd given away. "Hard to break old habits," I said. "Sit down." She smiled finally, picking a pack of camps off a dresser top and putting one into her mouth. She held out the pack to me. I hadn't had one in years, not since Derek Horteliu had died. They always made me think of him. But tonight all my memories seemed far away. I nodded, grateful, and she flipped me one. She was wearing loose gray pants now, tied at the ankles, a blue shirt with a loose gray jacket over it, the wide sleeves rolled up. Her earrings were the size of eggs, and silver. I stuck the camp into my mouth and bit down on the end of it, feeling it deaden my tongue with ice and spice as I sucked on it, letting it calm my nerves. I sighed, sitting on the edge of the bed, because it was the only place left in the room where you could sit. It felt so good I could have gone to sleep right there, sitting up, if my body hadn't felt so bad. My hand throbbed and burned. So did my side now. I pulled back the leather jacket, pulled up the blood-splattered shirt under it. Beneath the fresh burn holes in both of them was the burn on my side, where the hole had just missed going through me, too. "Shit," I said, not sure if it was because of what had happened or what hadn't. "Jesu," Argentine murmured. "What did you do to get your stuff? Commit armed robbery?" She sat down beside me with a first aid box. I laughed once, shook my head. "Derek's dealer-man tried to kill me. I think I got in the way of something more than a gun. You know anything you didn't tell me?" She half frowned, shaking her own head. "No, but with Derek you never know everything." She looked tired suddenly. "I'm sorry. Take your coat off. I'll plaster that one, too." She popped the kit open. "It's clean. It'll heal over by itself." "Don't be stupid." She helped me get out of the jacket without moving too much. Sorry I ruined the clothes. I'll pay you for them. Don't be stupid, she said again. She pulled my shirt up. Her hand froze suddenly. She was staring at old scars. She let the shirt drop, covering them up again. She looked at me. Do you like pain? I grimaced, startled. I try like hell to keep away from it. I shrugged. Sometimes you just can't. She looked down again, as if she was embarrassed. She took the can of pseudoskin out of the box and sprayed it on my side. Then she was unwrapping the cloth around my hand, biting hard on her own camp to steady her nerves. She looked at the wound, looked away again, her face twisting. My hand was still bleeding. I looked away, too. I can't deal with that, she said, shaking her head. Let me get Aspen. He'd better do it for you. He used to be a med student until he found out he didn't like sick people. She stood up. I can go to the meds. She looked back at me. And what are you going to tell them when they ask how you got that way? I half smiled. I could tell them the same thing I told Brady when he asked me how I got that way last night. She made a rude noise and went out of the room. I fumbled for the leather jacket to get out the sheet of drugs. It slid off onto the floor. I kneeled down to pick it up, glanced into the low, flat cave underneath the bed frame. Sometimes having better sight than anyone else isn't something you're glad of. Someone else probably would never have noticed what I saw lying there in the darkness. But I saw it and knew what it was. And then I saw something else and something else. Things that had never been intended to do anything but inflict pain. I pushed to my feet, holding the jacket, turned toward the door, feeling like I just wanted to get the hell out of there. But Argentine was already back, with one of the players who had a shining touchboard for a chest trailing behind her. She looked at me strangely, because she thought I was looking at her strangely. I sat down again and held out my hand. Aspen took it, turned it, flexed the fingers very carefully. Tried to shake hands with a mugger, huh? Can you use it at all? Not right now, I said irritably, thinking that much ought to be obvious. He frowned, suddenly turning professional. Not easy when he looked like a floor lamp. Let me get my own kit. I've got to suture this. He drifted out of the room again, humming faintly, accompanied by synth sounds. One half of his brain was reviewing a medical procedure while the other half was composing music. Why did you look at me like that? Argentine asked as soon as he was out of earshot. I hesitated. I saw what's under the bed. Her face didn't redden through the silver of her skin, but I could feel the surge of heat behind it. Derek, I said. Derek? Not even sure what the emotion was that closed around my stomach like a fist. You let that bastard do that to you? No, she swore. No. Looking down suddenly. I do it to him. Why? I said, but before it was even out of my mouth, I saw the answer. Because you love him. The words were so hard to say, they were barely audible. She raised her head. You said it to Jiro last night, didn't you? It's better if you get it from someone who cares about you. If I tried hard enough, I could almost make myself believe that. She turned away to the dresser, pulled another camp out of the pack. She glanced up, staring at my reflection in the mirror so that she didn't have to face me. And then she looked down again. Yeah, she whispered. I mean, he hates himself so much, and I don't know why. Sometimes he scares me. I do it because if I didn't, God knows where he'd go to get it, or what would happen to him then. She slammed her hands down on the dresser top, making trays of body paint and makeup jump, hurting herself. Everything okay? Aspen asked, coming back through the doorway, carrying a portable surgery. Your timing is just perfect, Argentine said wearily, turning to look at us again. Hey, thanks. He sat down on the bed, thumbing the case open. I've really been working on it. He patted his glowing chest. Notes floated up like bubbles. Argentine cleaned up colors, or pretended to, while he went to work on my hand, his attention suddenly sharp and focused again. He pressed a patch of painkiller down on my wrist. My whole hand dropped off the nerve map in my mind. I sighed with relief. He put on a strange-looking set of lenses and stared at the wound, seeing into it, looking for structural damage. He said again, and took them off. You were lucky. Nothing vital severed. I'll seal it up. He picked something else out of the case. It looked soft and moist, a little like a big slug. He wrapped it around my hand, covering the cut. Something happened that I could feel even through the anesthetic, like a kind of heavy suction. Hold still, he said, catching hold of my arm. "Okay," as the slug suddenly changed color. He peeled it off and dropped it back into the case. I looked at the ugly red mouth of the wound. It was closed. "That's the best I can do." He sprayed it with pseudoskin. "I don't have a lamp. If you want it to heal fast, you'll have to get a regeneration treatment someplace else." I nodded. "Thanks." I moved my fingers experimentally. They all worked, at least, even though I couldn't feel them. "No problem." He got up and drifted out of the room, waved at us over his shoulder as an afterthought. "Thanks," I said, to Argentine this time. She shrugged. "Your things are in the closet over there. I've got to get ready for the evening." She started toward the door, avoiding my eyes. I almost called her name, didn't. I found my clothes and changed into them as fast as I could. Then I went downstairs, glad enough to go on my way without any more conversation. "Argentine! Argentine!" A voice that could have raised echoes in deep space was bellowing her name. I stopped, looking down the hallway in the direction of the noise. A turn blocked my view, but I could feel half a dozen minds clustered around the corner. "Hey, Cusp! Come on! Argentine!" Banging noises. I went down the hall, stopped, looking around the corner. One of the club's bouncers was beating on the door of Argentine's dressing room with a pincer arm, shouting her name over and over, while players from the sim buzzed around him like flies, with about as much effect. "Argentine!" Someone made the mistake of grabbing his arm. He shrugged, and 3 bodies went flying halfway down the hall. Suddenly the door opened. He backed off a little as Argentine stepped out into the hall, wrapped in her faded bathrobe. "Cusp!" she said, doing a damn good job of hiding how small and intimidated she suddenly felt. "What is this shit?" She waved a hand at the pile of bodies slowly untangling. He gargled something unintelligible. Her biggest fan, literally. "Thanks, but no thanks. Come on," she said, almost gently. "Get back out front and do your job. I have to get ready, you know?" She managed to smile as she tried to get him turned around and out of there, but the armored claw closed over her wrist, jerking her forward, and began to drag her away down the hall. "Hey!" she squawked. I felt the flash of her pain and surprise, the stupefied fear of the helpless players backing away. I froze, trying to think of something to do. And then suddenly somebody was standing in the doorway of her dressing room, looking out. Derek. "Argentine?" he called, staring, uncertain. She looked back at him in wordless panic, stumbling as Cusp pulled her forward again. "Let her go," Derek said, starting after them down the hall. If Cusp heard, he didn't pay any attention. Derek began to run, catching up with them. I watched, feeling like I must be dreaming. Derek caught Argentine's arm. Her hand came free at his touch, as if Cusp's grip on her was no stronger than a child's. Cusp stopped, turning back in slow motion the way a mountain would turn, raising his armored claws. Then he crashed over backwards with a thud that made my teeth hurt. The players stood gaping. Argentine turned slowly inside Derek's arms, her eyes wide and glassy as she faced him. "Okay," he murmured, stroking her hair, pulling her to him in a sudden protective embrace. Cusp was making a high, keening whine, lying like a gassed beetle on the floor. Argentine looked at him lying there and shook her head, her mouth quivering, close to tears or hysterical laughter. "Hey, Derek," Aspen said. "How'd you do that, man?" Derek glanced at him, twitching. "I didn't do anything," he snapped. "He's just drunk. Lying. Get him the hell out of here. Call security." I stayed back out of sight as he turned and walked Argentine to her dressing room again. The players gathered around Cusp like pallbearers to drag his helpless body away. I pressed against the wall, staring at nothing, wondering how I could have been so blind. Because now it was so obvious. Derek was the one. The teak I'd been sensing. A scion, just like his sister. I don't remember leaving the club. I don't really remember how I got back to the assemblyplex, to Elnir waiting, weary and relieved, for me to come back. She didn't mention what I'd said before I left. She hoped I wouldn't mention it again, either. Ever. Instead, looking at my bruised face, she asked what had happened, if anything was wrong. I don't remember what I told her, but she didn't ask again. We took Ahmad back to the Taming estates. She fell asleep before we were out of sight of the city, leaving me the privacy to go on thinking about Derek. 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 All I could think about ever since I'd realized the truth. I wondered how it had happened. How could there have been two of them, two scions, brother and sister, born in the same generation into a family where there had never been one before, ever? How could Derek have hidden his psi all those years from everyone? But I thought more about why, because that was so much easier to understand. He'd hidden it because he knew what happened to freaks. He'd seen how his family treated Jewel and what they'd done to his mother because Jewel was born a scion. His life must have been a living hell, when one slip would mean discovery, would mean that he'd lose everything. His position, his power, his wealth, maybe even his life. The love and protection of his family. The approval and the security everybody secretly craved. All of it torn away in a second if anyone even suspected. He'd still be the same person they'd always known. But in the eyes of everyone who mattered to him, he would have turned from a golden child into an outcast, a subhuman, a freak. No wonder he baited them with little teak torments nobody would ever be able to catch him at. No wonder he flaunted Argentine, hinting, daring somebody to look deeper, even while he worked at being more like everybody else than they were themselves. My guts twisted just thinking about the kind of pressures at work inside him, distorting everything he thought and did. I'd been a scion all my life, but I'd been lucky. I hadn't known it. Maybe I'd never wanted to know because my life in Old City had been so close to the edge all the time. Having to face that, too, could have been the thing that finally broke me. It was easier, safer just to find a hiding place in some dark hole in the streets, inside some drugged fantasy world, inside my mind. Coming out hadn't been easy. I never would have done it alone. I knew how a secret like that could eat somebody's insides out. The fear, the loneliness, the hatred that had nowhere to turn but inward. No wonder he needed what only Argentine would give him. It was easy to feel sorry for him, but it was easier to remember what his secret had done to everyone who crossed his path. Jewel and Jiro and Elnir, even Argentine. Easier to remember how he'd treated me, like a freak. And then the pity knotting my gut would turn back into disgust again. I had to wake up Elnir when we reached the estate. She looked confused and then concerned, looking back at me. I tried to wipe the grim tension off my face until she looked away again. "I'm going directly to my room," she said, her voice quavering more than usual as she tried to control it. "I'm going to sleep until I want to wake up. You should do the same." I nodded and followed her inside. Lazuli was waiting for us on the porch, even though there was a sharp bite to the evening air that I hadn't felt before. Her eyes found mine and her thoughts collided with me, and suddenly I couldn't feel the chill anymore. She murmured something to Elnir as she passed, touched her shoulder briefly. She let me pass too, but her mind reached out for me, opening its arms in the darkness, searching helplessly. I hesitated at the foot of the stairs, looking back, looked at her, and followed her down the hall instead. She led me into Elnir's study and closed the doors. I hadn't really seen it when I'd been here before. It was high-ceilinged like all the rooms, and its walls were lined with dark wooden shelves, the shelves lined with antique books sealed behind glass. I wondered whether anyone had looked at them in centuries. There was a fire burning inside a stone fireplace. The rich, heavy smell of the smoke made my mouth water. I thought I could feel its heat even where I stood, but maybe it was something else. "Why do you have a fire?" I asked, trying to think of something besides her. It didn't work. "You don't need one." This house might be old, but it was state-of-the-art on comfort. In front of the fireplace was the long mahogany wood table that was the one thing I remembered seeing in the room before. Its surface was inlaid with gold in patterns of stars, a map of the night sky. Lazuli leaned against it, turning to look back at me. "No, of course not," she said softly. "But a fire warms the soul somehow." She held her hands out to the flames. She was wearing a loose velvet tunic the color of red wine, its random hem brushing her calves, brushing her knees. I crossed the room to be close to her. I touched her mind very gently, touched her shoulder. The feel of velvet-made goose-flesh start up my arm. "Are you all right?" She turned toward me, suddenly uncertain. She saw the soot on my hand and the bruise on my face, was suddenly afraid that Karen had had something to do with them. Her eyes went to the emerald earring I was still wearing. "Yeah, I'm fine now." I said and smiled. The snap of flames, the rustle of whirled sparks was loud in the silence between us. "Are you?" She looked up at me with a tiny smile starting on her own lips, and what lay behind her eyes washed over me like a wave of heat. How's Jiro?" She glanced away again. "He felt much better this morning. The children are up at the Crystal Palace. Karen demanded that we attend dinner with the family." "What about you?" "I wanted to see you first, because I won't be back tonight." She brushed at a loose strand of night-colored hair. "Karen wants me to spend more time with him. Spend the night with him." She looked down, knowing that I must know what she was thinking, and how she felt. "I'll join them in a while. I said that I was sick." Sick at the thought of him touching her. Her eyes came back to me. "Sick with longing," they said to me. "Lazuli." I shook my head, looking down. Last night we'd burned away our loneliness together in the dark. It shouldn't have happened even once. It couldn't happen again, ever. I couldn't afford to let it. I reached up, started to unfasten the earring. She lifted her hand, stopping me. Her body was as taut as a bow, pressed against the hard edge of the star-covered table, straining against impulse. "I want you," it said. "Touch me again," said her mind. She pulled my hands away, pulled them to her, ran them down over her velvet dress. My burning body took the last step across the space that separated us. I kissed her then, hard and deep and hungry, because that was how she wanted to be kissed. My hand slid down the velvet again, this time without any urging, and into the soft curves of her body. They circled her hips, pulling her against me until there was no space at all left between us. I felt the heat of the fire against my back, the heat of her, the heat of my own need even hotter. I couldn't stop now, didn't want to, because I knew that I was really good, that I could give her everything she wanted and more, that I could make this beautiful, unapproachable woman need me so much that nothing else mattered to her, nothing at all, and all because of the gift that wouldn't be mine to use much longer. I laid her down across the starry table and made love to her right there, hard and deep and hungry, while she called me deeper into her mind, called me her only real lover, called me the fire. 21. I was back on the job the next day, because Elnir was back on the job. "Losing Philippa is like losing a part of my own brain," she said to me as we walked through the halls of the FTA-plex to her office. "I'm not sure how I'm going to get through my work." "Is she that augmented?" I asked, surprised because I'd been sure she wasn't. She didn't have anything like the neural taps that Elnir did. "No." Elnir shook her head, a little embarrassed. "But she is formidably organized. She has everything in its place, all those little details that keep one from making a fool of oneself in public, and she can access faster than I can think sometimes." "Why can't you just plug into all of it yourself? You're wired. Why do you even need someone else to do it for you?" She shrugged. "I'm really very lazy. I don't want to spend all my time accessing the way Natanis Planaski does. I like to have time to step back and look the day in the eye, paint a picture, visit a new place. Philippa gives me the time to do that." The rueful smile faded as memories piled up until her mind began to sink under them. Philippa, loss, fear, defeat, death. I made myself pull back before I went too far. The Topolase was working almost too well. It gave my mind X-ray eyes. It was so easy to start, too easy, with someone I knew. I could just pick up a strand of thought without even thinking and follow it back through the maze. I could be inside someone else's head before they knew it, without their ever knowing it, deep inside where it got too private. Every human had things they didn't want to share, things they didn't want to admit. Even me. Knowing it was so easy now made me feel the way I'd felt that night at the Tommings party, realizing that I could steal them blind, knowing that to do it was wrong. Derek Cortelyou had taught me before he died that there was a reason the Deadheads were afraid of us. He'd gone too far, tried too hard to convince them that he wouldn't hurt them. He'd worked as a corporate telepath, and they'd treated him like dirt. Ruby had gone too far the other way, crazy with power, using everyone else like his personal property. They were both dead. Somewhere in between there had to be a survivor's path, some way to balance on the tightrope without taking a fall that would kill me. We walked on in silence, neither one of us smiling. I accessed Jardin's data files when we reached the office, sucking up the next few calendar days and trying to make sense of it all. Appointments, decisions to be made, data to be sent or collected. 1,000 briefing details. This Combine VIP's hair phobia. Dietary restrictions to be careful of with that assembly rep. Somebody's grandmother's illness to be asked after the next time she was on some other planet. Information coming in from across half the Federation that she needed to know or wanted to know every day. Changing every day. Now I understood what Elnir meant. Just sorting it all out would leave her with no real time to analyze or make sense of it. Maybe I'd never liked Jardin any better than she liked me. But now I respected her at least. Respected what she could do with only a human brain. Wearing Jardin's data in my memory, I went with Elnir through her restless perpetual motion. Walking the halls, paying personal calls where a vid would have done, as she spoke to one assembly member after another about the upcoming drug vote. Because when you come in person, people remember you, she said, her eyes bright with her need to believe. I fed her names, gave her the relevant details, reading them right out of the stranger's head if they weren't in my own, and slipping them to her so gently she almost believed she was remembering them herself. But she knew she wasn't. At first she gave me that look every time it happened, but not for long. Sometimes the people she wanted to talk to made me wait in the hall when they saw my face, usually the ones who had the most to hide. I waited outside, but it didn't do them any good. More and more Elnir's eyes searched my face as she came out of a meeting looking for clues. It took nearly a dozen calls before she finally got the nerve to ask, "Am I making any progress? Getting anywhere at all?" I shrugged, glancing away. "Some, maybe." "You don't have to lie to me," she said, her face settling into folds as the hope went out of it. "The answer is no." I nodded. "That's what I suspected. While I'm talking to them, I actually begin to believe that they are human beings. But they're simply access ports. I might even convince the human being, but the human being is not what really votes in the end." She rubbed her neck because she wanted to reach out and shake somebody. Why did I even ask? Her head jerked with her sudden anger. Behind it was the knowledge that yesterday, in spite of everything that had happened, the special committee had finished its study of the drug deregulation, and had set it free. It would be up for the General Assembly vote in a matter of days, and she knew now that that vote wouldn't go her way, no matter what she did. "Why is this so important to you anyway?" I said, trying not to let myself go ahead and find out without asking. "It's not just the principle of the thing, and it's not just the council slot." She gave me a sidelong glance, afraid I was about to do just what I was trying not to. When I didn't answer my own question, she looked away again, her footsteps slowing. "My parents," she murmured, as if she was drifting off into a reminiscence, "developed the pentatryptophan family." I half frowned. "Your parents? I thought pentryptine had been around for a couple of centuries." "About a century and a half," she said, nodding. "Just about as long as my parents lived. They had a very long career. They synthesized or developed many of ChemEngen's most profitable biochemicals." "And you think they wouldn't want to see pentryptine used like this?" Her eyes went bleak and pale. "They wouldn't have cared. Perhaps they would have been glad, because it was good for the company." She frowned, looking down at her feet. Her mother and her father had developed all those chems and virals, but wondering how they would be used, for what, by who, had never given either one of them a moment of doubt or a bad night's rest. And she had never been able to understand that or to forgive them for it. "What happened?" I asked, "to make you see it different from the way they did?" She shook her head. "Nothing that I know of. I've simply always believed that to live a life without some sense of responsibility to humanity or for one's actions is immoral, wrong." She sighed, brushed a strand of graying hair back from her face. "I suppose I was just born that way." "Kind of a freak," I said gently, and felt my mouth twitch. She looked at me. "Yes," she said, "I suppose so." We started moving again. After a few steps, I realized we weren't going to pay another call. We were going back to her office. "There's got to be some better way," I said. "You'll find it." She didn't answer. I got through my office work as fast as I could and went out for a walk. I used the first public phone I came to call up Micah, wanting the privacy of its security screen. His face filled in on the vid. It was the slightly washed-out image of a band phone receiver. "Cat," he said with half a nod. "Make it fast." "You got anything for me?" "Maybe. Tonight?" "Purgatory. Before the show." "Yeah." His image blanked out. I shut off the screen and started back through the halls, moving more slowly this time, letting my mind drift, spreading out like fog, touching the surfaces of 100 different minds and moving on. I didn't even realize I'd been searching for something until I found it. Something about Stryker and Derek. Passers-by bumped into me, murmured, and moved on as I stopped, focusing in. Derek was leaving his office on the next level down, going to meet with Stryker to discuss matters of mutual interest. Yesterday's vote, yesterday's news. Derek was always a clenched fist, but the way his mind felt right now made the way he usually read seem like meditation. I sank a silent tracer into his brain and took the first lift that came, following him through the plex. Mutual interest. Anything they had in common had to be something I needed to know, because it had to involve deregulation, and Elnir. Stryker was waiting for him in a white room, maximum privacy inside maximum security. But I'd planted the perfect bug, undetectable, already riding inside Derek's brain. The room wasn't far from the display hall where the tourists came to gape. I found a quiet corner where I could wait without looking obvious. On the wall across from me was the mosaic mural, the portrait of the people of the Human Federation, male and female, young and old, brown and yellow and black and white. Their faces stared back at me like silent judges. But I was the only one who could really decide if what I was doing was wrong or right, justified or only thieving. Deadheads. I looked up at them again, their faces, their eyes. And then I shut my stranger's eyes, concentrating. I opened up my senses, weaving them through the boundaryless territory of Derek's mind like tributary streams, letting his thoughts begin to bleed into my own. It wasn't easy invading the mind of another scion, especially one whose brain was this sick, full of paranoid quicksand and dead-end mazes of augmentation. But needing all my skill and being able to use it, feeling it work again with the perfect control I'd had once, made it almost a pleasure. But I didn't find anything I didn't know or suspect already. Derek was Centauri's contact with Stryker, giving Stryker instructions, suggestions, orders from the board. He was only one of too many data feeders. Most of the others were from combines with large, expensive populations. Stryker nodded and smiled and praised God for sending him such friends and counselors. And all the while he was only half listening. Once I was inside Derek's mind, it was easy to get inside Stryker's. I only had to step across the short, empty space between them to pick up his responses. He was already one step beyond, imagining how it was going to be once they'd given him the thrust he needed to reach the Security Council, and he made the slot his own. And all the while Derek was talking, his voice calm, his face calculating and cool, everything about him stinking of arrogance. His own mind was twisting around and through itself like a snake. His body was twitching, sweating. He knew as well as I did how much Stryker hated scions. It fascinated him the way a gun lying on a table would fascinate somebody who was thinking about murder or suicide. I figured I'd seen enough. I wasn't going to learn anything new from this, anything that would help Elnir. I was wasting my time picking through garbage. I began to withdraw, slowly, carefully, not letting my disgust get in the way of my control long enough to give me away. Derek wasn't a telepath, but his mind still had more sensitive burglar alarms than a normal human's did. Derek froze suddenly as something went off like a flare inside his mind. I froze too until I realized it was something Stryker had asked him, and not some slip I'd made that had set off the response. "Have you found me another?" That was the question. I reached for him again, going deeper, listening, sifting, curious about what could trigger that kind of panic reflex in Derek's brain, what Stryker could want that he'd ask for that way. I watched, felt Derek's response take form, like an image rising up out of the black depths of a pool. Suddenly there on its surface, like a face in a mirror. No, not yet. Having a little trouble with my access to the supply. And something in his mind was thrashing like a trapped animal, struggling to get free, to cry out, "Take mine. Use mine." But he couldn't say it. Couldn't ever. I thought it had to be drugs, but it wasn't drugs. Below the spoken words, there were random images of the deep end, dark streets and darker deals, but not for drugs. Not this time. Tension and terror tightened like chains around an emotion they'd crushed so completely that I couldn't even recognize it. Flesh and blood. A body to use. Stryger wanted Derek to hire him a victim, but not just any victim. He wanted Derek to find him a scion, the way he'd done before. Images were pouring out of Derek now, memories of red wheels on pale flesh, swollen purple bruises slowly turning a face unrecognizable, screams driving pain into his own head like a nail. Terror. Thirst. I let them come, but I didn't need his memories. I had my own. It took all my control to keep from screaming inside Derek's head. "I know everything, you bastard!" Screaming it until his eyes bled. I broke contact, heard my voice gasp out a curse like somebody talking in his sleep. The eyes of the mural across the hall watched me, somber, curious, happy, sad. I shut them out, stepped across the empty space and into Stryger's mind again. Because now that I knew what he really was, there were questions I had to have answered, answers that would make all the difference to Elnir, to my own sanity. I drove into his thoughts with one hard thrust, knowing how a knife felt when it sank into somebody's flesh. But he never felt a thing. Deadhead. I ransacked his mind, keeping my focus tight, sealed like an antiseptic barrier. There were only two things I wanted from him. I didn't want anything else, didn't want him to infect me. But I had to be sure. He wasn't the one. Not the one who was trying to kill Elnir. He wanted that council slot, but he thought he already had it. God was on his side. God wouldn't let him fail. God would make it happen. He didn't have to help God along. He wasn't the one. He wasn't the same one who'd taken me up to that hired room back in Old City and beaten me up. But he'd done it to enough other freaks. And he needed to do it now, needed it bad because of what had happened to him yesterday. Caught in a lie, humiliated by a scion. By me, in front of so many watching eyes. And Derek, sweating like he had a fever, was ready to help him do it again. I cut contact. He wasn't the same one. Then how many were there just like him? Just like the one who'd done it to me? Thousands? Millions? I looked at the faces of humanity, watching, waiting, one last time. "Go to hell," I said as I started out of the room. 22. "I gotta talk to you," I said, standing in the doorway of Argentine's dressing room. She turned in her seat, away from the mirror above a cluttered table. The startled look on her face faded into something like distraction. "Oh, it's you. Can't it wait? I've got a show to do." She was half in and half out of the Argentine the public saw, in a coat bristling with glowing fiber-optic quills. "No." She'd started to turn back to the mirror. She stopped, looked up at me again, instead, in surprise. "All right," she said. "Talk to me." She picked up a wand and began to run it over her hair. The silver threads rose up like worshippers following the sun and stayed that way. I pushed clothes off of a chair and straddled it, resting my chin on its hard plastic spine. "About Derek." She studied herself in the mirror. She didn't move her head, but the reflection changed and changed again, showing her different angles. "Laddie, love," she said, patiently. "Are you trying to save me from myself? Warning me off?" I frowned. "I'm trying to tell you the truth." She shrugged, reached up to hook an ear cuff, dangling heavy rhinestones over her ear. "Derek's a scion." The earring clattered onto the table, lay there. I had her attention now. "Bullshit," she said. She picked up the earring, not looking at me, twisted it, watching it gleam in the hard light. "Are you sure?" she asked finally. I nodded. "It takes one to know one. He's a teak, telekinetic. That's how he stopped Cusp. I was there. I felt him do it." She looked up at my reflection behind her in the mirror. "But he said, he's never... I didn't... Nobody knows it except him and me. He never told anybody." "Why not?" She honestly couldn't imagine. I laughed. "Why do you think? He'd lose everything if his family found out he was a freak. Look what they did to his sister." She turned in her seat again, slowly facing me, her face slowly changing. Her image in the mirror stayed frozen the way she'd left it, waiting. "Why are you telling me this?" she said. "You want to know if it makes a difference to me? If it matters that he didn't trust me? Or that he's a scion? Maybe. I looked down. Did you really think that was going to change how I felt? The anger behind her eyes was getting hotter. So he didn't trust me with a secret that could ruin his life. So he's a freak. So what? Her silver-nailed hand jerked at me. At least he's not a goddamn peeping Tom. Like me. I shook my head. A mental pickpocket, I said. What? A mental pickpocket. That's what the other scions called me back at the Institute in Quarro. I raised my head, meeting her stare. Yeah, I picked his brains, and that's not all I got. You know about Sojourner Stryger? She hesitated. He's the big god lover who wants to save everybody. The one who wants the drug dereg to go through. Derek's talked about him sometimes. I nodded. Stryger wants the same Security Council slot that Lady Elnir wants. Centauri is one of the Combines backing him. Did Derek ever tell you Stryger's a freak hater? She shook her head. Derek is Centauri's liaison with Stryger. He gives him his instructions. I hesitated, pushed on, feeling my anger like a fire smoldering in my gut. And he gets him whatever he asks for. Her frown came back again. What do you mean? She asked, impatience elbowing out her curiosity. You mean Stryger does drugs? He does scions. Her mouth opened again, but nothing came out of it this time. You remember that girl you told me about? The one Derek brought here, who'd been beaten so bad she couldn't talk? The scion? The knuckles of her hand stood out as it tightened on the back of her chair. Derek? She murmured. Derek made that happen? Her eyes were begging me to tell her I was lying. She wasn't the only one, I said. Sometimes he even watches. Oh, God. She broke away, pushing up out of her seat, her hands balled into fists at her sides. Why? She said, turning back. If he's a scion, too, why would he do that? Challenging me to make it make sense. I shook my head. I'd asked myself the same question, trying to make it make sense, all through the endless afternoon. I don't know. Why don't you ask him? I got up off my chair. She jerked a piece of clothing free from a hook, thought about throwing it in my face, threw it on the floor instead. Why did you have to tell me that? God damn you! What do you want me to do about it? I shrugged. Like I said, I just wanted you to know the truth. What you do about it is your business. I started for the door. You're a lousy human being, you know that? I looked back at her. Her face was all congested looking. She was going to be crying in another minute. I try, I said. I went on out. I sat down at a table out in the club and had a drink, watching the room fill up, waiting for Micah to show. They'd hired a new bouncer. I half expected him to come over and tell me to get out after what I'd just done, but he didn't. The club was as dark as a cave tonight and smoky. Fingers of colored laser light gibbered across the darkness in frantic parabolas, shattered into clouds high above my head to the wailing of recorded synth music. I settled back, losing myself in the dark, bright spaces overhead. Finally, I sensed Micah making his way across the dance floor. He sat down at the table with me, wearing black body armor. He fit right in. I had on my old jeans and torn shirt. I'd brought them to work with me in a shoulder bag, knowing I'd be going out. Hey, freak, he said. Don't call me that. He looked surprised. What's eating you? I looked away, down at my empty glass. Nothing. What's your problem? I'm a div. One side of his mouth pulled up. Somebody been rubbing your nose in it? Wipe the shit off your face, kid, and forget about it. You ought to be used to that by now. I shook my head. It's not that. I wish it was only that. I unclenched my good hand, laid it flat on the table. He ordered himself a drink, settling back into the pile of cushions. When I didn't say anything else, he shrugged and asked, What happened to your shirt? Did you have a hot date last night? I looked down at the long rip across the front and almost laughed, remembering how it had really happened. But then I remembered last night, the fire and the star-covered table. I reached up, touched the emerald earring still in my ear. I hadn't meant to keep it, hadn't meant for anything to happen the way it had last night. Finally, I admitted the truth to myself, that Lazuli had only been using my body to help her forget how much she hated being with her husband. Maybe even to pay him back. And I'd let her. It had been so easy to use me, like the only brain I had was between my legs. I felt stupid and helpless, Felt myself start to get an erection again, just remembering red velvet and golden skin. "You must be somebody's type," Micah said. "I hear it's fun to be famous." I glanced away. "You find out why I'm so popular that total strangers want to kill me?" He shook his head. "It's not street talk. That means it's VIP level, and their secrets keep real well." I looked up, surprised. "You think it has something to do with Elnir?" He shrugged. "Dunno. But you guessed good about Diaz. He did the footwork for what happened at that party the other night. But after that, I hit a wall. I can't find out who hired him to drop the lady. Nobody down under seems to want her gone. She's on their side. They don't want that drug deregged any more than she does." I wondered what Elnir would think if she heard that. "Damn," I said. "I thought I knew. I thought it was Stryger. But it's not." "Stryger?" Micah grunted. "You mean the plastic saint? You really thought he'd try to take out his opposition with a human bomb?" "Yeah," I said, feeling my eyes ice over. "That's exactly what I thought." He shrugged again. "I've heard talk about him. Thought it was only talk." He sounded relieved. I just restored his faith in human nature. Even he could have told me the way to one of Stryger's good works. "Whatever you heard, it's not bad enough. But it doesn't do me any good." I rubbed my face. "Diaz would know who hired him, right?" "Maybe not." Micah shook his head. "He's too paranoid. He likes to keep his clients protected, and his own ass covered. He'll fill any order that comes in on a credit float. No questions, no ID. No responsibility and no risk." Jesu. I felt frustration strangle the disgust inside me. That meant that even if I could get into Diaz's brain and pick it, it probably wouldn't get me anywhere. "There's got to be some kind of record someplace. What about numbers on the credit transfers?" He thought about it. "Yeah, maybe. But if you think his lab was a death trap, his personal accounts are going to make that look like a park. Nobody sane would try a data raid on him." I hit the table with the wrong hand, winced and swore. "Damn it," I said. "There's got to be somebody on the market good enough. I want to access those fucking files. Who's the best?" Micah tugged on the silver ring in the side of his nose. I did say nobody's sane." He half smiled. "Maybe you're talking about Deadeye. He does things nobody else can. Nobody knows how, but only when he feels like it. A real hostile son of a bitch." "Deadeye? He like to pick off his visitors with a stun gun or what?" Micah laughed. "I heard he's dropped a couple, but maybe that's just hype. I don't know, could be his rep as a cracksman. Could be the fact that he's got a dead eye." He shrugged, still laughing behind his own eyes. "A dead eye," I said. "Yeah, looks like shit, all festering." He wasn't joking. "How come he doesn't get it fixed?" "I told you, he's half crazy. But he's a wire wizard if he'll deal." I started to get up. "Let's go find out." "Hey," he said, his disappointment showing. "Don't you want to stay for the show?" I glanced at the stage, still empty and waiting in the darkness above the crowded floor. "I've done it." He sighed and stood up. "Right." We made it through the crowd to the door without any more distractions and took the tube under the bay. Deadeye's part of town was a lot less choice than Diaz's, although down in the deep end that probably didn't make a whole lot of difference. We waded through drifts of trash to a barricaded iron door large enough to swallow a tram. It was the entrance to what looked like an abandoned warehouse. There was no flicker of any security, no sign that anybody even lived there or ever had. "How do you know he's here?" I asked. "He never goes out." Micah raised his fist to beat on the door, jumped back with a curse as it hit the metal. "Shit, it's electrified." He shook out his hand, looking at me, half exasperated and half embarrassed. "You got any ideas? You're the one who wanted to meet him." I looked at the door, up the silent, windowless building front. "Yeah, I'll give him a call." "He doesn't have a phone." I smiled. "I don't need one." He tapped his head. "What makes you think that'll make him glad to see you?" "I got nothing to lose." I shrugged. He grunted. "Excuse me while I cross the street," he said, "just in case Deadeye decided to fry me." He stepped back, but only about a meter. I folded my arms, hugging my chest, centering myself. I let my mind out into the block of formless darkness that was the warehouse, that held one fragile star, the energy of a living human mind. Somewhere. There. Contact. I went in through the shell of spidery radiance, weaving my way into the pattern of a stranger's thoughts, surprised when I didn't find the dead black walls of illegal augmentation I'd expected. I moved on, a thief entering a sleeping house, not bothering to cover the sound of my footsteps as I got ready to give Deadeye one hell of a big surprise. A fist of raw energy smashed into me, searing the filaments like a beam of coherent light. I let go and bolted, breaking all contact, shutting down, walling up my own mind behind a jumble of barbed wire. Ah! My own shout of surprise still loud in my ears. I was back on the street again, staring at a blank wall with eyes that were ready to jump out of my head. Jesu! You didn't tell me he was a telepath. Micah had backed up a few more steps, away from contamination. He was staring, but his expression changed as the words registered on him. A freak? He said, loud with disbelief. I didn't know he was a freak. I held up my hands, waving him quiet, braced for another attack, for something that didn't come. Slowly, carefully this time, I let out a tracer, hunting Deadeye through the darkness again. Found him balled up tight as a clenched fist behind his own barbed wire. Fear so strong it made me feel sick oozed out of him like sweat. He had a lot of raw psi talent, but he didn't know how to use it the way I did. I could see the chinks in his defenses. Taking him would be easy. But I could see, too, that if I broke through now, he'd go right over the edge. I touched him, barely. Let him prick the finger of my thought just to get his attention. And then I backed off, letting him feel me go, letting him know that I wasn't going to come back, leaving him alone there in the dark. I shook my head, seeing Micah's face again, the question in his eyes. No good. You were right. He is half crazy. I glanced at the sealed door, the blank, unyielding walls. Now I know why, anyhow. Come on, let's get out of here. Micah nodded and shrugged. He hunched his shoulders as we began to walk away, keeping his distance. There was a clank and a grating scrape behind us as the iron door swung open. Somebody stepped outside, shapeless, anonymous, inside a heavy load of mismatched clothes. But I didn't have any trouble making out his face, the raw, weeping sore where his right eye should have been. I looked away again, fast. Who is it? He asked, his voice hoarse, like he hadn't used it in weeks. Which one of you? For just a second I thought he was completely blind, that he couldn't see us. But then I realized what he was really asking. Me, I said. I took a step forward. Me. I laid the picture in the barely open fist of his thoughts as carefully and nervously as I'd pass over a piece of crystal. I hadn't done this in a long time. His mind spasmed shut over it, crushing it. Opened again, millimeter by millimeter, until a finger tendrilled out, beckoning me. Come here. His real hand twitched, hidden inside a frayed glove, trying to gesture in case I hadn't understood. I moved toward him, not really wanting to get any closer, but not seeing how I had any choice. I kept trying to look at his face, but my eyes slid away again every time that oozing socket came into focus. I wondered how the hell he could leave it like that, untreated. I wondered how long he'd been wearing those same clothes. I could smell him before I got nearly as close as he wanted me to. He stood staring at me, his good eye squinting, as if even this gloom was too bright for him. Glance by glance, I filled in a face covered by a bristle of half-shaved beard. He was nearly bald, and he'd half-shaved what hair he had left, too. His whole head was pale and lumpy, like something made of dough. His teeth looked rotten. I couldn't tell how old he was. He looked middle-aged, but maybe not. His one good eye was as green as a perfect emerald. His gloved hand rose up to my face. I managed not to jerk away as it groped me like a curious spider and dropped to his side again. He was just proving to himself that I was real. Telepath? He asked. I nodded. What do you want? The uncertain mutter of his thoughts inside my head said he hadn't used that voice in a long time either. I need some help. I want to access a system. His mind clenched up, eased open again. Whose? He calls himself Dr. Death. His fist shot out, catching me by the front of my shirt, catching me off guard. Who sent you here? He rasped, losing control, snapping the thread of real contact. I forced his hand away, took a breath as he backed off. I felt Micah shifting from foot to foot behind me, weapon systems armed. Nobody sent me. I dropped my guard just enough and let him pry until he believed me. I need some information that only Diath's got. I can pay. Go away. He turned his back on me, began to shuffle toward his door. My hands tightened. Wait! How long's it been? Since you felt this? Since you had somebody who could really talk to you? He stopped and faced me again. My eyes cringed. I made myself see through him with that other set of eyes until his surface disappeared. I felt him remember something. A touch. Words that weren't spoken, but only were. But it was so long, so unbearably long ago. Could have been just a dream. The one eye that he still had got red-rimmed and watery-looking. His Adam's apple jerked up and down in his throat. Finally he nodded, silent with his mind, lifting his hand to wave me after him as he started back toward his door. I followed, with Micah treading on my heels, his face expressionless, his mind locked on ready. Who's that? Deadeye stopped short suddenly, blocking the doorway, looking at Micah. My brother, I said, and Micah's mouth twitched. He don't look much like you, Deadeye mumbled. But that was all he said. He started on again, letting us follow him inside. We went on through the dark, echoing space of the warehouse, Micah hanging onto my sleeve because he couldn't see without his night lenses. I could feel him wondering why it seemed like we could when he couldn't. Finally, there was real light ahead again. Deep inside the warehouse, Deadeye had built his room, his refuge. It wasn't what I'd expected. His world was lit by a single stick-on glow plate, but it was neat, ascetic, clean. It had dull but decent furniture, a portable kitchen unit, and a simple console, the kind everybody who had a place to put one had to have so that daily life could go on. Micah was right. There was no vid phone plugged into it. Deadeye didn't even have a 3D. But it was plain he wasn't hurting for money. He wanted it this way. He sat down in an ancient rocking chair and picked up something from the box lying beside it. I saw a pair of long, thick needles tangled in what looked like a ruined sweater. He untangled the mess with hands that knew just what they were doing. I felt Micah tense up beside me as he tried to guess whether it was a weapon. I shook my head, glancing at him, and he eased off. Deadeye set the chair rocking with his foot and began to work the needles through the yarn, feeding more bright-colored thread into the sweater, until I realized he was actually making it out of nothing. The chair creaked, the needles clicked. He never looked up at us, standing there waiting. He'd never had anybody all the way in here before, not even once. I moved on into the room, sat down cross-legged on the floor in front of him. What is that stuff? I thought, focusing on the motion of his hands. Knitting. The word sign flickered on in my mind. Images of needles performing an ancient dance with yarn, turning it into 100 different patterns and shapes. What do you do it for? It feels good. He looked up at me for half a second, looked down again when I flinched at the sudden sight of his face. I make you sick, does it? I nodded. Supposed to. Keeps 'em off me. Everybody else. That could kill you. His face rearranged itself until I realized he was smiling, the way somebody would smile who'd just glued your feet into your shoes. Not unless I look in a mirror. That was no rotting sore on his face. It was only a Cosmo piece, a joke, a trick. No shit, I said, feeling my own mouth start to smile in relief, even while my eyes were still refusing to believe it. Micah jerked upright on the couch across the room, startled by the broken silence. Who are you? Deadeye asked me finally. Cat. Where'd you come from? Ardati. Poirot. I felt his irritation sting me. I wasn't giving him anything that meant anything, that words alone couldn't say. You a breed? I nodded. Thought so. The warped smile squeezed out of him again. Why aren't you crazy? The one eye looked into me, too knowing. I glanced down. Dumb luck, thinking of Siebling. I felt him groping, nagging, pushing. I let down more defenses, loosened more knots, let him creep into my mind and take a look around, answering his own questions. Picking through my past like a dog nosing over trash. My body went rigid muscle by muscle while I struggled to keep my mind loose and open. He grunted and blinked and broke contact. One hand let go of his knitting, reached out, pulled back again, and picked up the thread. After that, there was no sound but clicking needles, no other motion, no other sign. Nothing but a wall of tangled wire and despair. I sat waiting, taking deep breaths. God damn it, I thought finally, slamming it through his guard. You got what you wanted from me? What do I get from you?" He jumped like he'd been shocked. He looked up at me, his one eye red and wet. He put out his hand again, reaching for me. I braced, ready to pull back, but he only patted my shoulder twice, gently, and took his hand away again. I stayed where I was, too surprised to do anything at all. "You got a job you need done?" he thought, as if I hadn't told him that before. I nodded. "Why don't you do it yourself?" I touched my head. "Not wired." He smiled that smirking joker smile again, as if he knew something the rest of the universe didn't. But he only asked, "Why me?" This, touching his own head. He'd thought nobody knew about his sigh. He'd tried to keep it that way. "No." I waved a hand at Micah. "He says you're the best. The only one can do it." He looked down at his knitting again. Needles clicked in the silence. Micah rearranged himself restlessly on the couch, wishing he was somewhere else. "Can you do it? Crack that system?" Calm confidence seeped into my mind. All the answer Deadeye needed to make. Micah hadn't lied. "Will you?" "Why?" I felt my muscles start to tighten up again. "I said I can pay." "Why?" Not why should he. Why did I want it done? What did I want to know? I showed him. He hadn't even heard about the human bomb. He took it all in while I waited some more, counting my heartbeats. He looked up again at last. Might be worth it. I grinned, sitting back. "Where's your ware? You got it in a separate room?" Looking around this room again, I noticed the heap of knitted things beside the door, but still not even enough tech to make a phone call. And there was no BioWare hidden inside his skull. If he even had an access jack, I couldn't feel it. He actually chuckled this time. It sounded like clearing phlegm. "Don't need any." Shit. I blocked it before he heard me. He was crazy, the old bastard. "Forget it." I started to get up. "I don't need any." The image filled my head again. Clear, hard, insistent. I stood looking down at him. "That's impossible." He shook his head. "That's what they want us to believe. That's what they believe themselves. I stumbled over the truth. Probably others have. But you don't pass it on." "Why should I? What would it get me except trouble?" I thought about it. He was right. "Why are you telling me?" "Because you understand what it means to be a scion and live by stealing." He looked down again. "Because you're good and I might need your help." "You mean you'd show me how? We'd do it together?" Excitement and fear collided inside me. "Maybe." His good eye turned noncommittal. "How's your memory?" "Perfect." "Good." He dropped his knitting over the side and stood up. "A lot to learn first." He trudged across the room to his console and woke it up. For a minute I thought we were going to start in right there, but he was only calling up library files. "You ready?" Micah asked, his voice sharp with uneasy impatience. Both of us jumped at the sound of it. "Almost." I almost forgot to answer him out loud. I held up a hand. Deadeye turned back to me, handing over a headset. "Memorize these data. Teaches you as much as anything can about how a machine's mind functions. It can save your life. Don't come back unless you know it all. Then we'll see." I nodded, took the headset, and pushed it into my pocket. "Bring that back. Only when I have." I nodded again. He moved toward the door, suggesting with the motion that we should get out. He stopped suddenly as he reached the pile of clothes and scooped up an armload. He went on out, carrying the heap with him into the darkness. When we reached the street, he herded us through the door, and then he dropped the load of knitting onto the pavement beside the building. "He's dumping that out?" Micah asked, as if that only proved to him that Deadeye was out of his mind. Deadeye shrugged. "What about him?" he asked me, glaring at Micah. "He's my brother," I said again. He went back inside without saying anything and slammed the door. Micah was still staring at the pile of clothes. "He doesn't need them," I said finally, explaining, because somehow I had to. "Somebody'll come along who does." Already it felt like having to put my thoughts into words before I could get them out was as hard as walking uphill. Micah gave me a look and started to turn away. He turned back again as curiosity tipped the scales on his irritation. Searching through the pile of knitted things, he found a long red scarf and wrapped it around his throat. I picked up the brown-green sweater that landed at my feet and pulled it on over my torn shirt. It felt good, heavy and warm. There was a dank chill to the air here. As we started away down the street, Micah said, "That was the strangest fucking 15 minutes I've spent since the day you disappeared on Cinder." He made a small noise in the back of his throat, still trying to shake the feeling of being deaf and dumb and invisible. "Could be worse." He looked at me. "You could feel like that all the time." I touched the patch behind my ear. He looked blank for a minute. Then he asked, "How's the stuff you got from Diath doing for you?" "Doing its job," I said. "Just fine." He nodded, but he didn't smile. "So what about your freaking cousin back there?" He flicked the end of the red scarf. "He gonna do the job after all?" "Think so." I sighed, feeling a weight lift off me as I realized that I'd already done the hardest part of my work, just getting through to him. "I got to go back and see him again in a couple days." I hesitated. "Keep it sealed that he's a freak." He nodded. "What was on that hairnet he handed you?" I felt in my pocket for the headset. "I can't tell you." He looked interested, but he only shrugged. "No problem." On the streets, half of what you knew was never more than a jigsaw puzzle with pieces missing anyway. We went on to the tube station talking about the weather. "You going back to the club?" he asked as we got on board together and the waiting transit sucked us away from the memory of Deadeye. "Not tonight. Not sure when I was going to see Argentine again, or what I'd say to her if I ever did, after what I'd said to her tonight." "Oh, yeah," he smirked. "I forgot. You got one hot body waiting up for you." His grin got wider as the trans sighed to a stop in the next station. "Me too. See you." He flipped me a salute and went away down the platform, whistling. 23. "Auntie's sick." Jiro was sitting on the stairs as I came into the house, his face propped in his hands, his eyes shadowed, his thoughts dark. I stopped dead, pictures of poison or biocontamination strobing in my brain. "Where is she? In the hospital?" Elnir had looked all right when I'd left the office with her. Tired and depressed, but that wasn't surprising. I'd even watched her get into the secured private mod that would carry her straight here. He shook his head. "She's just in her room. I guess she's asleep. She fainted or something when she came home. Karen sent our meds to see her. They said it's just because of all the—" He broke off. "What happened, I mean. You know. And because she's old. They gave her some stuff. She has to rest." I nodded, relieved. But if Elnir had been depressed before, this wasn't going to make her feel any better. "Thanks," I said, and started past him up the stairs. Stopped, looking back. "Is your mother here?" He twisted on the steps to look up at me. "Why?" he asked, a little too loudly. "Just wondered." I shrugged, trying not to act like it mattered, and went on up to my room. I stood looking out the window, feeling tired, flexing my sore hand. Maybe tomorrow I'd get it treated somewhere, like Aspen had told me to. I still had trouble realizing that I had the credit to fix things I didn't like. As I stood looking out into the darkness, it began to rain. It only rained at night here. The Tommings always fixed the things they didn't like. I heard Jiro come into the room behind me, like I'd known he would sooner or later. The darkness behind his eyes hadn't been because Elnir was sick, so it had to be something else. I turned away from the windows, went to the bed, and sat down. "What is it?" I asked, even though I was pretty sure I knew. He opened his mouth, the words that he'd held bottled up inside him ready to burst out. But still he couldn't say them for a long minute. My mother. I mean," his hands flapped. "Did you do that with my mother?" I looked down at my own hands, resting across my knees. "You mean, did I spend the night with her?" I looked up at him again and nodded. His face got red. He'd expected me to deny it, even if it was true. Somehow the fact that I didn't look ashamed about it made him feel ashamed instead. He began to blink hard. His mouth trembled. "Come here," I said. He came across the room. "Sit down." He sat on the bed, keeping his distance, staring at the floor. "How did you know?" I asked. "My mother. I saw her come out of your room the other morning, real early. She didn't know I saw her, and she acted so different." His voice squeaked. "You know," I said, "the first time I met her you damn near acted like a pimp pushing her at me. No, I'm not saying it was your fault," as he looked up with sudden anger in his eyes. It just happened. I only wondered how come it bothers you so much, now that it has. Because of what I am?" He shook his head, his jaw clenched. Very carefully, I let myself into his memory, looking for the answer he wouldn't give me. "Because of what you saw at Argentine's club." Until that night, he'd been like any other kid, his curiosity about sex practically an obsession. But then in 5 minutes, he'd learned more than he'd ever wanted to know. "You think it was like that, what your mother and I did?" I felt my face pinch with his pain. This time he nodded, blushing again. "Jiro," I broke off. "What you saw there, that wasn't making love. That wasn't even good sex. More like rape." He looked at me now out of the corner of his eye. "There is a difference." "Are you going to marry my mother?" "Your mother's already married." He half frowned. "She could get a divorce. Aren't you in love with her?" Fantasies were starting to pop like bubbles in his mind. I looked away. "I don't know. I don't think so." "Isn't she in love with you?" I shook my head. "She's just not in love with Karen." I felt the bone-deep ache of his disappointment, couldn't think of anything I could do that would ease it. Finally I said, "I think she loved your father. I know she loves you and your sister. You're more important to her than anything else in her life. Be glad. You could have been me." But I didn't say it. I wondered what it would be like to have been born a Taming, to have anything I ever wanted. I couldn't even imagine it. Even if I hadn't been born rich, just to have had somebody there all those years. Anybody. I looked away from him down at my scarred hands. He got up slowly. "My mother said for me to ask if you'd think about her tonight." "Yeah," I said. "I'll do that. Good night, Jiro." He straightened his shoulders, trying hard to look like a man and not a boy. "Good night, Cat." He went out of the room. I stayed where I was, listening to the lonely sound of the rain. I wasn't ready to sleep or in the mood to think about Lazuli right now. With a kind of surprise, I realized it was Elnir I was still thinking about, worried about. I let my mind track until it found her. She was in her bed, but she wasn't any closer to sleep than I was. The sedative the doctor had given her hadn't been enough to take hold against her body's own overdose of adrenaline. But her mind wasn't on tomorrow or today or even yesterday anymore. It was caught in a place where memory was like something seen in a dark mirror, where the image of a perfect afternoon in the hanging gardens of Quarro with the man she loved made her dizzy with misery, where the image of Talitha as a laughing baby filled her with sorrow. A place inside her that she couldn't escape from, because the past was still so much sweeter than anything she thought of when she let it go, and tried to listen to the rain. I got up again and went out, back through the dark, quiet halls to her room. There was a thin line of light tracing the crack under her door. I knocked. "Yes?" I heard the word quaver with her surprise, felt her surprise behind my eyes. "It's Cat." There was silence for a minute. Then, "Come in," she said. The door wasn't locked. I went into the room, suddenly feeling more than a little self-conscious. But she looked up at me, her face mapped with shadows, and smiled. It was almost relief she felt now that I was here. That made me smile too, a little, while I searched for something to say now that I'd come. "Jiro told me you were sick, ma'am. I just wanted to know if you'll need me in the morning. And to know if you need anything now." "Yes," she said, suddenly not afraid to say it. "Sit with me for a while, if you would. I need some companionship more than anything else. The one thing that no one has thought to offer me." She glanced down and back at me. "I feel terribly alone tonight, and somehow I don't find it difficult to tell you that. I suppose because I think you probably already know that, and that it was why you came." Her eyes held mine until I looked away. "Thank you for coming." She was gathering things up from the surface of the bed cover as she spoke, restless hollows of familiar faces that had been trying to keep her company and failing. I sat down on the edge of a tapestry-covered chair, still afraid of breaking something as I glanced around the room. A single lamp with a shade made of stained glass flowers turned the room's light soft and warm. The furniture here was old and elegant, like most of the furniture in the house. I stared at the face of a woman carved on the back of a desk across the room, her long hair flowing down into the grain of the wood. I looked back again at the pictures of faces gathered in Elnir's hands, Jiro and Talitha, and Kelwyn Taming. I hadn't thought of it before, but sometimes it must be a kind of blessing to be a telepath, Elnir said. To be able to know that someone else is out there thinking about you, even when you can't see or hear them. Sometimes, I said. Sometimes it's just looking in through the windows of houses where you aren't wanted. In the land of the blind. I shrugged. But like you said once, everything looks better when you don't have to live with it, I guess. And being what I was, not human enough, not hydran enough, even that much was better than the alternative. Better than nothing. She smiled again and nodded. Yes, I suppose so. If I'm lonely, at least I still have my privacy intact. I settled back a little uncertainly into the curved hollow of the chair. When I was with other scions, I used to have it both ways, the sharing and the solitude when I wanted it. It was... I looked away into my own dark mirrors, trying to feel something that made sense when I looked at my memories, only feeling numb, drugged. I made myself remember Deadeye. How even with him twisted up like he was, it had been so much easier to speak without words, to just know the way it should have been, the way it ought to be, the way it must have been for the Hydrans before the humans ended it. Humans are so groping for the words when it would be so much easier just to show her. Pathetic? Elnir murmured. Is that what you're thinking? I looked up at her, looked away again as soon as I met her eyes. But you lived that way yourself for most of your life, didn't you? She said quietly. Unable to know another person's thoughts. I would think that would give you more sympathy for the way we are than most humans are capable of themselves. More compassion. My eyes squeezed shut as something spun and dropped suddenly inside me. I don't know. I shook my head. All I know is none of you can understand what it's really like to have what I had after a lifetime of nothing, and then to lose it again. I didn't know what was missing all those years, but now I know. And finally I understood why being a telepath again was so important to me. Because it was all I'd ever had that was really mine. But you have it back, she said, a little surprised. I shook my head. If I go on using these drugs, I'll burn it out for good. She hadn't understood that. Then if you're only doing this because of me, you should stop now. I shook my head again. I can't. I don't want to be. I can't. She looked at me. I rubbed my face. Don't ask. Just forget I said that. I started to get up. I can't, she said. I stopped. But if you wish, we can pretend that I have. If that will let you stay and humor a lonely old woman a while longer. Her mouth pulled up into a smile that was half regret and half irony. Her hands held the pictures a little tighter. I sat down again, trying not to look as awkward as I felt right then. Watching her hands, I asked, How come you never had any children? You and your husband. She looked down at the hollows. We always thought there would be plenty of time. Suddenly she was blinking too much as she stared at her husband's face. Isn't it strange how any little thing can set off your memory when you least expect it? A song, a certain light. Sometimes when I remember my life with Kelvin, it seems to me as if those are someone else's memories that have somehow gotten inside my head. That the person with him that I remember so well can't possibly be me. It makes it so difficult, almost unbearable sometimes. And yet not ever to think about them is more unbearable. And the worst part is that it's the good memories that hurt me the most. Yeah, I whispered. Tell me about your family, she said, trying to change the subject. It struck her as odd and humiliating that she'd never even pictured me having any. She wondered suddenly if she'd been afraid too, knowing what I was. And she wondered what it would feel like to live as a Hydran. I wondered too. Nothing to tell, I shrugged, looking away. There was a time when I'd wanted to search for my mother's people. But then I'd killed Ruby. And after that, there hadn't seemed to be much point in it, because by killing him I'd proved that I could never be one of them. Elnir pressed her lips together and didn't let herself ask again. At last she said, Cat, do you ever wonder when you relive that awful loss? Feel that sinking into a whole darkness? Her gaze got lost somewhere. If perhaps you feel that way, not because you're so different from the rest of us, but because you're so human? She glanced up at me. I felt her trying to reach out to something inside me, something she wasn't sure even still existed. I felt myself clench up in a kind of angry reflex. But then I made myself look at her again, face her reality, acknowledge all the things about her that had made her matter to me. Admit that human wasn't a four-letter word. Siebling said, he told me not to pretend I'm something I'm not. I looked down at my hands, suddenly wishing that I had pictures to hold. That I'm not really human, I mean. Most of the freaks I know are human, every way except one. Even the hydrants I've met are more human than they want to be. Most humans are more human than they want to be, too, she said quietly. I half smiled. Thanks. I got to my feet. For what? She asked. For reminding me that if humans and hydrants didn't have something in common, I wouldn't be here. She laughed. I liked the sound of her laughter. That's an unusual sweater, she said, really seeing me for the first time tonight. Wherever did you find it? Lying in the street. Good night, ma'am. Good night, she murmured, looking after me a little oddly. I smiled as I left her, figuring that at least I'd left her with something to wonder about besides the future, something to think about besides the lonely night and the rain. But it didn't leave me with much else to think about by the time I reached my room again. I pulled Deadeye's headset out of my pocket and put it on, stretched out on the bed with my hands behind my head and filled the empty places with all the data I could swallow in one dose. There was still a lot of information left waiting when I pulled it off again. Then, finally, I closed my eyes and let the static in my brain sing my aching body to sleep. I woke up again with a start for no reason that I could name hours later. My mind was quiet now, and it let the grayness come seeping back as I listened to the rain. Listening, I wondered about how the sound of rain seemed to fill my mind with the same kind of longings and sorrows that I'd seen in Elmir's. I could count on the fingers of one hand the number of times I'd heard it rain. I hadn't had a lifetime of listening to it to make it mean more to me than the simple sound of dripping water. I remember the way I'd felt when I'd first set foot on Earth, a total stranger and yet somehow coming home. Remembered what Elmir had been trying to show me this evening, that the human side of me had its own needs, its own history, and that not everything it felt was something I had to be ashamed of. And I realized that for the first time in a long time I didn't feel angry. I thought about Lazuli then, wondered if she was lying awake in Karen's bed, not alone but always lonely, listening to the rain. She wanted me to think about her. I wondered if she meant it the way I thought she did. I wondered if she was thinking about me, missing me. I knew that even if she was, her thoughts didn't go much further than the way my body fit into hers. I'd been a pullover, and she'd known it. I waited for that to make me angry, but it only made me remember the feel of my body fitting into hers. There'd been too many others who'd really fucked me over. Why should I be angry at a bored, unhappy, beautiful woman who'd only wanted some boy toy to fuck her brains out? Maybe it didn't really matter why she wanted me. Not when just thinking about that smooth, perfume-scented skin, her hair like silk down across my chest, was enough to make my head swim. But it wasn't going to happen again. Not tonight. Especially not like this. I told myself to forget about her and go to sleep. I told myself I wasn't crazy. I told myself I was. I told myself she was using me again. I told myself if she really wanted me to think about her tonight, I could make sure she never forgot it. I let go of my thoughts, reaching out into the emptiness, spreading a net of invisible threads tipped with light. I pictured the Crystal Palace in my mind, not so far away that my mind couldn't reach it, reach inside, searching through the dark silences for a familiar star. I found her side by side with Karen, asleep, dreaming a dim, restless dream about suffocating in a windowless room. I drifted past the sullen heat of Karen's sleeping mind without looking in, and closed focus to enter Lazuli's. I slipped into her dream as softly as a thief, felt her body quiver and stir, not quite waking, felt her dream change to include me. I lay down beside her, inside her dream, and let my mind begin to touch her the way my hands, my body ached to do. Fired the nerve strings that fed her mind every sensation I could have given her, moving over her, against her, inside her. Somewhere in the middle of it she woke. "You wanted me to," I whispered. "You asked for me." Gentling her, reassuring her so that she didn't cry out, but only let herself drift back down into her yearning. Feeling the sensations of her pleasure doubled as her hands began to touch her body, the way my hands were already touching my own, until the beam of white heat joining us mind to mind exploded like a sun, and left us alone in our separate bodies, back in our separate worlds again, only sharing the sound of the rain. In the morning when I woke, I knew more about artificial intelligence than I'd ever wanted to, and less than ever about what in hell I was really doing here, waking up in this bed, playing cat and mouse in it while I played rat-catcher for the Tomings. I wondered what Lazuli was trying to do, to herself, to me. If she really didn't care whether Karen found out, if she was really that stupid or that unhappy, or whether she just didn't care because she thought if anything happened because of this, it wouldn't happen to her. Feeling numb and out of control, I got up and slapped on Deadeye's headset again. I fed my brain as much new data as it would take, forcing it to keep from thinking about what I was doing. And because the sooner I knew everything he wanted me to know, the sooner I could get at the information I really wanted, and maybe get out of here. Then I stumbled downstairs to find something to feed my body to get it through another day. Talitha came shyly into the dining room, stood staring at me while I heaped my plate with the usual morning leftovers. I ignored her, my brain buzzing too loud, until finally she came across the room and tugged on my sweater. "I want more," she said. "You've got the right idea, kid," I said. "You'll make a good Toming." I went on filling up my plate. "I want more grapes." She looked up at me, waiting, her small face as perfect as a flower and just as blank. "Grapes!" She tugged harder on me and threw in a grudging, "Please?" I handed her a clump of grapes. "Thank you," she said gravely. "Sure," I nodded, feeling just a little crummy. "Auntie said we're going to pick berries this morning," she announced around a mouthful of fat green globes. "Great," I mumbled through a haze of binary code sequences and half a piece of bread. "You can come too. I'll show you how, because you don't know how to do anything right." She began to tug on my arm. "Come on." I shook my head, red-faced and half-smiling, not sure if I could think of a worse way to spend the morning if I'd tried. "I got things I have to." "Please join us, Cat." Lazuli stepped into the room, into my line of sight, and changed my mind with a glance. She was dressed in a transparent tunic patterned with leaves over an electric blue body cover that somehow only made what it was covering up more obvious. She didn't say anything else. Didn't need to when her mind was saying it all. I nodded slowly, choked down another bite of spiced bun that suddenly could have been plastic. Elnir came into the room carrying her art console, dressed like she usually was, as if she didn't want anybody to look at her for long. The contrast between them almost hurt my eyes. "Yes, won't you come?" she asked, missing my nod. I bit my tongue for wanting to say the obvious, with Lazuli's eyes still burning a hole in my flesh, and couldn't think of anything else. And so somehow I found myself in the autumn forest out on the mountainside, above the Toming's private valley, with the smell of damp earth filling my head the way buzzing data strings filled my brain. The things Elnir called golden raspberries grew not really wild in a patch of jagged leaves and thorns. We picked them, and it was everything I'd expected it to be. I hated every minute of it. It reminded me of trying to pick answers out of Derek's mind. It reminded me of digging ore in the mines on Cinder. Picking something fragile and perfect out of a matrix that didn't want to give it up, where any wrong move could mean pain. "You don't look like you're enjoying this very much, Cat," Elnir said, peering out at me from underneath her wide-brimmed hat. She looked happier and more relaxed than I'd ever seen her. I shrugged. "He doesn't know how to have fun," Talitha said. I heard Jiro laugh, too sharply, somewhere behind my back. "That's why I'm helping him." She was eating berries out of my hand as fast as I picked them. "Then let me help you, too." Lazuli slid a berry between my lips with deft, gentle fingers. It was as soft as her skin, the juice sweet and tangy as I crushed it with my tongue. "There," she said. "Now you're smiling." Her body, her mind were smiling at me. Had been, helplessly, ever since she'd laid eyes on me this morning. Her awareness of me like a warm fluid slowly melting down through the ice of overlapping data inside my mind. "You know, I had a dream about you last night," she murmured. Her eyes laughed at the sudden panic in my own, even while they begged me to prove to her again that it hadn't been just a dream. It wasn't a dream. I saw her face flush as I proved it. I looked down and away again, not answering her out loud because Elnir was watching us too closely. I wished Lazuli wouldn't do this to me. I felt embarrassed, frustrated, on fire with the heat of the arousal I couldn't control as she imagined me reaching out to find her, to touch her anywhere, like some kind of demon lover who could take her even while she lay asleep in her husband's bed, making her forget who she was and where, making her forget anything but the pleasure of being made love to impossibly. "Well," Elnir said, making us realize that we'd been standing there staring at each other like magnetic dolls for way too long, "I believe I'm going to try some sketching on down the slope. Do be careful." Something in her voice made me look back at her. "It can be treacherous when the leaves are wet, you know." One last glance, her eyes as transparent as blue glass, letting me know that she understood. Everything that was happening, how it felt to be young, how it felt to be lonely, how it felt to dance on a minefield. "Do be careful," she murmured again, glancing at Lazuli this time. "Come with me, children." She waved to Talitha and Jiro. "I've brought a special treat for you." Lazuli looked after her, half troubled and half self-conscious, as Elnir guided the children away, leaving us alone together intentionally, pointedly, not giving us her blessing, but giving us room to breathe. Talitha ran ahead, squealing and scuffling through the leaves, while Jiro trailed behind, looking back over his shoulder at us, his expression more like his mother's than he knew. When they were gone, we settled side by side on the blanket, our bodies not quite touching, while I wove a band of warm contact between us. She fed me berries between long, deep kisses. Light showered down through the trees, haloing her hair, making the restless ceiling over our heads into a living window of stained glass. Looking up into all that beauty, I wondered if this was how someone had gotten the idea, and I wondered if it was really so impossible to be happy in a place like this. The call function began to beep on my data band. I sat up, startled, looked down to be sure the band phone video was off before I answered. It was already on, had been on, transmitting for God only knew how long. I hadn't done it. I knew I hadn't. Lazuli's face paled as I swore, blocking the image with my hand. "Brady?" I said, my voice white. I hadn't turned on the receiver either, but his voice said, "Checkmate." And that was all. 24. I did my best to make Lazuli believe that Brady wouldn't talk, without telling her why. I had to believe he only meant that we were back where we'd started, because now he had something on me that could hurt me plenty, just like I had on him. That was the way he wanted it, the way he liked it. But somehow after that, she couldn't shut out reality anymore, and neither could I. We went on down the hill through a golden rain of leaves, looking for Elnir, not touching, not even speaking much. That night she stayed with Karen in the Crystal Palace. She didn't ask me to think about her, but part of her wanted to. I thought about her anyway, but this time I kept my thoughts to myself. Brady didn't make contact with me again, and I didn't return his call. I told myself that I wanted to wait until I had the information Deadeye was going to help me get, knowing that I was really stalling just because I didn't have the guts to face him without it. By the next day, Elnir was itching to get back to work, and so was I. The last of Deadeye's data was filtering down into my mind. By the time night came around, I'd be ready to pay him another visit. The usual morning in the office seemed to go by in slow motion. I wasn't sure if it was because what was filling my mind was so strange, or because it made everything else too normal. Finally, I took a break, giving my restless thoughts some space. I didn't get far down the hallway before somebody's hand caught my shoulder, jerking me back and around. Derek. I hadn't sensed him coming up behind me, probably because he hadn't wanted me to. "You bastard," he said, shoving me up against the wall like we were the only two people in the entire building. I didn't have to look past the rage in his eyes to know the reason. Argentine. But buried below the pain, there was something more. Sheer terror was wearing his fury like body armor. The only reason I wasn't dead of an embolism or a heart attack right now was that he knew he couldn't get past my guard. "Come with me." He jerked me forward again. I let him lead me through the halls to the same white room he'd used with Stryker. He sealed it, turned back to me. "You little shit," he said, broke off, and had to start again. "You turned her against me. She said she never wants to see me again. She said to ask you why. Why?" "Because I told her the truth about what you are," I said. "What do you mean?" He held me with his eyes, fists trembling at his sides while he fought himself for control. "She knows everything about me." The fear inside him was swelling until he was afraid it was going to choke one of us to death. "If she didn't hate me before, why should she now? Now she knows what you do for Stryker. The truth about that girl you brought to Purgatory. You remember?" I said, hardly recognizing my own voice. "The one Stryker hurt so bad you were afraid she'd die? The freak you bought to play victim for him?" "Is that all?" Derek's whole body suddenly went slack with relief. "So what?" he said, and shrugged. "Nobody made the bitch do it. She didn't file any complaint." After a long minute, I asked softly, "How was it watching him beat her up, Derek? How'd you like it? Was she a telepath? Did she let you feel it? Is that what Stryker really likes? What you really want? Did you really wish it was you instead? Or do you just get off on knowing Stryker's like all the rest of the deadheads, never guessing your secret?" He turned white. "Which secret?" he whispered. "You're one of us," I thought. "Freak, teak, scion." His mind struck at me like a snake. My own mind blocked the thrust of thought and broke its back before it could reach me. I tossed his sending back at him. "You can't hurt me. You're not good enough." He'd never be good enough, even if he'd had training to teach him how to use it right. He didn't have that much talent. Being a scion had driven his whole life into this dead end, and he wasn't even a good one. He turned away, his eyes searching the corners of the room. "No," he said. "No, no, no, no. This isn't real. It's impossible. No, no." He licked his lips, rubbed his hand over his mouth, trying after a lifetime to believe it had finally happened. He turned back to me. I felt panic claw at the walls of his mind. "Who else did you tell?" "Argentine. You told her." "Yeah, I told her." I nodded, enjoying the look on his face. He wanted to smash my own face in more than he'd ever wanted anything in his life. Now he knew how he'd made me feel. "That's why she turned against me." "She doesn't give a damn about it," I said. Incredulity fought its way out through his fury. "You're lying. You told her so she'd hate me." "Yeah, that's right, I did." Finally admitting it, to myself more than to him. "But she really didn't care. Not everybody's a bigot. If she hates you now, it's because you're a lousy bastard. Not because you're a scion. Because you're a scion." His father's image filled his mind like a black storm. A child's terrifying night monster etched forever on the lens of his memory. "Who else did you tell?" "Nobody." His expression changed. "Maybe," his mind said. "Maybe it still wasn't too late." "Don't even think about it," I said. "You can't kill me yourself. And if you try to hire it out, I'll know. Nothing better happened to Argentine either. Just think of me like a jar of toxins. You break me and I take your whole world with me." He wiped his mouth again with a trembling hand. "You son of a bitch! You freak! What do you want? Money?" I shook my head. "I'm getting plenty of that already." "Then what?" Drops of spit glittered in the air between us. I didn't answer. I wasn't used to having power over somebody. I was just beginning to realize how it felt. That it felt good. I looked at him, letting the dark, sweet pleasure fill me. Letting him realize, along with me, how easy it would be for me to destroy him. He'd treated me like shit, and Jewel, and everybody else he'd gotten close to. Contaminated our lives like a disease. Destroying him would be a public service. For just a second I cracked my defenses, let myself into his mind, wanting to enjoy the fear that must be eating his guts out right now. It slammed into my thoughts, nauseating, bitter, blinding. I spat him out again, shaking my head. I swallowed. "I want you to stop pimping for Stryker. If you ever get him another freak to work over, you're gone. That's all." I turned away, started for the door. "No." His hand clamped my arm like a binder. "Don't say that. That's not all. It can't be. You can't tell me you know and then tell me you don't want anything. Tell me what you want from me." He shook me, his whole body floundering with the motion. I stood still, feeling myself go rigid under his hand. "Just leave me alone." His hand came loose and dropped to his side. He stayed where he was, motionless but still quivering, his mouth hanging open, slack and wet. I left him like that, sealing the door behind me as I went out so that I didn't have to know what he did next. Back in Elnir's office again, I pretended to work, but I couldn't concentrate. Finally, facing Derek, I'd broken the thin ice between the light and the dark. My mind was out of sync with the fantasy around me, the world that only existed as long as you believed in its reality. I was back in the night world, the other world, where people like Derek and Stryker really belonged. People like Micah and Deadeye. People like me. I sat staring at the wall, seeing Old City where I'd learned the truth. That light was an illusion, that only the darkness was forever. The night that had existed before, there were stars, and would still be there long after they died. I couldn't do Elnir's work that suddenly seemed meaningless and stupid, like her faith in human nature. And so I began to play with the terminal, trying out my new knowledge, trying to see if I could find Deadeye's secret passage to inner space on my own. But it was no use. I understood the tech of information storage, the interface of EM and Chem that made up the artificial brains of an information net that manipulated the data. But I couldn't find anything more that I had in common with it than I had in common with the molecules in a wall. After a while, I gave up on that too, wondering if there was even any point in going back to Deadeye's. But I knew I'd go back anyway. The day's end finally came and set me free. I took the tube down under the bay, made my way on foot to Deadeye's building with no problems. Maybe because tonight I moved like I belonged here. I buzzed his brain, and he let me in. "Where's your brother?" he said, suspicious like always. "He's someplace he'd rather be." I hadn't asked Micah to come with me this time. I figured we'd all be better off if I did this on my own, even if it meant risking my skin on the streets. Deadeye loosened up with a grimace that looked like pain, but that meant he was relieved. I'd forgotten how shitty his eye looked. I tried to forget it again as I handed him back his headset. "I'm finished with this." "Let me see." I let him into my head, let him see for himself that the data had all copied perfectly in my brain. He nodded. "Think you're ready?" I shrugged and couldn't help remembering this afternoon, how I'd tried and failed. "You don't believe it'll work," he thought, reading my hesitation. "Because you already tried it." He laughed suddenly, a rusty, scraping noise that said it figured. "Show me what you did." He jerked his head toward the console across the room. I went to it and sat down, started to press the trodes to my forehead, glanced back at him. He nodded, his own mind riding piggyback inside mine. I did what I'd done that afternoon, trying to make something real and recognizable out of that lifeless flow. Failing again. "No, no," he said, too loud inside my brain. He jerked me loose from the contacts. "You're doing it all wrong," breaking into speech as exasperation broke down his control. The sudden noise hurt my ears. "Well, how am I supposed to—" "You're looking for something alive. It's not alive." His mind shut me up. "It's a system, you shithead," he said, slowly and too clearly, like I was stupid. "It's only a system. You're not going to find anybody else in there." "I know, but—" "You don't know shit, kid. Those tapes didn't tell you everything. You don't understand the important part." "Wait," I thought. "Don't tell me. I've got Centauri's corpses on my back. I don't know if I'm being snooped." He frowned, but he nodded. "Fuck 'em. They can't hear us now." He liked it better this way, anyhow. So did I. "Nothing in the net is like you or me. You understand me? Look." Showing me. The net wasn't using any kind of energy I'd ever used. I only recognized neuron fire patterns because that was how a psion sensed another person. Now I had to learn to see into a new part of the spectrum and recognize new kinds of forms. It's not going to come to you. You got to go to it. You ever pick up any random EM readings in a heavy security area, say? I nodded, remembering the hissing white room doorways I'd passed through lately. "Means your talent's wideband. You got no problem there. But you got to quit looking for something else first." That was why I'd never heard of a psion doing this before. They'd never even think to work this way. Even the humans using that system are nothing but EM flow patterns once they get inside. The net's made up of billions of mice. What? Shut up. Human mice, stupid. Billions and billions of them, working parallel all at the same time, all trained to touch the right plate, to register on or off. Human microcomponents inputting data, calling it up, changing the patterns over and over, following orders. The combine boards make the rules, and they filter down. The mice follow them. They eat their pellets and shit and go home. They'd never imagined the real reach of the super system they were a part of, but at the same time it couldn't exist without them. Human brains were limited function, but they were cheap, flexible, reliable equipment. There were always plenty of them, and when they were linked together into a network with super-speed access fusing them into a whole, those puny, slow-moving, human-sized intelligences became something more. Super beings, I thought, remembering what Elnir had told me. In their own ecosystem, with super minds. Exactly. He looked at me, surprised, and nodded. That's a relief. What? You're not as stupid as I thought. I rolled my eyes. But you mean the Combines actually exist in the net? You've really seen them? They talk to each other, they fight, just like in the real world? He frowned. I said they exist, didn't I? But they're not like you or me. They don't play square cubes, for God's sake. How about chess? I said, irritated. He grunted. They communicate, they change course, but it's usually real slow because they're so big. They're spread out over light years. They're real times in slow motion. They've got personalities of a kind. Depends on who runs their board and the population of their networks. They don't really interact with me direct. I know a lot of their subsystems better. You know them? I asked, wondering if he meant personally. Yeah. There's stuff going on in there on a million intermediate levels. It's like being a rat in the pantry. You can take your pick. The subsystems were all supposed to be bound, under control. But some of them were so complex that they actually had conversations on the side with him all the while they were performing their programmed functions. They get lonely. The more independent they get, the riskier it is for them. Then they're like cancers. If they don't keep a low profile, some tuning checker will lobotomize them. I shook my head. If all this exists in there, why doesn't anybody know? Why don't the cybertechs know what's going on, or the board members with all their augmentation? A lot of them suspect, but they can't prove it because they can't get outside of the infrastructure. They can't see the forest for the trees. They're nothing but EM flow, like I said. They have to play by their own rules or their systems stop working. Sometimes their subsystems do things they don't expect. They know that much. They try to control the drift, but they can't see the real picture. You're telling me we can. I wondered what Elnir would give to be in on this conversation. Wondered what it would be worth to the cybertechs to have proof that what they suspected was true. I stopped wondering. Deadeye was right. All it would get freaks like us was mind-wiped. Deadeye nodded, only answering the thought that I'd let him see. We don't have to play by the rules. Can those things see us? Some of them can. Most of what's in the net is blind to you for the same reason you're blind to it right now. Only once you quit thinking you're such a hotshot, you can reprogram yourself to read it, to see the individual subsystems, the bodies, the hands, the guts, the immune systems. They can't do that with you. That was why we'd be safe. That was how we could walk through the walls of their security. Some of the sentient things have evolved enough to see you, but you're on their own plane, and they seem to like that. You'll be like a ghost in the machine. That works both ways, though. You can look, but you can't touch. You can access any data you need, but you can't change anything you find there. A teak might be able to do that, but you can't. Only a teak couldn't get into the system. I nodded. That's all I need, just to read it. Tell me how to start. Sit still and shut up. His hands pushed me down in the seat again. I haven't got to the best part yet. You know what a maze is? Yeah, I thought. I guess so. Someplace confusing, full of dead ends. He wheezed out more laughter. You ever been in one? No. Well, you will be. This is the damnedest maze of all. The hard part isn't getting what you want. It's finding what you're looking for and finding your way out again, because the walls are always moving. Finding Diath's back door isn't going to be easy. That's why you're going with me. It doubles the odds of me getting back. What happens if we get lost? We just sit here. His face crinkled. Probably we just sit here till we die. You ready? Yeah, sure. He didn't ask me if I wanted to change my mind. It was probably a good thing. He pulled up a second chair and sat down beside me. Hold my hand, he thought, leering, but all he meant was keep the mental link. And do everything I do, and don't break contact, whatever happens. Understand? I nodded, glad all he needed was a simple link and not a joining. His mind wasn't something I really wanted to get more intimate with. He stuck one trode to my forehead and one to his own. Why do we need these? I thought we weren't really going to use the system. We aren't, he said. But it'll help you get the feel of what you're looking for. Kind of like a tuning fork. As the subliminal hum of an open-access line filled my head, I felt him begin to do something with his mind. I tried to do the same thing, trying to fake the steps of a dance I didn't know as he super-cooled his thoughts, returning them to new frequencies. I wondered how he'd ever discovered this in the first place. found the answer in just sharing his mind, feeling his pleasure as his senses dimmed and the world he'd been born into began to fade. He'd wanted so bad to find some other world besides the one he lived in, one where nobody could bother him, that he actually had. He'd turned his brain inside out and pulled himself into an electronic hat. I felt him starting to slip away from me as the machine's static got louder. He was sinking into his other world too fast for me to follow him, and any second I was going to lose him completely. Relax. His mind came back for me. Don't fight it. Don't try so goddamn hard. It's like Zen, kid. You can't get there by trying to. Fix on your goal. You want that fucking data or not? I felt need fill me like a power surge as my focus narrowed down to getting the data. I let go of the reality of where I was and what I was trying so hard to do, and just believed it was happening. It happened. I'd never seen a ghost before, but now, just like he'd said, I was one, floating in a place outside of space and time. Or maybe deep inside it, inside the electron shells of a storage crystal, or drifting in some EM river. I saw Deadeye, or something like him, my mind shaping his presence into a life form. It pulsed with a kind of hollow glow in time to something that might have been his heartbeat. I looked down at myself, except there wasn't really any up or down, and saw my own hollow shadow hovering, saw its shining hand merged into him, linking us tenuously into one form with no more reality than the two separate ones had. Look around, he said, the message buzzing inside me. Remember everything you can. All the tracks will be changed some by the time we get back. You got to get the feel of it. I did what he told me, looking around and through myself without motion, trying not to panic as I worked to tune in a sense without a name. Around me at first there was only white noise, like the squeaking of a billion mice, the total mindlessness I'd butted up against when I'd tried this before. Except now I was trapped inside it. I forced myself to look at it through the filter of Deadeye's thoughts, looking for the larger patterns he knew were there. Opening eyes I never knew I had, I watched as Deadeye made the invisible visible, leading me into a world that nobody else realized existed. I watched it unfold, warping and patterning with ever-changing density and form. Crystal layers of structure rising up, spreading out, overflowing as they took on more reality for me, until they were as endless as the ice fields of cinder. You see where you are? You got it now. Deadeye answered his own question. Let's go. He started forward, as if there was a direction you could call forward or a way back. I tried to look behind as he sucked me after him. It was like having a glass head. I saw a strand of light, our own energy reeled out behind us, arcing endlessly up out of sight, our lifeline to the real world. I wondered if my mind had really funneled down that and how I'd ever worm up inside it again. I trailed Deadeye, not sure if I was moving on my own or only being towed, as he shifted focus again to match some EM bandwidth, like a traveler hitting the road. The glowing lifeline of our entry stretched out, stretched thin, was swallowed up in the random motion of inner space. There were other travelers on this road, but they were lifeless drones, carried like dust on the electron wind blowing through the comm web that netted Earth's solar system. Photon messengers drilled high, piercing lines of color through my light field. Random bits of code string burned me with impossible cold heat. I concentrated on trying to see the shadow lines we were tracking clearly enough to trace them back again. The data Deadeye had made me swallow helped me shape the half-sensed fields we were passing through into images my mind could hold on to. But it was like having studied geology, when what you really needed was a roadmap. Endless combined data cores shimmered past me, armored with crystal walls of impenetrable security. But I flowed through their unbreachable barriers like they were fantasies painted on silk, while all around me the drone slaves of a million other masters veered away, or smashed into them and were incinerated, or sometimes passed through, into the seething energy hearts I sensed deep inside. And what he told me was true. We weren't alone here. Using his mind's eyes, I could sense them, beings that were like nothing my mind had ever known, drifting through my consciousness like music heard in a fever dream. Massive sentiences hovering around and through the data cores of the interstellar combines, arcing out toward infinity, waiting for their toes to twitch or their stomachs to growl or some other part of their mind to change, in some other solar system. And once or twice, I felt eyes that weren't eyes turned toward me as I disturbed some brooding subsystem that actually sensed our passing. Felt it scan with something that wasn't really a mind for something it couldn't quite comprehend. Me. Sometimes tendrils of contact reached out to me, greeting me wordlessly, probing my mind gently as I passed. And once I sensed something in the distance that wasn't like anything else I'd seen. That felt stranger and yet somehow more familiar than any of the alien presences we'd blown through. "What's that over there?" I asked. I felt Deadeye track my line of thought. "It's the FTA Security Council," he said. I strained toward it, curious, but he snapped me back like a piece of elastic. "Leave it alone. It knows too much." He didn't explain, and somehow I knew there was no point in asking. The patterns repeated sometimes, like we'd been going in circles, stabilized sometimes as Deadeye stopped his restless data search and waited for some sign. And then they'd begin to flow again, as eternal as the molecular patterns they were trapped inside of, and yet slowly shifting, creeping like glaciers or drifted dunes, when informational parameters changed and their data structures altered. There was no sense of time here to keep track of, no sense or sensation that had any meaning, that was more real than my own hallucination of myself. We could have traveled microns or halfway to the moon by now. But something was growing deep inside my awareness like a dull ache. Doubt, or loneliness, or something as simple as my body's need to piss somewhere back in the real world. Growing and growing as the crystallized wasteland kept passing me by. "Deadeye! Shut up!" The hot human clarity of his contact felt good, even while he jabbed me with irritation for breaking his silence. This place terrified him, and yet the only peace he ever knew was when he lost himself here. He was as glad as I was not to be here alone, but he didn't like being reminded of the fact. "Deadeye," I interrupted him again, because it wasn't peace that was eating away at me. "When does it end?" "Shut up," he thought. "Just keep moving. Don't fuck my concentration." I kept moving, trying to concentrate on making my own road maps of nowhere, just in case he decided that this time he didn't want to bother coming back. Wherever we were now, the density of the matrix had thinned out. There were less crusted data sinks, less lines of force to track, less than nothing. I wasn't sure what that meant. Wasn't sure that Deadeye wasn't lost or crazy, wasn't sure of anything except that if it didn't end soon, I was going to start screaming. "There," Deadeye said, a millisecond before I snapped. "That's it, where the good doctor buries his secrets." Dizzy with relief, I felt him turn me until I was fixed on the data citadel he wanted me to see. A warping of density no different from a million others I'd already seen. A chip, a blip, nothing impressive on the scale of most of the corporate constructs that had deformed the spectral badlands behind us. But there was something about it. It was too dense, almost smoky-looking somehow. Hard to see into even with my ghost eyes. "It looks funny. How do you know this is it?" "Take my word for it," Deadeye thought. "That's not good enough." I felt his irritation stab me again. "We tracked a security checker from his lab address through about a dozen false stops to this. This is the end of the line. This is the real thing." Satisfaction now, sleek and smug. "Where are we?" Something bubbled through my mind. Laughter. "You mean where in the world?" "On an orbital station out in cislunar space. Don't look down." I made a face, or tried to. "Why's it look like that? Cloudy." "Privacy. Real privacy. Most of the big Combine cores look transparent because a lot of their business ain't hidden. Don't have to be. Believe me, the good stuff is under a lot of ice, deep in their cold, cold hearts. But that shouldn't make any difference to us, right?" Something in the shifting tone of his thoughts made me uneasy. "It could. The fact you can't see clear through it means the Ath's security is a lot denser than most, that it covers more of the EM spectrum. We're part of that spectrum, kid, and don't forget it. This system's too specific to be really sentient. You can sense that, it's not curious. But it's real good at what it does. Shouldn't be any problem for somebody like you, though. You used to be a thief. It's the same kind of thing. Go on in there like a pro. Remember all your tricks. Just don't lose your head. Don't even sneeze. You might trigger it. And if it starts looking, it might find you. Blow through the files till you see what you want, and then pull out." "What's this you?" "Meaning me. Shit. You're the cracksman." "And you're the mental pickpocket. You know what you're looking for. I might miss something important. What are you bitching about?" "I'm paying you to do the hard part." "You're paying for the chance to learn a new trade. The hard part is finding the place. We've done that. Go on. Just hold on to the link. Don't let go. Those data sinks are like dead stars. Their density's so great it's hard to find the way out once you get inside. You come out in the wrong place, you could get all twisted around, never find your way back where you started. Great. I felt him give me a mental shove, felt my concentration begin to drift, my spectral body oozing out like protoplasm toward the place where Diath kept his bodies buried. I tried to concentrate on why I'd started this insane trip, what I had to do to finish it. Felt my need energize me again. I felt the nothingness begin to slide, drawing me down and in faster and faster, until I collided with the colorless, formless waiting wall that would stop, turn back, destroy anything it could sense and codify, was sucked through it, through ripple rings of blaring, burning silence, and swallowed up inside. I was inside a hive full of insects, crawling with energy, charged particles swarming through me, each doing its own separate dance, all in perfect synchronicity. I could still feel my link with Deadeye reeled out behind me like a fragile thread, reassuring me as I moved like a wind through Diath's hidden soul. Code strings passed across my mind like glowing fog. The things Deadeye had made me learn turned flickering light and darkness into numbers, figures, facts, the truth. I searched through years of Diath sentences in the space of a non-existent heartbeat. All those years, all the clean, antiseptically stored details of 1,000 different ways to ruin a human body, beyond anybody's ability to put it back together again. I tried not to stop long enough to look twice, to really remember, because it wasn't my business. There was nothing I could change in here. I was only a ghost in the machine, and there was only one death sentence I really cared about or could do anything about now. I kept searching, looking for the right sequence, one that would spell out a victim I knew. Elnir. Not finding it, and not finding it knowing it had to be there, but still not finding it. I pushed down the frustration that was starting to blind me, and began again, searching by date, by location, by details of the job, narrowing it and narrowing it. Taming. The name exploded out at me like a flare. Derek. Victim. The place was right, the time, the specs. But it was the wrong victim. Derek. Not Elnir. Nobody wanted her dead. Micah had told me. She wants what they want. But the first time I'd said Derek's name to somebody in the deep end, they'd nearly killed me. It was Derek somebody wanted dead. Derek they'd tried to hit, only making it look like an attempt on Elnir because they thought she was already marked. I watched the shock wave of my own disbelief echoing away, saw it absorbed into the subatomic song of the hive. Derek, that twisted bastard who was always there trying to ruin somebody's life, every time I turned around. Somebody had almost gotten rid of him for good, only I'd stopped them. Something was happening around me. The exponential curve of the non-walls was steepening. The particle hive was churning like a stomach, suddenly registering that it had swallowed poison. Barely remembering to save the code strings I'd eaten, the private account numbers of whoever wanted him dead, I tugged on the lifeline that tied me to Deadeye. Shit! Shit! Get me out of here! I tried to erase myself, turn invisible as the wind again, while the walls closed in, wanting to squeeze me down into nothing. Getting in had been a free ride. Getting out was like climbing a mudslide, while Diath's security system thickened the blinding soup all around me, trying to nullify an intruder it couldn't put its finger on. And then my lifeline snapped. "Deadeye!" I shouted. But I was shouting at myself. The formless, suffocating pressure intensified, homing on my panic, trying to make me real enough to catch. But I was already one panic leap ahead, pushing blind through the stupefying waves of energy, holding out in my mind like a prayer, willing myself out as the bandwidth of my invisibility narrowed and narrowed. Out. I was back in the Outlands, alone. Behind, in front of me, the citadel of Dr. Death was as black as a singularity's heart. It had my number, and I'd never get back through its security again. At least it couldn't track me down and follow me out here. I didn't leave any footprints. And I'd never need to crack its walls again. I'd gotten what I needed. More. Deadeye? No answer. For a second I wondered if Diath's defenses had caught up with him. Probably he was still out here somewhere. Probably he'd just let go of me to save his own mind. He'd warned me about 2 mistakes, and I'd made both of them. I'd made Diath's system notice me, and then I'd lost the link. Now, looking around me, I realized I'd just made number 3. I hadn't come out where I'd gone in. I began to move, groping for something familiar, trying to circumnavigate the Ath Citadel or get a fix on some bulge I recognized in the restless night mountains all around me. But if there were 3 dimensions here, they were mutant ones, changing when I tried to make them hold still, refusing to move when I did. Without Deadeye's mind to focus my own, it was hard to find enough landmarks to be sure of anything. If he was still here waiting for me, I was never going to find him in time at this rate. I kept searching, groping for his image, calling his name. I began to wonder how long I'd been gone out of my body, how many minutes or hours had passed, if it was getting hungry, thirsty, desperate. What would happen to me here if it died? If I'd just wink out of existence in this other plane too, or if I'd go on wandering here forever, random energy. Panic started inside me, making it even harder to keep hold of the half-seen images in my mind. Deadeye must have abandoned me when the link broke, gotten the hell out, afraid of the Ath security, and figuring I was dead. He was probably halfway back to his own room by now, into his own skull. I wondered what he'd do then. Would he come back and look for me? Not too damn likely. What would he do with my body? Dump it in the street, just something else he was finished with, probably. And then I'd never get out of here. I felt my mind begin to diffuse, gibbering apart into a blur of unfocused energy. I pulled myself back together again, damned if I was going to give up and disappear, and give Deadeye that satisfaction. Down below me in the void. I wanted it to be down because Deadeye had said we were up in space. I thought I could sense something I knew, the strange warp of crystals that might be the core of some orbiting station we'd passed on the way here. And beyond it, faintly, I thought I could sense the massive energy pulse of Earth's own comweb. I took aim at it, forcing myself to concentrate. And then, before I could lose my nerve or my hold on the map, I headed back the way I'd come. There was no trail to follow, since we hadn't been able to leave one, to change anything with our passing. I traveled by feel, by instinct, spiraling down through the void, sensing the energy fields growing more intense, more complex as I sank into Earth's data well. I felt surer of my vision as there was more to sense, began to really believe that my inner sight might even guide me true. It was like using the night vision you had when you looked out of the corners of your eyes, like navigating by lightning light. Over and over I plunged into something familiar only to come out someplace I'd never seen, made wrong turns and had to double back because any way I came at a thing, it always seemed to look the same. I tried to become nothing but a logic machine, analyzing, correcting, changing my course, searching for identifiable fragments in the noise, for the formless mutterings of combine cores, the whisper of a curious subsystem. I told myself over and over that I was just winding myself in. I wasn't really here any more than I was real here, that when I got to the other end, there'd be an end to find. But no matter how I thought about it, I knew I'd been here too long, and the longer I wandered here, the realer it got. The easier it was to hear the spider voices of the ghost things that lived in the void. I tried to ask them questions, got answers I almost understood, pointing me in directions I couldn't really see. And if I'd thought on the way out that I was ready to start screaming, the thought of spending forever with nothing but the souls of machines for company left me so terrified that screaming seemed as meaningless as laughter or tears. I stretched out towards something I thought looked familiar for what seemed like the 1000th time. Ended up inside the glowing, hissing aura of a system that seemed alien even here, the thing that Deadeye had claimed was the core of the FTA's Security Council. "Stay away from it," he'd said. But I wasn't even sure how I'd reached it. I tried to pull out, turn back, go on. "What do you want?" Something sang like a crystal wire inside me, all around me. "Deadeye?" I thought, a question and an answer, knowing it wasn't him, wasn't anything like the way he felt inside my mind. I thought I could see a glowing form, or a dozen, linked together like echoes. "You want Deadeye?" their voice sang. "Yeah," I whispered, my brain melting. Oh God, yeah. Please, Deadeye, please." And watched the forms begin to close in on me, the coherent noise of their approach taking on too much form, until they were realer than I was, and I knew that I must be dying or going crazy. I let go, fell back into the randomness and white noise, tumbling through chaos, and out the other side. And when I reached the other side somehow, like a miracle, I was back where I thought I'd started from, tied to an umbilical of light, the open line from the computer port. It was still bright and alive, ready to take me in. There was only one strand, no sign of Deadeye, whatever that meant. I didn't know what any of it meant by now, didn't even care. I went for the streamer of light and tried to funnel myself back into it. I couldn't do it. It was like trying to climb through a mirror. I butted into my own reflection, my own thought energy echoing back at me from its source, blind to me, not recognizing that I was the real self and not the reflection. I beat against the flow of light like a bug beating against a street lamp, getting nowhere, canceling myself out. Deadeye! Throwing everything I had into the sending one last time, all the panic and frustration that finally had nowhere else to go. "What's the matter, kid?" Deadeye's voice said, as Deadeye's mind calmly linked up with me. His glowing image grew out of my arm again, like he'd never been away. "Jesu, where the hell you been?" The question exploded between us so hard he probably never saw the words. But he got the message. "Right behind you all the time," he thought, and I tried not to believe that was really laughter inside it. "You made it home. What's the problem?" "I can't get out." There were 2 lines of light bleeding out of here now. 2 reflections in the mirror, mine and his. "Get me out of here." "No problem." His image shivered, began to get fuzzy, like he was about to disappear. I clung to the link between us, digging in. "Don't fight it," he said. "Let go of yourself." I tried to do what he said, felt myself start to turn inside out as he began to suck me up. "Remember, this isn't really you. You're out there. You got to accept that. Let go of it." I felt him begin to fade into static as he shifted further out of my range. I gave up trying to make sense of him or hold on to his image, sank into his static, letting it infect me. I started to fade and flow into the running field that he'd become, disappearing into him as he disappeared, because it was worse to stay here alone and whole, alive or not, than to follow him through into oblivion. "You can wake up now," somebody said. My eyes were already open anyway. It took me a minute to figure that out, and another one to realize I'd actually heard those words spoken out loud. That I was actually moving, turning, breathing in Deadeye's musty smell, seeing his god-awful ruined face and not a shining phantom. There were tears on my own face, and my nose was running, the mucus dripping into my open mouth. I wiped it on my sleeve. "Jesu," I mumbled. "This must be real life, all right." Deadeye sniggered and patted my shoulder with that peculiar sudden motion, the way he'd done once before. "Good boy," he said. I peeled the trode off my forehead and shook myself out, checked the time on my data band. We'd been gone nearly 5 hours. "You got what you needed?" Deadeye asked, looking at the floor now like it was my feet he was talking to. I nodded. "No thanks to you. Where the fuck were you? You dumped me and ran when I hit trouble. I could have been wandering around in there forever." "You could have got us both terminated." He shrugged, getting up from his seat. "I warned you. I thought the Ath swallowed you whole, but I hung around a while. And you got out. Wrong place, but still that was good, you didn't panic. You found a landmark and got back on course. Took guts." He shuffled away, heading for the bathroom. "How the hell would you know?" I yelled, louder than I needed to, as he turned his back on me and used the toilet. "I screamed my fucking goddamn brains out. You weren't there." "I was there. Just wanted to see what you'd do if I left you alone." "Why?" "Wanted to know what you're made of. Best way to learn, the hard way. Like I learned it." "Bullshit," I said. "You dumped me." "In the water to see if you'd sink. You swam. I followed you all the way home. I was always right there behind you, looking over your shoulder. A couple times I almost called you back, thought you'd made the wrong turn for good. But you always fixed it. Or I was the one remembered it wrong." He came back, still fastening his pants. "Couldn't believe it when you went to the goddamn Security Council to show you the way home. Thought you'd gone crazy." "Me too," I muttered, wondering if they'd actually helped me find it. I didn't ask because I didn't think I could face the answer either way. "Not bad." He nodded grudgingly. "Clumsy, amateur, I'll never be able to get near Diath again. But not bad. Might even use you again sometime." I felt my face prickle, not sure if I was flattered or just pissed off. "How many others you used up anyhow? They all still in there?" "None." He shook his head. "Never met anybody stupid enough to believe me before." "Drop dead." I started to get up from my seat. He caught my arm, holding on. His one good eye held my gaze like his fingers held my flesh. "Don't listen to what I say," his mind begged me. "My mouth's like my eye. I let you in because you can see past that kind of shit. Work with me again. Be my partner. You saw what you could do. It'll be easier next time. It'd be like exploring unknown worlds. You could get rich easy." I shook my head, as surprised as I was uncertain all of a sudden. "I can't." "Why not?" I felt the sharp jab of his betrayal. It had cost him to make that offer. Getting rejected was more than he was ready for. I realized with a kind of shock that he actually liked me. "God damn it," he thought, angry at me, more angry at himself. "I can't because I'm on borrowed time." I touched the patch behind my ear. "I'm wearing drugs. I can't use my psi without them, and I can't use them much longer. Pretty soon I'll be just another deadhead again." His good eye squinted almost shut. "So, they got to you after all, the deadheads. Fucked you up. Thought you were too good to believe. Should have known." He moved away from me, but his touch stayed on inside my head a second longer, the way his hand had touched me once, twice. "You got everything you need, then?" Falling back into the impersonal distance of speech, shying away from further contact. He was fucked up, I was fucked up, because of what we were, had been, would always be, and he didn't want to feel it anymore. "Yeah, sort of." Remembering the surprise I'd gotten along with the data. Got some kind of code strings. Secret account numbers, I think. Don't know whose. Now I've got to figure that part out. "Show me." I let him read what I'd found. "Hell, that's easy." He snorted and waved me back into the seat. "I can show it to you right now." "No, thanks." "Make one more run with me. It'll do you good. You'll trust yourself more. You'll always know you can do it if you need to." I felt his mind behind the words, pushing, pulling, pleading. "Okay," I said, partly because he wanted it so much, not to be alone on that journey if he didn't have to be. Not to be alone again in this room any sooner than he had to be. Okay. Partly because he was right, too. I took a leak and gulped some water at his sink, and then we dropped back into inner space. It wasn't as hard going in this time, or as far away when we got there. "Banks are stupid," Deadeye thought, grinning when we had our digits tracked down. Tied to a file name, more data codes, a whole shitload of credit from unlisted sources. A family, probably. That was all we found, even in those secret depths. But it would probably be enough. I didn't make any stupid mistakes this time, and Deadeye stayed linked to me all the way there, all the way back. It was still hard to let myself out, let myself go, but he pushed me back through the mirror into reality, or what passed for it to everybody else. I rubbed my eyes. "How the hell did you ever find your way out of there the first time you did it?" He shrugged. "I just gave up. I thought I was lost forever. I let go and got ready to die." His bloodless face got even harder to look at as he remembered. "Thought it was just what I wanted, too, until I woke up again, here." "Yeah," I said. "I guess I know what you mean." I stood up, felt his eyes follow me. "Well, I got to get going." He shrugged again. I stayed where I was, trying to think of the words that would let me go. "Thanks. For helping me out. For trusting me. Teaching me." His face twisted. "You gonna make me regret it?" I shook my head. "Then get your ass out of here, you cripple. You wasted enough of my time." I grimaced. "See you around." I started for the door. He didn't get up from his seat, wasn't even looking at me when he said, "Not if I can help it." I looked back one last time as I reached the doorway, looked down at my sweater. "You do good work," I thought, touching it. "Sweater looks nice on you, kid." He was still facing the wall. I let myself out through the darkened warehouse, heading for the street. I was halfway down the block before I heard him say, "Wear it in good health." 25. When I was safe inside the swarming, light-washed security of the tube again, I stopped to call Micah. I got a recording. I left him a message, and then I called Brady. I didn't have a call code, so I made one up, figuring he was probably monitoring every call I made anyway. "Brady, I need to see you," I said. "What?" a stranger's faceless voice answered. I cut contact and got on the next transit that came. When I got off at the transfer point, there were Centauri corpses waiting. They wondered why I wasn't more surprised to see them, remembered what I was, and figured they knew. I got into the mod and settled in my seat, not paying any attention to the trip as my mind went over what I'd learned, and how I was going to tell it to Brady. When I thought I was ready to face him, I looked out the window, expecting to see the Centauri transport field spreading out like a lava flow below me. But the only light was the moon hanging halfway up the sky. There was almost perfect darkness down below. We'd left New behind, and we weren't heading east. I sat up straighter. "We're going back to the estates?" I asked. The corpses glanced at each other. "That's our orders," the bigger one said. "Brady's there?" I was surprised now. They looked at each other again. "Don't know about that," the big one said. "If it's important enough, maybe he'll be there." "Maybe? It's about murder, about somebody wants to kill a Taming." I broke off. "Brady didn't send you." Finally seeing the reason behind their confusion. "Gentleman, Karen ordered us to pick you up." That was all they'd been told. Brady must have contacted him after I called. That made sense. Karen would want to hear it too. I wondered what he'd think when he heard. But that wasn't my problem. I shrugged and settled back in my seat again. We landed in the floodlit courtyard of the castle that sat alone far up the Taming's valley, the place where I'd gone to the board meeting when I'd first come here. The corpses led me through its museum halls until we reached a small, if you could call anything in this mansion small, room. There was a fireplace at one end. It had been sealed up, and the room was cold. I thought of Lazuli suddenly. But it was her husband who sat waiting for me in a red brocade-covered chair. It looked like a throne. I wondered if he played King of the Galaxy in it when he was alone. He wasn't alone now. Brady was there, just like I'd expected he'd be. But so was Derek. And so was Jiro. They were all standing, waiting, looking at me, with the wrong expressions. I hesitated, confused, and one of the corpses gave me a small shove forward. "Don't keep the king waiting." I went down the 5 steps from the hallway and started across the patterned marble floor toward Karen. "That's close enough," Karen said when I was still about 3 meters away, as if I had some disease he didn't want to catch. I stopped, glancing from face to face again, feeling more confused with every heartbeat. Brady's mind read, disgust, frustration, "You stupid bastard," as he looked back at me. Derek's mind was almost unreadable, like it always was, because he didn't know whether he was glad, excited, amused, scared shitless, when he imagined what was about to happen. Jiro wasn't there at all, dazed with pain, like someone had hit him in the stomach. But the pain was mental, not physical, and the one who'd done it to him was Karen. I said, "I have more information about Lady Elnir. That's why I called Brady. Maybe we should—" "Shut up," Karen said. He got slowly up out of his chair, like some compulsion had hold of him, and came toward me. And suddenly I saw Lazuli in his mind. Oh my God, Lazuli. "Wait," I said, lifting my hand. He caught my hand inside his own hand, the one that wasn't really alive. He looked down at mine, wrapped in peeling pseudoskin, my trapped fingers curling up like the limbs of a fetus as his grip hurt the half-healed wound in my palm. "Yes," he said, looking straight into my eyes now. "You should be afraid. I know that you have been having an affair with my wife." The pressure increased on my hand as I tried to pull it free, as he thought about me touching her body, exploring her. "I let you come into my world. I trusted you, and you used your mind to seduce her." I gritted my teeth. It wouldn't do any good to make excuses, to try to explain, to deny it. His anger, his hate ran too deep. He hated Scions just as much as Stryker did, but he had a reason. "I saved her life." The pressure let up just a little. I glanced away from him for the second it took to scan. "Brady?" He was watching us like someone studying insects, but his face was only a mask. Brady hadn't told Karen about us. Brady had too much to lose. Derek? He looked like he was spitted over a slow fire, in agony, in ecstasy. But he had too much to lose, too. Jiro? He was staring at his stepfather's hand closed over mine, not really seeing it, sick with his own fears about his mother and himself. "Who?" I whispered, not really meaning to. "My wife talks in her sleep," Karen said, the unforgiving hatred clamping down again. He'd heard her call my name, but that hadn't been enough for him. That had only been the beginning. I swore under my breath, only partly from the pain. He'd used the hand that had hold of me now on Lazuli to try to force the truth out of her, And then he'd used it on her little girl. Where is she? What did you— I sent her back to El Dorado. Talitha, too. They were both gone. I glanced at Jiro, still here, and suddenly I understood why he looked like he did. You bastard, I mumbled, blinking too much. Blame yourself, he said. The only reason I don't have you killed is that you did your job. Brady? He looked away, his eyes hunting down the security chief who'd let this happen. I want him out of here. Out of my life, out of my network, off this planet by morning. His look told Brady that he wasn't going to forget any of this soon. Brady nodded, stone-cold as usual, his black, unblinking stare fixed on me. Yes, sir. But I want to hear what he came to tell us first. Karen's mouth opened for a refusal. I glanced away at Derek's barely controlled face and back. It's about Lady Elnir, I said, before Karen could make me stop. And Gentleman Derek. I had Karen's attention now, and suddenly I couldn't wait to tell him that hired killers wanted his son. Derek's panic and betrayal exploded in my head as he registered the words, as he thought I was about to say something else, something that would destroy his life. Why don't you ask Cat about Jewel, Father? He blurted. Ask him how many times he slept with your daughter, too. Ask him which one he liked better. My mouth fell open. Derek smiled at me with bitter triumph as Karen looked down at my hand, still trapped inside his own. Seeing the image of his daughter, the image of his wife, my image trapped together inside his brain, he closed his fist. Right then I would have told him everything about Derek. Perversions, drugs, hitmen, Scion, everything. But the raw cry that came out of my mouth didn't waste its time on words. He let go of my hand, finally. I hardly felt it as he ripped the emerald earring out of my ear. I've changed my mind, he said to Brady. I want you to kill him. I looked up, feeling the words bleed on me, and stopped breathing. Brady didn't answer for a long minute. Then he said, No, sir. You don't want me to do that. Karen frowned. He looked at the others watching him. Me. Us. I said I want the freak killed. Take care of it now. No, sir, Brady said again. Let me deal with him my own way. God damn it! Karen shouted. You do what I tell you. Yes, sir. Brady started slowly across the room toward me. But he is a fully registered citizen. That means I can't guarantee your family's involvement would remain confidential. Karen straightened up, his hand making a fist as the two of them locked stares. But it was Karen's gaze that broke, finally. Brady finished crossing the room to collect me. As he forced me toward the door, he muttered, Don't talk. Save it. I didn't have any trouble obeying. All right, he said as the mod that had brought me to the estates took us both away again. Now talk. I watched the Tomings Valley fall into the darkness below me, fighting dizziness, trying to center my mind enough so that I could answer. I looked up again into Brady's dim, dead eyes. The two corpses who'd brought me to the estate were sitting across from us, empty-faced. Brady had done something that sealed us off from them. Neither of them heard him speak. Finally, I said, Why didn't you just kill me? He glanced away from me, out into the night. You hadn't given me your data. He was serious. I stared at him, feeling sick. I got nothing to say to you, I said. I cradled my hand against my stomach, feeling my skin get warm and wet as fresh blood seeped out of my palm. Any of you. The need to spill Derek's secret died as I realized what would have happened if I'd told Karen the truth. Nothing anybody could have done would have gotten me out of that room alive. Maybe I should be glad he'd crushed my hand. You were eager enough to call me in the middle of the night, Brady snapped, like nothing had happened in between that might change my mind. What about? Find out for yourself. You don't own me anymore. Do you feel humiliated? He asked. Disgust made the words as heavy as lead. Do you feel like a stupid fool? You should. Lasley's face filled my eyes again. She's really gone? My throat ached. He nodded. Why's Jiro still here, then? Gentleman Karen said that he wants to keep closer track of the boy since he's next in line for a seat on the board. Jiro's not his son. That makes no difference. Jiro hates him. He's doing it to punish her. That's not my business. You're all business, aren't you? Don't you ever wonder what the point of it all is? If you'd stuck to the business you were hired for instead of cuckolding your employer, we wouldn't be having this discussion. I glanced at him, frowning, and away again. "What do you want me to say?" My face burned. He flicked a finger at my wound. "That you deserved that. You deserved worse." For half a second there was something that wasn't self-interest in the human half of his mind. He took care of these people. He didn't like seeing them get hurt, especially not by somebody he'd told them they could trust. I swallowed hard. All I want now is what Karen wants, to be out of his life, to be off this stinking planet before I have to see it in the light of day again. After a long moment he said, "What about Lady Elnir? Are you going to tell me what you learned? Or are you going to let some assassin kill her after all?" I raised my head again, slowly, not wanting to, realizing I had to give him that much for her sake to feel clean. She's not the target of the real hit either. I felt more than saw him stiffen. His disbelief and confusion rang through my nerve circuits. Somebody was using the attacks on her to try to take out Derek. They didn't know the attacks were only something you invented. "Derek?" he repeated. "Are you certain? What do you think?" I jerked around in my seat. "You asshole! Lady Elnir's safer than birth control. Just keep Derek away from her and you got no problem." Thinking that this news ought to make Elnir happier than anything had in 16 years. I was hoping it would, wishing it would. Brady was silent again, trying to control his own sudden anger, trying to reorder his priorities all over one more time. "Why?" he asked finally. Maybe I was just imagining that I heard a whine in his voice. I wanted to hear him whine. "Somebody in the lack market doesn't like him. Drugs, maybe. Now you know as much as I do." I could feel him frowning, feel him wanting to ask me how I knew, what my sources were, what methods. Pride wouldn't let him. Pride and knowing that even if he knew it probably wouldn't do him any good. Because I was a scion and he wasn't. And because the lack market might as well exist in a different dimension from his own. There were gray places where they intersected. Business was business, black or white. But real criminals had never been his concern. The enemy had always been his own kind. I felt him glance at me. Not his kind, either. "You aren't leaving yet," he said. I kicked the bag full of everything I owned that was lying against my foot. "You mean I have a choice?" I asked sourly. "No," he said. "You don't. You still have work to do for Centauri. I want you to find out why Derek Ta-Ming is in trouble so that I can stop it. Even more, to tell him how to stop it. Derek was a member of the board and the assembly, and a Ta-Ming. Switching the assassin sights from Elnir to Derek hadn't made Brady's own life any easier or his position any more secure. "What about Karen?" I asked. "He doesn't have any choice either. He's not going to like it if you don't ship me out tonight. You might lose your job." Brady shook his head. If Derek Ta-Ming or Lady Elnir died, he could lose his job. He flicked the logo on his sleeve and shrugged. "If his son is in danger, I think I can make him see my point of view again. If not, Karen Ta-Ming may head the Centauri board, but he isn't Centauri transport, no matter how much he likes to think so." "Good." I flexed my hand just enough to remember how much it had hurt, feeling something ugly and alien squirm in my brain as I thought about Karen hearing the news, about how much he'd squirm when he found out the truth. Brady glanced at me, and I felt him frown. "Tell me," he said, "did you actually sleep with his daughter, too?" "No!" I glared at him. He didn't say anything more. "Where are we going?" I asked finally. We were coming down over the glowing night mountains of Niyuk. "I'm dropping you off in the city. You are no longer welcome on any Ta-Ming property. But I expect you can find whatever you need here. You seem to have a knack for that. I'll be waiting to hear from you." I got out of the mod as it settled in a public lot. I turned back, looking at him. "You ought to be glad," I said, "that I'm really sure you didn't tell Karen about me and Lazuli." "That sounds like a threat." He cocked his head. "Are you still trying to play this game one-handed?" He gestured at my hurt hand like it was some kind of pointless joke. I reached out and pressed my hand against the window beside his face, painting the bloody handprint there for him to look at all the way home. He grimaced and the door hissed down between us, shutting me out of his world. I stood and watched the mod until it disappeared, not even sure why I did, except that suddenly I couldn't make myself move. But I had to move, and so finally I left the field and found a phone with a security screen. I tried to call Elnir, but I couldn't get through to her. I wondered if Karen had already killed my private access code. I tried Micah again, but there was still no answer. So I walked. I took the first transit that came along, changed to another and another. I walked some more, drifting down through the echoing, hologram rainbowed levels of the city. Sometimes a surveillance scanner stopped me, asking about the blood. I always said I was on my way to a med walk-in, and they let me go on. I didn't find one because I didn't really want to. Nobody else acknowledged me, even though I was never quite alone. The nightlife of a city, even one like this, was almost dead in the hours before dawn, but there were always a few people out, floating through their own bright and dark fantasies. They looked at me and through me, and none of their stares were friendly. I followed them with my mind as they passed, seeing in their minds the images of where they were going, where they'd been. Always half afraid that someone was there because they were watching me, that maybe they were following me. I told myself I didn't care if they were, but it didn't make me feel any better when they weren't. I was the only one without a destination in my mind or any answers at all. Maybe that was why I found myself on the steps of purgatory, just as the line between sea and sky was turning visible with day far up over my head. Argentine opened the door and peered out at me, squinting, her eyes fogged with sleep. "Go home." She started to close the door again. "Don't have one," I said. The door stopped, leaving a crack just wide enough for her curiosity. "Derek?" I shook my head. "Karen." "Why?" she asked grudgingly. I tried to answer. "I need to talk," was all that came out. "You've got a lot of fucking nerve," she said. But the door opened a little wider. She looked out at me with both eyes. "Is that blood?" I nodded. "Whose?" Imagining for a second that it might be Derek's. I held up my hand. "Jesu," she muttered and waved me inside. Aspen sealed the wound back together, doing it mostly in his sleep. "I told you before to get a treatment," he mumbled. Music spilled out of him as he stumbled up from the littered table in the middle of the empty club. "I'm telling you again. Told you before. Tell you again." The words began to fall into a rhythm, reordering themselves, turning into music as a song started to form inside his head. I listened to his mind, following the act of creation into the distance as he wandered back to bed. "Hey." Argentine snapped her fingers in front of my eyes. "Where are you?" Listening," I murmured, not saying to what. I refocused, feeling like I'd been caught looking through a keyhole. "What made you come here, anyway?" she said, and there was a tension in the words that wasn't really anger. "You had a whole fucking city, and you're not zeroed." I shrugged, staring at a dish full of skagweed cuds like it held the secret of the universe. Now that I was finally sitting down, my body was buzzing like a half-dead insect, struggling to get back on its feet. "I don't know," I mumbled. "Guess it was an accident." I started to get up. Her mind changed suddenly. Her hand caught my sweater sleeve and pulled me down into the pillows again. "Talk to me, you jerk-off, since that's what you said you wanted." She peeled a used stim patch off the surface of the table and stuck it to her forehead above her eyes, something to get her awake and alert. I half smiled. "That's the nicest goddamn thing anybody said to me all day," I murmured, surprised and grateful, knowing normally she wouldn't have touched that patch. She stretched and shook her head as the stimulant went to work. "What made Karen want to do that to you? Did you tell him about Derek?" Her voice took on an edge again. I shook my head. "I slept with his wife." "Jesu!" She smacked her forehead with her hand. "You really must hate the Tomings." I looked up, frowning. "No, it wasn't like that." She studied me for a long minute, shrugged. "And you didn't tell him about Derek?" I shook my head again. "Are you going to?" I didn't answer because I didn't know what I was going to do about anything. My mind was full of static, and I didn't know where it was coming from. I couldn't pull my thoughts together enough to care. "Why not?" she asked, as if I'd said something. "I think he'd kill me." She laughed once. "Which one?" "Both." My mouth twitched. She picked up a platter full of crumbs and dumped it. The drone circling her feet sucked up the crumbs as she set the plate down again. "I thought maybe you felt sorry for him." "Which one?" She hesitated. "Both." I touched my hand. "Why should I?" My body was still buzzing, even though it was so heavy with exhaustion that just the thought of having to move made me feel paralyzed. Because Karen already lost one of his children. She pushed her hair back from her face. Because Derek suffered enough. Because they were freaks, him and Jewel. I grimaced as I made a fist of my wounded hand. I shook my head. Karen sent Lazuli and Talitha away. He kept Jiro here just to hurt Lazuli more. Ah, she said. Shit. Poor baby. She knew how much Jiro hated his stepfather. What about you? He threw you out too? He tried, but Brady won't let me off his hook. Brady wants me to keep working for Centauri, whether Karen likes it or not. Because you saved Elnir? Because I found out she was safe all along. Argentine looked blank. I explained, watching her expression fill back in. Derek? She repeated. The Lack Market wants Derek dead? Why? I shrugged. That's what I'm supposed to find out. Is he all right? She pressed forward against the table edge. He's safe enough, if that's all you mean, for now, anyway. Her stare started to turn into a frown. He came to see me like you told him to. I told him everything. So if that's what you mean, no, he's not all right. Does he think I hate him? Her voice got small. Don't you? I said. Don't worry about it. He knows if he tries to hurt either one of us, it's the last thing he'll ever do as a gentleman. She did frown now. Damn it, that's not... You miss him that much? Feeling how empty it left her just to think about him. That human VD? You ought to be relieved you took the cure. I don't know. Oh, fuck. Fuck you. She rubbed her face, smearing unexpected wetness. I'm sorry, I mumbled. I thought I was trying to help. She made a face. You made me feel shittier than he ever did. You act like it's supposed to make sense, like it's simple. You use your head games to cut my life in half. And then you come back in here and want to tell me how bad you hurt. If it's all so easy, then why couldn't you keep your pants on around Lazuli Taming? How goddamn simple does your life feel tonight, you prick? I lurched up from the table. I'm sorry, I thought, laying it gently into her mind as I looked at her. Because I couldn't trust myself to say the words. Because words could mean anything but the truth, or nothing at all. She put her hands up to her head, her eyes shadowed. I walked away as fast as I could without stumbling. The dance floor seemed endless now that it was empty, and so did the silence behind me. The hallway showing me out was as black as my mood by the time I hit the door. I kicked it open and climbed up into the gray light of dawn, one step at a time. Even this street was empty. Cat, Argentine's voice stopped me halfway along it. I turned back. Where are you going? You got any place to stay? I shrugged. I'll hire a box. Not caring, wondering why she cared. She pressed her lips together. You can stay here if you want. I stared at her. Why? She let out a high, thin laugh that echoed through the empty morning. Misery loves company. 26. So, Micah said, resting metalloid elbows on the tabletop at the club. It was early the next afternoon, and he'd come in like a black cloud, making the bouncers edgy. I hadn't bothered to ask what he'd been doing. I told him as much of what I'd been doing as he needed to know. You're telling me Deadeye claims Derek Taming is the prime number, that Lady Elnir's not even listed. His head moved from side to side like something on a spring. That's a real bite in the ass. He snorted. Yeah, my ass. I watched the fingers of my good hand hit the tabletop, coming down one at a time, over and over, counting them with some spare part of my brain. I made a fist and forced it down into my lap. Centauri won't take its teeth out of me until I tell them more about who wants to null him and why. I got some credit data for you. Can you pin IDs on them? Probably. Give me the list. Let's see what pops. I gave him the list. I had a hard time remembering all the numbers, even though I knew they should have been lasered into my brain. What's the matter with you? He asked, frowning a little as he plugged his recorder back into a stash on his arm. You look like a piece of dog shit. You'd look like shit, too, on 2 hours of sleep, I said, annoyed. My body had come awake, answering its own alarm, when it was time to go to work for the lady. Memory wouldn't let me go back down. He shrugged. Your lover still keeping you up nights? You better tell her. Not any more, I said. He broke off. Uh-huh. He nodded his head, looking almost relieved. Thought maybe it was the drugs, he said when I frowned. What happened? She dump you when your 5 minutes were up? There hadn't been anything about last night on the morning report this time. The Tomings were keeping it hushed up. I wondered what they'd told Elnir. I looked away from Micah's naked curiosity. Her husband found out. He let out a laugh. And he cared? Argentine sauntered up behind him, coming back into the club from somewhere, and saved me from having to think of an answer. She was dressed now, looking like what she wanted the world to see. "It makes you laugh that some people actually care about each other," she said to the back of Micah's head. The words dropped on him like rocks, and her gaze flicked past him to me. He winced as he recognized her voice and turned to look up at her. "You're making my security paranoid," she said to him. She looked back at me, raising her eyebrows like she expected an explanation. "He's an old friend," I said, and made intros. They clenched thumbs in a handshake. She glanced at the ring in the side of his nose, back at me. Her thumb and first finger made a circle, the middle finger of her other hand pushed through it, asking him, "How friendly are you?" in hand sign, half surprised and half curious. "Not that friendly." Micah shook his head, fingering the ring in his nose. "I'm a fan of your work. You ever have need of any arm, just let me know." "I'll keep that in mind." Argentine, half smiled, said to me, "I'm relieved to see you hanging around with a better class of people." I laughed. "Yeah," and looked back at Micah. "You can do it for me?" He glanced at Argentine, raised his eyebrows. I nodded. He said, "If I get the answer for you, what happens then? You feed Centauri?" I felt the tension level inside him surge. That kind of information crossfeed didn't fit his codes much better than it fit Brady's. He'd sworn over his life to me, and suddenly he was starting to regret it. I thought about what I really wanted. It wasn't to get him killed, or to make a happy man out of Brady. I shook my head. I'm not out for trouble. I just need to understand for myself what's really happening. He twitched his shoulders. Light glanced across the shining blackness of his powered armor. "I'll see what I can do." He pushed to his feet and made a quick, gallant, almost embarrassed pass of compliments to Argentine. It surprised her as much as it surprised me. Then he turned and stalked out of the club. "An old friend?" Argentine said, watching him go. "We dug ore together in the Federation mines out on Cinder." She glanced back at me, and I felt her remember the scars. "How old are you?" she said. I shrugged. 20, maybe. How old are you?" She laughed and didn't answer. She was 28. "What was that about?" "Derek." Her face froze as she realized suddenly that what happened to him was really in the hands of people like Micah, like me. "It's his own fault," I repeated for what seemed like the 100th time. She looked back at me, her eyes hard. "What are you going to do?" "That depends on a lot of things," I said, because I didn't know, or maybe because I didn't want to know. My mind began to back up with choices and mistakes and memories. The flood of uncontrolled images hit me like a drug rush. "Like what?" Her hands tightened. I had a hard time seeing her face for a minute. "Like what I'm going to do about myself." I rubbed my head, brushed the torn, empty hole in my ear where the emerald earring had been, feeling the sudden gaping hole in my mind as something punctured my memory and everything emptied out. "I got to talk to Elnir." I got up and left the club, only remembering when I was far away that I hadn't even said goodbye. At least my work clearances were still functioning. I made my way back to and through the Federation Plex like I was following a programmed track. I felt like a blind man, outside, inside. Until someone spoke my name. I only stopped then and looked up because I couldn't get any farther, because someone's body was blocking my way. Stryker's body. I stared at him, feeling like somehow I'd conjured him up out of the blackness of my own thoughts. "What are you doing here?" I said stupidly. He was coming out of Elnir's office, surrounded by a bodyguard of worshippers. "I was going to ask you that." He was even more surprised than I was. "I was just told that you were no longer working for the lady, that in fact you were no longer on planet." He was staring now, seeing me right there in front of him, so real he could reach out and touch me. A flush began to spread over his perfect face, lighting it up like fire glow. "I guess you heard it wrong," I said. I was starting to admire him, the way he looked. I made myself stop. Reaction crawled up my spine like bugs. "They said it was family problems." His eyes looked me over like they had a life of their own, taking in the planes of my face, my borrowed clothes, the bandage on my hand. Curiosity and suspicion oozed out of him. He couldn't wait to ask Derek about this. I admit I was surprised to hear it. I know that you have no family. It took a second for the words to register, and then suddenly the memory of the girl he'd beaten filled my mind. That was the way they liked it. The hunters, the sick ones. No protection. Nobody waiting up, searching the streets, calling your name. Suddenly I was half a galaxy away, and half as old, with no one to help me, not even a memory. You heard wrong. I pushed forward, forcing him to back up. I elbowed a couple of true believers who tried to object to my lack of reverence. I strode on into Elnir's offices like I still belonged there, not looking back as I felt the fist of his anger hit me uselessly from behind. "You piece of shit," I said out loud to keep from sending it straight into his brain. The people I'd worked with for weeks looked up at me and didn't know what to think, but then they'd always looked at me like that. I spotted a new face in the room, someone I'd never met before. "I need to see her," I said to Geza. Even as I said it, the security screen in the doorway to Elnir's inner office dematerialized. She was already waiting there. "You're here?" Half question, half demand. She gestured me inside. When we were private again, she said, "Now explain. You weren't there this morning. There were messages for me. One was from Brady, and it said that I needn't worry about further attempts on my life. The other was from Karen, and it said that you were no longer my aide, that you'd left Earth." "Family problems?" I asked. She nodded, standing there with her hands folded, clenched, in front of her. "Did he say whose family?" The lines in her face deepened a little more. "No one has answered my queries. What's wrong?" I looked down, flexing my bad hand. "Karen. Lasley's gone. He sent her away. He found out." I looked up again. Elnir's face was white. She turned away so that she didn't have to go on looking at me. "Talitha, too." "Jiro," she murmured. "I saw him this morning. He wouldn't speak to me. I thought it was because you—" "It was because of me," I said. "Karen kept him here just to hurt her." Elnir put a hand up to her eyes like she wanted to shut out the day, wondering if there wasn't something she could have done differently, something she should have said. I couldn't answer it. My eyes kept tracing the outline of the window frame behind her over and over, around and around. I clenched my jaw and stopped. Elnir sat down heavily in a chair. "Oh, Cat. Oh, why?" Her hand made a fist. I couldn't answer that one either. She raised her head again. I felt her registering the details of my face, not even seeing the things that had made her eyes catch once. Seeing past them now, maybe not to what I really was, but close enough so that she understood why I couldn't answer her. "What are you doing here?" she asked at last. I wasn't sure if she meant in her office or on the planet. Neither was she. "Brady won't let me go till he's got everything he wants from me. I had to see you, just to explain." "There's nothing to explain." Cutting me off so she didn't have to discuss it further. So she didn't have to think about Lasley's suffering, or Jiro's, or mine, or her own. Lasley and the children were all she'd had left to enjoy, to care about like a woman. "Elnir," I said. Lady, that other message. What Brady said. It's true. You are safe." I explained that much as well as I could. "It's all aimed at Derek's head. Brady'll see that he doesn't get near you. Everything'll be all right for you now." I wanted to believe that, wanted to feel her believe it. For just a moment she did. I caught the giddy feel of her relief as the burden of her secret fears fell away, as wonder and gratitude filled her. "Everything is all right." Her mind echoed it. And then it all began to change. She was safe and alive. But what was there left to live for? She glanced away toward the pictures on her desk that might as well be blank frames. "Don't even think that, damn it!" She jerked back around. "What?" "What you were just thinking." She sighed and looked away again, guilty this time. "What did Stryker want?" Changing the subject, because I had to get her mind off that. She shook her head. "I don't know. He said he was just passing by." "He never does anything without a reason." She met my eyes, finally. "I know," she said, resigned. She wished that I'd been there, to tell her what he'd really wanted. He did ask about you when he saw that you weren't here. I wondered if Derek had told him something already. Perhaps he only came to gloat. The unexpected bitterness surprised both of us. One large hand clutched the other again, twisted. Somewhere, she wasn't even sure when, she'd finally begun to believe me. You really think he's going to win, then? She shrugged slightly. The combines that want either deregulation or Stryger aren't going to change their votes, and enough others that have no real involvement will follow along and defeat us simply because they don't care about anything beyond their own interests. She faced the false image of the world outside in the false window space on her wall. They have no accessible nerve endings. I can't reach them to make them react, make them feel that this is important. That's what Jules said once. What? She turned back to me. That if she could only make people feel what she felt when they hurt each other, maybe they wouldn't hurt each other so much. I rubbed my face. My skin felt too tight. Those assembly reps are alive. That means they've got to have some nerve endings. You can hardly see the sharp end of a tack, lady, and the end of a finger's not much bigger. But you can make a big son of a bitch jump if it's sharp enough. You believe that, or you wouldn't be where you are. She nodded, almost showing a smile. But it's hard to find a good, sharp tack these days. That's one reason why I wanted that council slot so badly. There can only be real equality among creatures on the same level. I'm tired of wasted effort. Dreary visions of the future I'd given back to her slowly blotted out my image in her sight. Visions of the struggle against deregulation lost, of a life controlled by the Tomings, sterile and empty. I suppose that I won't be seeing you anymore, she said, and the realization made her feel like she'd just lost her last friend. I'm still here, I said, suddenly feeling less empty because she felt more empty. I can still be your aide. I'm staying at Argentine's club. She shook her head slowly, looking away. Karen has supplied me with another aide. You have other duties now. You work for Centauri. As if I needed reminding. No, Cat, she said, almost gently, wanting me to stop. I am not your responsibility anymore. She looked at me, registering the dark fatigue circles under my eyes, the tense, hollow face of a burnout. Please, do what you must do for Brady, and then leave before Centauri ruins your life, too. She put her hand on my arm. And before you ruin any more lives. She tried not to think it, didn't mean to, couldn't help herself, hoped I wouldn't hear it. I looked down, looked at my own clouded image in her mind through a long silence. Not able to tell her goodbye and leave, not like this. Lady, I said. My bandaged hand closed over hers where it still rested on my arm, tightened until it hurt us both. I let go again, feeling her surprise. You haven't lost the vote. Stryger hasn't won the council slot yet. You know you're not going to quit until it's over, and you know I can't either. There's got to be a way to get at Stryger, whatever it takes. My hands made the truth-swearing sign, a pledge. She shook her head, but a little color was coming back into her face, into her thoughts. You already know how hard it is. But yes, you're right, of course, it isn't over. She forced a smile, and I felt the stubbornness of her will lock it into place. There's an old saying, that which has to be done usually can be done. I'll save my despair until I'm sure I need it. The smile got warmer until it was almost the smile I remembered. Whatever it takes, I thought, looking through her eyes into her mind one last time. I left her office, still without saying goodbye. I went through the outer office without saying anything at all, without looking at the stranger who was there to take my place. As I made my way back along the halls of the assemblyplex, the little bit of warmth her smile had left inside me faded, and I felt lousier than ever. I hadn't sworn to her that we could still get Stryger just to cheer her up, but I might as well have. I wondered how long it would be until she realized that. Maybe she wouldn't. But even if she did, I knew she'd keep on now. She knew what was important to her. I wished I felt the same way. I didn't want to see Stryger lose everything because it served some higher truth or justice, or for the sake of the fucking human race. I wanted to cut him down because I knew he'd beaten the shit out of somebody that no one cared about. And because when he'd looked into my eyes, he'd wanted to do the same thing to me. Nobody cared. Elnir was right. If I told them what Stryger had done, what he was really like, they'd never believe me. Even if they did, even if I went to the Indy, got it on the net, it wouldn't change anything. the vote would still come out the same. My mind tendrilled out, feeling strangers pass through me, measuring their thoughts. Those might look like human beings, but they were only tools some combine or other was using to push the right button. I pushed my fists into my jacket pockets, not thinking about what I was doing until the pain in my hand made me swear. 2 people passing me in the hall swore too and shook out their own hands, looked at me and each other, confused and half-frightened. I realized I'd projected my pain without meaning to. I kept walking, pulling my brain back together while they went on in the other direction, muttering. I reached the platform of the closest transit stop, stood looking back at the sloping face of the building I'd just come out of. My eyes followed its rise up into the light, past the next level of the city high over my head, and I wondered what it would take to make every smug bastard in the entire assembly jump. Maybe if it was their own freedom or their own pain they had to choose, they'd think about it twice before they let it happen. I looked down again, squeezed my sore hand shut. Nobody around me jumped this time. I was back under control. If they could only feel what I feel. I heard Jewel say it again, inside my head. And suddenly the answer was right there, so clear to me that I couldn't look away from it, no matter how hard I tried. The transit arrived, stopped. The people around me pushed past and boarded, and it went on again, leaving me standing there like I'd been stun-shot. There was a way to get at Stryker, a way to make the assembly feel what it was like to be Stryker's victim. I could make them live it. But to do that, I'd have to live through it first. 27. "You look like shit," Argentine said when I got back to the club. Music and image filled the air around her and faded again. The sim was setting up for the night's show. "You are what you eat," I muttered. I looked up at her where she stood and wondered if the only reason Elnir hadn't made it unanimous was because she was too polite. Argentine waved a hand at the rest of the players, signaling a break, and climbed down from the stage. "Was it that bad?" she asked as she reached my side. "Your visit to the lady?" I shook my head, looking down. Not exactly. It had been more the ride back, while I'd had plenty of time to think it all over. Before I could say anything else, the message function on my data band began to beep. I answered it, heard Micah's voice. I raised my wrist up close to my ear, moved away from Argentine's sudden worried frown. "What did you get?" I murmured. "You find out who wants Ta-Ming dead?" "Everybody wants him dead." "Say what?" "Almost everybody that counts." I heard him hesitate, trying to figure out how to make it clear. "What you got here is something that cuts across territories." "Jesu. Drugs?" I asked because that seemed most likely, even though I couldn't imagine how Derek could be in deep enough to get himself killed. "You said Ta-Ming's a user?" "Yeah." I heard him grunt. Up till now, I'd thought that drugs were the least of Derek's problems. Now I wasn't so sure. But one thing I was sure of. I needed Derek alive to get at Stryker, and if the whole market was down on him, he might not be alive much longer. Shit. Can you get me access to somebody with some control over this? Is there anybody who can say stop and go? There was a long silence. "You want to negotiate?" I rubbed my face, wanting to dig my fingernails into my skin. "Yeah." There was another long silence. I didn't have to be reading his mind to know what he was thinking. He was afraid we'd both end up dead. "You got that kind of credit with Centauri?" he asked finally. "Yeah." Not sure if it was true or even if I cared. "It's important. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important." "I'll see what I can do." The link went dead. I let my hand drop, looked back at Argentine. She was still standing there with the same expression on her face. "It'll be all right," I lied and watched her face relax into uncertainty. I need to ask you some questions about your sim circuit." Derek's life wasn't the only thing I had to be sure of before I knew whether I could set up Stryker the way I wanted to. She looked surprised, and then just distracted. "Not now, okay? We're working it. Later I'll show you anything you want. Why don't you get some sleep?" She nudged my body like I was a drone. I felt her concern and her impatience to get back to the group. Felt my resolve start to fall apart. "You can use my bed again." "Again?" I said. Her mouth quirked. "You used it last night." I realized I didn't remember anything at all about where I'd slept. anything at all about getting up again besides the fact that it was too soon. "Were you there too?" "How flattering." Her smile stretched a little thinner. She shook her head. "No, laddie love. I didn't rape you while you slept." "Decent of you." I trudged away toward the stairs. This time I didn't even remember hitting the foam. My dreams were full of strange music, full of strangers with hungry faces. I only woke up again because somebody was shaking me hard. I jerked awake, wet with sweat, hearing my own thick gasp of relief as I opened my eyes. Micah was standing over me in the darkness of Argentine's room. "Cat," he was saying for the 12th or 13th time. "Yeah," I mumbled, and he let me go. I dropped back onto the bed with a grunt. "You always sleep like that?" he asked, like I was in a coma. I rubbed my eyes. "No," I said. "Why?" "Just wondered how you'd survived so long." He dumped my leather jacket on top of me. "Let's go." He didn't bother to tell me where we were going, letting me figure it out for myself as I followed him downstairs. We went out a back way I hadn't seen before. I was glad I didn't have to face the wall of flesh out front where the sim was blistering another night with light song. We went on deeper into the deep end while he filled me in. He'd gotten what I'd asked for, some leads, access to somebody who could give me the answers I wanted. He didn't know any more than I did about what the answers would be. He didn't say much else as he took me through dim green-lit streets toward the smell of the sea. When we reached the locks, his soldiers were waiting for us on the quay. I stopped moving, going cold in the pit of my stomach. Micah swung around up ahead of me, impatient. "What are they doing here?" I asked. Surprise and then irritation stung through his brain as he registered my question, the look on my face. "Sorry," I said, before he could ask me if I really thought he'd set me up. His body jerked in what looked like a shrug, but was too angry. He held up his hand, silently showing me the line of the healed scar on his palm. I bent my head. "Sorry." He nodded at his gang. "They're only here to prove to the governor that I'm not running solo, and neither are you." His family was backing him in this. That was how he'd gotten the meeting. "This is as far as they go, though. We're going out." He looked toward the locks. I thought about the billions of tons of water barely held back by the transparent wall of the domes, about being on the wrong side of the wall. I tried to keep my reaction off my face as I nodded, looking back at him. I remembered being down here before, seeing what looked like dim lights showing out there in the undersea night. Maybe it made a kind of security sense to whoever we were meeting. One of the soldiers, who was built like the bouncers at Purgatory, held out a couple of dry suits to us as we reached the edge of the quay. "I can't swim," I said. Micah laughed. "Neither can I. Don't sweat it. Everything's taken care of. One way." But he didn't say that. I didn't ask about the return trip, figuring that if he was willing to risk it for me, the least I could do was keep my mouth shut. He wasn't armored tonight, but he stripped himself of half a dozen weapons before he took his suit. I watched him put it on, copying his moves. As I sealed the helmet, one of the smaller access locks opened in front of us like a silent invitation. Micah made some last hand talk to his men, and we stepped inside. Cold, foaming water roared into the hollow space around us as the hatch sealed, flooding it up to my neck, then over my head, almost before I had time to hold my breath. Nothing leaked. Nothing icy and wet seeped in any place. I breathed out and in again, drifting now like I was weightless. The suit's gills began processing oxygen out of the water. The feel against my skin was cool and soothing. A silver-glinting fish swam past my face. "Okay?" Micah gestured. I nodded. "When you start at the bottom, there's no way to sink any deeper." I knew that he could hear me because he grinned. A small ferry sub was waiting for us at the outer hatch. No one was in it. I had the feeling it only went to one place. As we got in, its door sealed, leaving us still underwater as it started away into the darkness. I latched myself into a seat. Micah let himself drift, bumping restlessly against the ceiling and the walls. "The governor?" I said at last, remembering the name he'd mentioned back on the quay. "The governor's kind of like a pressure valve, you know what I mean? He settles things when there's market troubles. He speaks for everybody if they need him to." I nodded. In the distance, I could make out half a dozen of the lights I thought I'd seen from back on the quay. I wondered how many more there were and why they were out there. I glanced at Micah. He was seeing restricted gaming halls, exclusive whorehouses, private estates. I looked back the way we'd come, saw the deep end glowing through the murk like an emerald. Everything looks better from the outside. I looked ahead again. We were closing with one of the lights now. I began to see its real form. A shining sphere drifting over the seafloor, shifted slowly and constantly by the motion of the tide. I took a deep breath, still surprised when I did that I didn't drown. "You ever met this governor?" Micah shook his head. "Not yet. I made this deal through channels. You got Ichiba curious, too." "Ichiba headed his family. Do they know about me? That I'm a scion?" Micah shrugged. "The governor knows all about you. He takes the morning report, too." The sub nosed in under the looming wall of the sphere, was sucked up into a narrowing funnel into the heart of the governor's very private estate. The heavy transparent inner hatch blinked green and swung open, but the lock hadn't drained. The quiet, normal-looking blue-green room that I could see beyond it was full of water. At the far end of the room, a spiral of stairway disappeared upward. "You sure you know what you're doing?" Micah said. "This is a hell of a time to ask me that," I muttered, feeling my stomach drop into my boots. I realized suddenly that I was here, claiming I spoke for one of the biggest combines in the galaxy, about to face somebody who could say stop and go for the underworld of this entire planet, maybe even for the whole solar system. And there was nobody I could blame for it but myself. But then a sudden dark rush of excitement filled me, making me feel strong, eager, ready, like something was riding me that didn't know what fear meant. I reached up with a shaky hand, couldn't touch the drug patch through the membranes of my suit. We pushed off from the edge of the lock into the room, probably looking just as clumsy as we felt, and floundered toward the air fountain billowing upward at its center. Furniture was laid out in small, intimate arcs on the blue and white tiles around the bubble sculpture. The furniture was made of plastic, but it could have been carved from ice, cool and clear. I glanced at the readouts inside my helmet. The water here in the house was as warm as blood. As we stopped moving and waited, I felt someone come silently down the steps at the other end of the room. I looked up, watched him come one step at a time, moving as naturally as if the room was filled with air and not water. "Good evening," the governor said. No bubbles came out of his smiling mouth. Somehow I actually heard him speak. It took a minute to realize he was using a bone box and my suit was registering it. You couldn't see the wariness just beneath the surface of his skin, but it was there as he looked at me. I felt the sudden hot surge of Micah's interest as the governor glanced his way. The governor wasn't young, but he looked young, and the muscles of his long body moved like an athlete's under the form-fitting jumpsuit he had on. His long hair flowed around his head like seaweed. The warm brown of it matched his skin and eyes. He was barefoot. His fingers and toes were all a joint too long, with thin membranes between them. Micah held up his hands, palms out, and signed, "Ichiba says hello." The governor's smile got a little friendlier. "My regards to your family," he signed back. He nodded and stepped down into the room. I wondered where he hid the ballast that let him move that normally. Maybe his suit was doing it. He wasn't breathing, he had gills behind his ears, but the rooms up above us were air-filled, and I could sense other people up there, observing, guarding, leading normal lives. He'd had himself made totally amphibian. Micah was still standing beside me. The governor glanced at him again, a little curious. "You're staying?" Micah nodded. "I don't think I have to tell you that you run the risk of hearing more than is good for you." Micah glanced at me. "Go," I said. He shook his head. "Too late," he said to the governor. He made the sign for family. The governor watched us, not saying anything, but watching us now with different eyes. "Sit down," he said finally. "I'm sorry for the inconvenience." He shrugged. Security. I made it to the nearest group of seats, moving slowly so that I didn't look any worse than I had to. I settled on one of the benches, pretending like we were supposed to, that everything was perfectly normal. Micah settled down on another bench, his eyes still wandering back to the governor, nervous and admiring. The governor's long-fingered hands touched the wide, trailing ends of the drape he wore around his neck. It came alive like a port. That was what it was. He was direct accessing. There was a remote truth tester on the system. The water gave it a good feed. "So," he said to me, letting his hands slowly fall and clasp in front of him. I understand that you represent the Tamings." There was curiosity and a lot of incredulity inside him. I held on to the edge of my seat. "Not exactly," I said finally. "Centauri's corporate security." He raised his eyebrows. "And why would they send you to us?" Emphasis on the you and the us. "I'm their Catspaw," I said. He actually laughed as the meaning registered. "That seems to be true," meaning he'd checked it. "It fits the Baroque xenophobia of the corporate mentality well enough. But what legitimate business could they have that requires a meeting like this one?" His smile was full of amusement and irony. "I think you know," I said. He folded his arms. "Suppose you tell me anyway, since I am not a mind reader." And I was. He must know that it would be hard to hide things from me in a face meeting. Maybe that meant his clients were interested in negotiating. Probably it just meant that it was easier to kill me this way if the meeting turned out bad. "They want to know why you're trying to kill Derek Taming." He looked vague for a second. At first I thought it was surprise, but then I realized his mind was listening to something, to someone through a remote link. Everybody who had an interest in this was probably observing through his port at a safe, anonymous distance from me and from each other. "Tell me why they believe that anyone at all wants to kill Gentleman Derek Taming. I understood that it was Lady Elnir you personally saved from assassination. Aren't you working as her bodyguard?" Micah was right. They did know all about me. Except for what I knew about them. Yeah, except whoever tried to take out Derek didn't know one thing. Nobody was really trying to kill Lady Elnir. It was part of a plot by Centauri to keep control over her and her holdings in Chem Engen. So when the market ran that hit on Derek, trying to make it look like it was meant for her, it crashed. It let Centauri know somebody else was the real target. The governor looked down at his feet to hide the fact that he wasn't seeing us again while he got feedback from his listeners. I felt Micah staring at him, at me, with interest, excitement, fear, making neuron soup in his brain. Finally, the governor said, "Very interesting," as close as he'd come out loud to admitting I'd just surprised the hell out of a whole lot of marketeers. Someone apparently took a wrong turn in the labyrinthine halls of a combine power play. But why is Centauri so sure Derek Taming was the target? I took a deep breath and stepped over the edge. I told them. "Shit," Micah whispered so softly that I barely heard him. The governor's head jerked up. He sent a sharp glance at Micah, back at me. His attention flickered out for a second again. I felt Micah's sudden tension like a pinched nerve. "How did you find out?" The governor's voice turned cold. I forced myself to smile. "I'm a telepath. Finding things out is what I'm good at." I hoped the bluff would be good enough to satisfy his truth tester to keep him from making me tell them who'd helped me do it. "I know you're trying to kill him, but I don't know why. The corpses want me to find out." The hard line of his mouth curved a little. "Why bother to come to me?" I shrugged. "It's easier." He laughed again. Bubbles came out of his nose. The laughter stopped. "You must be smart enough to realize that you knew too much to come here safely. But you've come anyway, so I'm assuming you carry the keys to something you haven't shown me yet." Micah glanced at me again, hoping he was right. I hoped so, too. "Suppose we offer an exchange of data. I will tell you why we want Derek Taming, and then you tell me what you want." I nodded. The governor wrapped his long fingers over the glowing ends of his drape, making sure of his facts. "Gentleman Derek Taming has for some years had a significant drug account with the market. He uses heavily himself and also deals for us to other Combine VIPs who want to indulge their bad habits but lack his contacts. We have granted him a degree of trust and privilege that is rather extraordinary for someone who comes to us from the other side. Gentleman Derek is not your typical assembly member, obviously. But these privileges were extended with the understanding that they would only last as long as he never betrayed our trust or interfered in our business in any way. That, in fact, he would keep our interests in mind when he voted on certain drug-related issues." Now I knew one more way that Derek had found to fuck over his family, and suddenly I saw what had gone wrong. "The pentryptine deregulation vote," I said. The governor lifted his head slightly. His hair brushed his shoulders like a soft wing. "Yes. If deregulation passes, it cuts out your profit." I leaned forward. "And he's been supporting it, supporting Stryger's push to get pentryptine deregged. He has to, because it's too important to his family. He can't go against them. Derek might be crazy, but he wasn't that crazy. That's why you want him out, right? Precisely, the governor said, his voice a little strained. His hand went to his head, touched it, fell away. Why not just cut off his drugs? Why kill him? You want to make an example of him, or is somebody just that pissed? Neither. He looked relieved that I was only asking questions again, not answering them. Gentleman, Derek is considered to be too volatile a personality to be trusted under the circumstances. If we cut off his access to drugs, he has the influence to cause considerable trouble for us with the Fed CorpSec. But he has violated his pact with us, and we can't allow that. It's bad for business. I leaned back again, swaying with the motion of the water around me, watching the fountain weave alien landscapes out of pearls of air and light, watching them mutate and change, like data beings moving through a separate reality. Derek didn't know the market was after his head. They'd wanted to keep it that way. You couldn't kill a gentleman of the board and assembly like you squashed a flea. By finding out and telling Centauri's security, I'd made it a lot harder for them to finish what they'd started. They'd finish it anyway, whatever it took, unless I gave them a damn good reason why they shouldn't. And if I couldn't, I'd be dead before Derek was. Your turn, the governor said, his voice nudging me gently. Right then I couldn't remember ever seeing an expression more frightening than his smile. I wondered whether I was having trouble breathing because of my suit, or just because of the way he was looking at me. I'm here to work a trade. Until that moment I hadn't been sure what would come out of my mouth. But as I heard the words, I realized that I'd held the solution in my hands ever since I'd left Elnir's office today. Even while I'd been sleeping, my brain had been fitting together pieces. And now what I'd just heard had pushed the last of them into place. Suddenly, everything I had to do stood out clear and sharp as a knife point pricking my throat. I didn't have any choice. I just hoped I could make the market believe they didn't have any choice either, without telling them too much. The governor was still watching me, waiting, his body shifting faintly with the slow motion of the water. Well, he said. Centauri wants Derek alive. Stalling, trying to pull my thoughts together. So does Argentine. I told myself that what I thought about it didn't matter. This was business, just like Brady had said. Unfortunate for them, the governor murmured, because we never go back on a promise. But the final vote on deregulation hasn't happened yet. He nodded. But deregulation is certain to be approved, in spite of our efforts. Sojourner Stryger is able to keep a much higher profile than we can. He's a Combine puppet anyway, I said. That's where he gets his major motion. But he wants the council slot Lady Elnir is up for, and he'll get that too if the deregulation passes. And then he'll stop being a puppet and start playing God for real. The governor frowned slightly, his eyes going out of focus as he listened to other voices. Interesting, but hardly our concern. You're not... My voice broke suddenly. I swallowed and tried again. You're not going to like the way he plays. He wants to use deregulation and the power he gets to crush people like you and me. The feds mostly leave you alone now. But once he's on the council, what if he has the same kind of effect on them that he has on everybody else? Even Centauri's security chief thinks he's more than they bargained for. The governor frowned. I pushed on, feeling his doubt stir. I think there might still be a way to stop Stryger and make the deregulation move fail, to make Stryger look bad enough to change some votes. I saw the sudden interest in his eyes. But Derek has to stay alive, or it can't happen. Can't happen? The governor asked. Not won't? Can't? I nodded. What makes you believe Stryger can be brought down so easily? Especially if what you say is true and he isn't even his own man. My hands made fists. Because he's human. The governor looked down at his webbed feet. Explain further. I shook my head. I can't. I don't know all of it exactly myself yet, but Derek is Centauri's liaison with Stryger. He has to do his part or it can't work. Centauri is backing this? He asked, looking at me again. Why, when they stand to make a substantial profit if this deregulation goes through? If Derek dies, they'll lose more. They could lose an assembly seat to some other Combine, and the Tommings lose a board member. Gentleman Karen wants his son alive more than he wants more profits. I wondered if he'd still feel that way if he knew what Derek really was. The governor was silent, staring at the fountain now, but not really seeing it. His face worked, while his mind held half a dozen one-sided conversations. "No," he said at last, turning back again, speaking to me. "Unless you can provide me with something more concrete. That isn't enough to lift the silence on Derek Ta-Ming." I hung onto the edge of the bench with all my strength, trying not to let him feel my desperation. If I told him everything, he'd probably think I was crazy. I wasn't sure he'd be wrong. But I knew. I realized I'd known all along that there was nothing Centauri could offer the market that would get Derek off its hook. And no way Derek could escape forever, even if they made him into a non-person. But if the market let him live, they could still get what they wanted. And I could get what I wanted, too. Stryker. If I just had the guts to make it all work. "Look," I said, "can't you hold off just until after the vote? Isn't it worth that much to you at least to hold off a few days? If he cooperates, if he does his part and deregulation fails, then he's canceled his debt to you and maybe you don't have to kill him. Killing him without anybody noticing has just gotten a lot harder for you. And if he dies before the vote, then there's no hope in hell of stopping deregulation, and it's your loss. What's a few days against that?" The governor stood, swaying gently, too many eyes watching me through his own. "And if deregulation still passes?" he said at last. "Then you can silence him." I pushed up from the bench, controlling every movement because I couldn't afford to look stupid now. "Oh, we will," he said. "Be sure of that. Tell him I said so." He hesitated. "In fact, we may even be forced by events to look into the continued health of Sojourner Stryker." I felt the blood sing in my ears, but all I said was, "Then we've got a deal," not making it a question because I was already certain. All the voices clamoring through the circuits in his head had finally said the same thing. I moved forward, held up my gloved hand. He slapped it, a strange slithering like the touch of wings. "Deal." Micah came up beside me. The governor looked at him. "My regards to Ichiba," he signed. "Tell him he's got a good man. I respect loyalty to a friend." Micah nodded, not quite letting himself crack a smile. The governor looked at me again. "I'm glad you came. It's been illuminating. I'm also glad that we were able to find some common ground. I hope that what has been agreed to comes to pass. It will be a considerable hardship for all concerned if it doesn't." He looked down, up at me again. "If it does, perhaps you would consider doing some work for me someday. If I survived." "I'll think about it," I said. He smiled. "Then I hope to see both of you again. Good night, gentlemen." He turned and started back up the stairs, one step at a time. When he was gone, the lock finally began to cycle across the room. We floundered to the exit and through the hatch. Micah sighed once, relief or maybe regret, looking back as the sub carried us toward the city. Then he turned to look at me. "You got more guts than good sense, brother. But you made it run." "Yeah." "You don't look happy about it." "I'm not." I shut my eyes. "Because now you're on the list too, if deregulation passes?" It sounded casual, but he was thinking that if it came to that, there was nothing at all he could do to help me. I grimaced. "Worrying about that's the least of my problems right now," I said. He shook his head and looked out again at the governor's private world, fading like a memory behind us. "You catch that? He says he wants to see us again." He actually sounded a little wistful behind the hard, ambitious grin that was pulling his mouth up. "Yeah, I'm flattered." I opened one eye to look at him. "And I'm touched by how glad he was he didn't have to drop an electric current through the water in that room after he went upstairs." 28. I reached Purgatory again just as Argentine's doorkeeper was heading home for the day. He flipped me a hand sign that could have meant, "Have a good day," or "Fuck you." Neither one seemed like much of a possibility. I went on inside, scooping up a handful of leftovers off a table. I didn't feel hungry, and whatever it was tasted like garbage. I ate it anyway because I couldn't remember the last time I'd eaten anything, or even felt like I wanted to. Argentine and her sim were still shutting down, clustered together at the back of the empty stage above the empty room. Random bits of music began, fell away, segued into someone else's melody as I crossed the dance floor. I climbed up onto the stage, feeling self-conscious as soon as they noticed me. 6 heads all turning at once. The club was closed. They weren't expecting anybody to walk in on them now, while they were coming down from a performance high. A couple of them were half naked in the middle of peeling off costumes, but that wasn't what made them feel naked. It was being caught half in and half out of sim. Not quite one being anymore, not quite separate individuals either. I stopped. "Sorry," I said. "I'll come back." "Wait a minute," Argentine called. I stopped again, hearing her leave the others and cross the stage, feeling her hand catch my arm to pull me around. Her eyes were still a little glassy, but the hard light of her need to know cut through the fog in her brain as she said, "Where did you go with that marketeer friend of yours?" I glanced down at her hand touching my arm. "I went to get Derek a stay of execution." Her hand tightened, then went loose and dropped away. "Did you?" she asked softly, almost afraid to say the words. I nodded. "For now." "What does that mean?" She half frowned. "It means that if Derek helps me set up Stryger for a fall, then maybe the market will forget it wants him dead. They want him dead because he's helping Stryger push for that drug deregulation. If it costs them, it's going to cost him." She shook her head slightly, feeling dazed again. "The market's going after Stryger?" "No, I am." "You?" She blinked at me and made a sound that wasn't quite a laugh. I nodded again. "I can't deal with this right now." She waved her hand at me. "It's too surreal." She started to turn away. "Argentine, wait," I said. "I need your help." Finally able to make myself ask what I hadn't been able to ask her before. "Help me do it." She turned back. "Me?" Her sense of unreality was getting stronger all the time. "How?" "The Simb. You said you could teach me how to work it." "Just for laughs." She shook her head. "I didn't mean going political on it. Holy lights, you said to me you didn't want any trouble." "To save Derek?" She broke off, looked away suddenly. "If you need the Simb, everybody's got to agree." She went away, spoke quietly to the players still standing inside their desultory cloud of music at the other end of the stage. I waited, trying to get my buzzing thoughts straight so I could explain everything when I had to. She came back again after a minute. "They want to know everything first. So do I." "That's what I figured," I said. "Come on, then." She nodded. I followed them backstage, down a hallway to what passed for a living room. Mismatched furniture that looked like somebody had dragged it in off the street made a soft barrier along the acoustic fiber walls. The walls were plastered with hollow stick-ups of performers they admired. Old musical instruments, the kind that had never been intended to be grafted into anyone's body, lay around on the furniture like kids' toys. Everything was comfortable, loose, real. Everything the club out front wasn't. The Simb spread out around me, standing, sitting, collapsing on the dusty rug, but still keeping physical contact. Hands touched hair, clung to ankles. Bodies brushed hip against shoulder, or folded into someone else's arms. Their eyes were getting clearer as they watched me. I could feel them still shifting response centers in their brains, switching out of the instinctive, almost automatic modes of cyber-enhanced creativity. I'd never felt anything exactly like it. Most humans had their logic and comm functions enhanced, not their creative side. "How's the hand?" Aspen asked me. I looked down at it. "Useful." Argentine settled onto a couch next to Kiroku, the piper, watching me with wary copper eyes. "Okay," she said. "Spill your guts, kid." I looked down at my boots, feeling all their eyes locked on me now, judging my performance. "I guess you all know how I used to work for Centauri, protecting Lady Elnir. And I guess you've all seen Sojourner Stryger. Now I'm going to tell you what I know about him." I told them what lived inside that perfect shell, how he felt about scions and what he wanted to do with the deregulated pentryptine, what he'd try to do if he got that council slot, how the combines that were backing him were getting more than they bargained for. "I think you already know something about Lady Elnir." I glanced at Argentine. "Lady Elnir wants that council slot too. She deserves it. But she doesn't have the backers that Stryger does, and Stryger's done everything he can to make sure she loses. He even used me. She's going to lose, and he's going to win, and the whole Federation's going to get even worse about how it treats freaks, if he gets his way. I'm a freak, and I take that personally. Okay, so maybe it doesn't matter to you. Maybe it's not your problem." "Hey, look, nobody said that." Midnight murmured. But how can you stop Stryger if Lady Elnir can't? Aspen asked. You planning to assassinate him? He thinks our act's bad enough to kill him, somebody else said. There was laughter mixed with synth sounds. I waited until it stopped, and then I said, There's something else about Stryger. I glanced at Argentine again. Her gaze hung on me. He doesn't just hate freaks. He likes to hurt them. You remember that girl Derek brought here? Stryger did that? Aspen said, incredulous. She was a scion? Hiroku echoed. I nodded. Derek is Centauri's private liaison with Stryger. He's also his pimp. He gets him victims. Shit, man, somebody muttered. A pervert? Derek, that figures. So what's that got to do with us? Raya, the other piper, asked. I'm getting to it as fast as I can. I rubbed my neck, trying to ease the crawling itch under the surface of my skin. She shrugged. Right, so he's a pervert. Why don't you just tell everybody? I shook my head. That's not good enough. The assembly's not easy to move. I've got to show them what it means. I've got to make the whole fucking assembly feel like his victims, or it won't change anything. I closed my fist and opened up my mind. The players jerked and swore in a cacophony of sudden uncontrolled sound. They shook out their hands, touched their heads, held onto each other a little tighter. Damn it, Argentine said, and then, catching her breath, All right, so you can make everybody hurt. What's that got to do with my Simb? You don't need us if you can goose the whole assembly yourself with one thought. No, I shook my head. That's not the point. If I went in there and made them all puke, they'd fry me, and all it would prove was that Stryger was right about scions all along. He tried to use me against the lady once already. I'm not going to make it easy for him. I frowned. I got to have a record, proof of what he does, how it really feels. I looked back at Argentine. You said I could actually feed feeling into the Simb, right? Can I record it and make it into a show? Argentine sat forward on the couch, her own hands making fists, not listening. Oh, God. What do you want? You mean you want Derek to let Stryger torture him? Derek? I said. I felt her freeze as she realized what she'd done. Derek's not a scion. I said each word with just enough confusion, felt the surprise drain out of the minds around me. Argentine sank back into the couch. And if you really still give a damn about him, you'd better find some way to make yourself believe that. She gasped, touching her head, looked back at me with gratitude and resentment blurring her sight. Of course he's not, she murmured. Then what do you mean? You expect us to record it while Stryger beats the crap out of another freak, is that it? Yeah, I said. That's right. God's teeth. You're a real vip, aren't you? Now you're going out to pick up some poor bastard off the street who's so pitiful he'd let a div like Stryger do that to him. No. I shook my head, feeling my face flush. I've already got my poor freak bastard. She broke off. Who? Me. She stared at me like she was waiting for me to laugh, like she thought it was really all just a sick joke. Oh, God, she said at last. You really mean that? You really think I'd use somebody else to get what I want from Stryger? I'm not Derek, I said. I sat down on a couch, rubbed my sweating hands on the knees of my pants. The pressure of everybody's sudden silence sat on my back like an animal. You said you needed Derek in this with you. Why? Argentine asked. I looked up at her. He's got to set me up. Stryger's not stupid. I can't just walk up to him and say, Kick the shit out of me, will you? It's got to look good. If Derek offers to get me for him to use, he'll trust that. But you work for the Mings, for Centauri. You saved their lives, Argentine protested, her mind still tumbling like a bird knocked out of the air. Not anymore. Not that Stryger knows. Derek's probably already told him how Karen got rid of me. I'm a degenerate. I seduced Lady Lazuli. I'm a fucking freak rapist as far as the Mings are concerned. I listened to myself talk about it like I was listening to a stranger talk about someone else. I got no friends on this world. No protection. The back of my hand rose up to my mouth, hard and sudden. I forced it down into my lap again, made myself stop counting the shine stones in the constellation on her tunic. Stryger hates my guts, the stranger went on calmly, steadily, as much as I hate his. It's perfect. It's crazy. Argentine got up from her place beside Kiroku and turned her back on me, moving away across the room. She turned around suddenly, her hands out in front of her. What if he kills you? I'm not stupid either, I said. I'll make sure I'm protected. I'm not going to let it get serious. All I need is just enough to give those marks in the assembly a good kick in the balls. I figure not one of them's ever felt real pain. It won't take much to scare the shit out of them. I can take that much. My lips felt numb. I pushed to my feet again as the wild darkness inside me made me want to move. Are you going to help me out or not? Nobody said anything. Nobody said no, but they didn't know where to look because none of them wanted to look at me right then. What do you want us to do? Argentine asked finally. Teach me how to use the sim to make a recording. Let me use your equipment for an evening. That's all. You'll need a socket. I nodded. I know. I couldn't use Deadeye's trick entry if I wanted to do something that would leave a record. Aspen, she gestured at him. He nodded and got up, going out of the room to get his medical equipment. She looked back at me. You know, this might not even work. When I said that about making people live it, well, nobody's ever done that. She shrugged. Part of her was afraid it wouldn't work, and part of her was afraid it would. I didn't say anything, more afraid than she was. My fingers explored the cracked form foam beside me restlessly, found something hard and pulled it out, a blunt rectangle of rusted metal with a line of square holes showing along its side, like teeth in a grinning mouth. I turned it over and over, staring at it. Do you know anything about how a sim functions? Argentine asked, a little impatient. I looked up, shook my head. She sat down again, resting against Kiroku like she was a chairback. We're all pretty heavily augmented. If I'm right, you won't need that because you know how to tap into our heads direct. The way it works, each of the players has their own repertoire. The songs they've stored, new compositions happening, whatever they can get their personal system to do. Everyone's different. Everyone does their own riffs. Unique, you know, self-contained. But they feed together into a larger pattern through the sim. Working the augmentation lets us improvise fast enough to keep track of it. Keep everyone moving and flowing when it's really good. Kiroku looked up at her, smiling, and kissed her arm. Sometimes we work it so everyone's words and music fit the same theme, weaving together like threads. She lifted her hands, wove her fingers together. Sometimes everybody takes a different theme, and we let it explode. Her hands flew apart. But it's all coming out of the same heart, and it all has to pull back into the center, come together again by the end. When it's right, it's like the cosmos, you know? Like the expanding and contracting of the universe. Like centripetal and centrifugal forces, the motion of worlds and suns. Her hands circled each other in space. She was somewhere else now, forgetting who she was talking to or even why as she groped for a way to explain something that ran so deep in her that it had no explanation. The other players were hanging on her words, all of them lost inside their own private visions of how it felt to be caught up in that epiphany. Like a joining, I murmured. A what? Argentine said, coming back into focus again. Nothing. I looked down, still turning the metal bar over and over in my hands. You mean sex? Kiroku asked and giggled. I shook my head, still looking down. It's something scions can do, not very often. It's opening yourself up to somebody else completely until you're like one person in two bodies. I was thinking about Jewel, about how our minds had caught fire with nameless colors, burning brighter and brighter. How for one brief moment outside of time, the emptiness inside me had been filled with all the answers I'd ever need, all the comfort, the understanding, the love. Sounds like sex to me, Argentine said with a strange half-smile. I glanced up, wanting to say something, changing my mind. I shook my head again, not meeting her eyes. Instead, I said, Seems to me like most of the people who see your act don't catch half of what's really going on. They'd have to be cybered, too, to follow it. She shrugged, nodded. I know. That's why I envied you, what you did at the club the other night. But they get as much as they can take, and if they have a good time, that's all they care about. And we don't really do it for them anyway in the end. What about the visuals, all that hollow stuff I saw that night? Where's that come from? That's Argentine, Jack said. She's the spirit. She projects the visions. She makes it all flow. Shut up, she said, turning away. The sudden irritation behind it surprised me. She was afraid of being singled out, cut off, separated from the group, afraid that fate was waiting to slap her down, that in the middle of all this tech, the evil eye was still watching. We all input on what we're trying to make it say. I image them with what I've got up here, yeah. I mix the colors, I control the visual. But the pieces of the dreams belong to all of us. And I realized she was right. All the augmentation in the galaxy couldn't make them fuse well enough to do what they did unless their human halves, with their human egos, were willing to cooperate. I wondered if having their brains rewired like that was what made it possible, or whether collecting the right mix of personalities to make this kind of art was the first and hardest act of creation. I wondered how long it would last, how long anything that complex could hold together. Aspen came back into the room carrying his kid and sat down beside me. Lean over. My body tensed, fighting him as he tried to make me stretch my neck. Relax, he said, sticking on a patch of painkiller. You won't feel a thing. That wasn't what I was afraid of, but I didn't say anything. I only bent my head. I didn't feel a thing while he wired me until the very end. A tingling like bells ringing inside my skull, and that was all. Getting my ear pierced had been worse. You feel that? Aspen asked. I nodded. Good. You're live then. He handed me a mirror. One of us. He grinned. I pushed up my hair and looked, even though I didn't want to. I touched the fresh spot of synthetic flesh on the back of my neck. Nothing else even showed. I looked at my reflection, at the round, perfectly normal pupils of my eyes. One of them. Try it out on us. Aspen was still grinning. He'd already forgotten what I wanted to do with it or the trouble it could make for me. Or maybe it had never even registered on him in the first place. I looked around the circle, felt them waiting to feel something. I shook my head. I don't want to try it now. I looked down. Just tell me how I make it do what I need it to do. Just tell me how I record what happens to me, and how do I feed it back into the heads of the assembly? We can't tell you, Argentine said, feeling her patience slip again. Like I said, it's not anything we've ever done. You've got to lock in so we can test it out. The sim quantifies sensory input for vision and sound, sometimes even smell, but we've never tried to code anything like whole-body sensation before. I don't know if it can even handle something as unpredictable as your pain. She said the word like an obscenity, and in the back of her mind she thought an obscenity was what I'd be committing with her equipment. We've got to take neural readings off you. I nodded, shrugged. What do I do? I started to get up. Just stay there, she said. I sat back down again. Wake up the jack, and listen through it for the music. I called it on. It shrieked and shone and crackled inside my brain like some insane alien life force. Jesu! I pressed my hand against my eyes, trying to blot out the molten highways that were linking me to the startled faces of the players. Slowly the sandpaper static faded, as my mind took its measure and tuned out everything irrelevant, bit by bit. I blinked, able to see their relief, starting to be able to feel it again past the noise. I'm reading you, and you, pointing to them as I was able to separate the raw data of the sounds each of their instrument systems made. Readouts flashed inside my eyes like phosphenes. Where are you? I looked at Argentine, the only one I couldn't find a channel for. You're in my seat, playing spirit, my role, she said. I'm just listening, reading you out this time. You'll have to play spirit to do what you want to do. You're accessing my console. I'm in your head? Not exactly. Just on the phone. I can't feel you. I nodded, even though I wasn't sure I understood, trusting her judgment because I didn't have any choice. How does it feel? She'd never taken a reaction off a scion. Like having rats down your pants legs. How the hell do you stand it? I'm used to it. She shrugged. Anyway, it never really bothered me that much. She looked away from whatever she was seeing on some built-in readout of her own, focused on my face again. Slowly, she lifted her hand to touch her forehead. You remember what I said about you feeling like silk? I nodded, finally understanding that much, at least. Now what? Open up the console. Send data back to the others. Tell them to pick it up, ease off. Something simple. Something simple was all I could do anyway. But I did it, embarrassed and awkward, collecting my thoughts like spit and funneling them into the rigid patterns of noise light that lay waiting. a data scan that had somehow ended up on the wrong side of my eyes. The sim system only recognized a narrow range of commands, a narrow band of frequencies. It was totally blind to everything else. It was like being brain damaged. But remembering how I'd felt without my psi, I realized it was still better than nothing. "Loosen up," Argentine said. "Stop treating it like an electric shock. I don't know anything about making music." "You don't have to," she said gently. "That's their business. Just let them know what you want to hear. Nobody's judging you. Try to enjoy it. That's what it's for." I let myself settle back into the couch, into the cross-currents of half a dozen different kinds of music playing at once. I let it fill my brain and filter down, trying to reach levels where the control would be almost instinctive. My muscles began to twitch, wanting to be what made the sounds that were filling me now. I'd always liked music. It was everywhere in Old City, pouring out of forbidden clubs or broken windows, trapped inside a bottle, just like I was. It was the only thing about Old City that ever made me feel glad I was alive. I tried to remember that, to imagine what I was hearing was like that. I let go of who and where I was, and of what I was doing here, tried to make what was happening inside me feel like the sound of an Old City night ricocheting off the roof of the world. By not focusing on any single player, I could half hear them all, reacting half a dozen ways at once by not trying to react. I felt it begin to change, felt the sudden surge of my own pleasure fill me until it turned into a squeal of feedback. Until I got it under control, drifting back into the river of sound, feeling its currents divide and reform around me. "Good," Argentine murmured. "You've got instincts, at least. Now try making an image." "How?" I mumbled, hating to interrupt myself to say the word. "The same way you're guiding the music. Concentrate on the console, give it an easy focus, a face, something in the room, to fix on, and let it start improvising. Then ride it." I gave it the easiest thing I could think of. Myself, moving to the music the way my body wanted to. I saw my own holoform image flash into being in the middle of the sim, dancing, with the walls and ceiling darkening, closing in. Dancing the way I'd danced once years ago to someone else's music, through a sweltering Old City night. I stared at the image, forgetting that I was supposed to be controlling it, until suddenly it wavered, folded in on itself, and was gone. The music began to unravel into separate strands inside me. "Damn!" "Don't worry," Argentine said. "It takes practice. It's like putting your pants on while walking a fence." I smiled with half my brain. The other half was still trying to put everything back together that I'd almost had perfect. I looked from face to face, finally understanding the kind of trust it took, the discipline, the control to do what a player did. Creativity was only the beginning, and they did it without using psi. "Feel something." "I am," I said, only half hearing her, working my mind deeper into the artificial passageways, still looking for my lost image. "Something physical." "Yeah." I looked down at my bandaged hand, made it into a fist. Something happened in the artificial grid inside my head. Pain went out and came back again sixfold, making me gasp. It went out and came back again, worse, caught in a circular feedback that I didn't know how to stop. Suddenly, the link went dead. Argentine had cut me loose. I sank back into the couch, gulping in the sweet, empty void that followed like cool water. There was silence around me in the room, too. Not even echoes. Finally, Midnight said, "Shit, don't ever do that again, man." Raya put an arm around him, pulling him close. "I won't," I said. "Not to you, anyway." There was silence again. Slowly, the players began to get up, by ones and twos, putting their arms around each other and mumbling excuses as they left the room. Only Argentine was still there when I finally looked up. "I guess it works," she said faintly. I nodded. "It won't feed back like that on an open-ended link. It was just trapped." I laughed once. "So I won't burn the brains out of the Federation Assembly. Then all I've got to worry about is putting my pants on while walking a fence with Stryger on my back." She shook her head, tried not to grimace. "That's no problem either if all you want from the equipment is to code a feelie. A straight record of your experience. You come through very clearly. Some people never learn to do that. You focus like a pro." I half smiled. "I am a pro." "I know," she said, glancing away and back at me. "You should really try working this more. Experiment, play with us. It wouldn't take you long to pick it up, I can tell. I want to know what you'd simmed like, feeling something real good." Her gaze broke as self-consciousness smashed the image crystallizing in her mind. I kept my face expressionless, looking down. I picked up the small metal-plated bar that was still lying in my lap. "What's this thing?" I asked, to get my own mind off what she'd been thinking. She looked relieved at the change of subject. "Oh, that. Something Raya picked up in a junk shop. It's real old, like most of the stuff here." She gestured at the other instruments lying around the room, started to smile a little. "She can't resist any old piece of crap that's supposed to make music. We like to play them. Play with them. She said it's called a harp. I thought harps had long strings, like pianos. She said it's a mouth harp. You blow through its teeth and it makes noise. Try it." I tried it. It made a whole chord of notes as I blew, a different chord when I breathed in again. The sound was smoky and lost. It put a hand around my heart and squeezed. It reminded me of something, but I couldn't remember what. I dropped it on the couch and stood up. "Take it if you want," Argentine said. I shook my head and started for the door. "Where are you going?" she called, mostly because she wasn't sure that I knew either. "Back to the real world," I said. 29. "You're hot-wired," Brady said as I came into his office. He leaned forward across the desk terminal like a snooper sniffing out drugs. The desk was a black cube like the one on his cruiser. "Do you know what the penalty is for scions wearing BioWare?" "Fuck off, Brady." I frowned, collapsing into a chair. "I know it better than you do." The way I felt right now, there was nothing they could do to me that wasn't already happening. "Where did you pick up an illegal jack?" "It doesn't matter. You're not going to turn me in." Daring him to deny it, feeling lousy enough to enjoy pissing him off. "I need it right now. I'll get rid of it as soon as I can. Wearing this shit is enough punishment. I don't know how you deadheads stand it." He stared at me, unblinking, rigid. Finally his body eased with a shrug that said he'd given up trying to make sense of a sociopath. "See that you do." If I didn't see to it, he would. "What have you found out concerning Derek Taming?" I leaned back in my seat, trying to ignore the dryness in my mouth, and the way my eyes kept wanting to trace the black knife-edge outline of his desk. I glanced at the wide stretch of window behind him, at the view of Centauri's operations plex, spreading out in the cold, clear morning across Long Eye, as big as the city that had been there before it. I realized the whole layout of this office, and even the colors in it, were the same as the ones on his ship. He liked his world under control. No wonder he didn't like what was happening now. I looked back at him. "I think I found out how you can save Derek's life." His face barely registered a change, but his mind was an exclamation point. "How?" he said. "You're not going to like it. Did you tell Gentleman Karen?" as he frowned. "What happened?" He nodded. "He knows Derek is in trouble, and he knows that you're still working for me here on Earth." "How's he taking it?" "With extreme prejudice." Brady's mouth thinned. "Well?" There wasn't an easy way to say it. "If he wants Derek to stay alive, the pentryptine deregulation has to lose in the assembly." Brady shook his head slightly as if he thought his hearing had gone out on him. I went over it again. Derek's drugs, Derek's lack market dealings, how Derek had stepped over some invisible line, and the only way back across it was the hard way. What was going on in Brady's brain got darker with every word I spoke, as he realized what Derek had done to himself. "It's impossible," he said finally, but he didn't mean that he didn't believe it. Only that he didn't see any way to stop it. He turned his chair until his back was to me and stared out at the fields, the symbol of Centauri's empire. Even if Centauri suddenly changed its mind on the deregulation, he figured they'd never get enough other combines to change their votes. Just to save the life of Derek Taming. They might be able to save Derek by giving him a total identity change and sending him away somewhere. But the end result would still be the same. They'd still lose his voting seat in the assembly, and on the board. That made him as good as dead to Centauri, even if he survived. "Maybe not," I said. He turned back to face me again. "Explain." "Stryker. I think Stryker's the key. I think I have a way of making his credibility lousy, and if he goes down, I think he'll drag deregulation down with him." "Stryker?" he murmured. His eyes glazed while he called up data and fed it over and over through his mind. At last he said, "Centauri is backing Stryger in his bid for the council slot as well as in his push for deregulation." He thought he was telling me something I didn't know. "I know," I said. His sudden paranoia turned into irritation almost before he knew what he was feeling. "They are not the only Combine involved in this." "I know." His fingers began to tap on the black expanse of tabletop. "What makes you think Stryger is vulnerable?" "Everybody's vulnerable." I looked down. "He hates scions." Brady was actually surprised for half a second. How was that fact likely to cause him any serious trouble? Plenty of people in positions of power hated scions. I looked up at him again. "Because he does things to freaks that the rest of you deadheads only daydream about," I said softly. He straightened up in his seat, staring at me. His mouth opened. But by now he knew enough not to waste his time asking me the obvious questions. "What are you planning to do?" he murmured. "That's my business." I frowned. He shook his head. "I can't allow that." "Derek will know all about it. He's going to help me. If Centauri wants to keep him alive, then you've got to trust me. Leave me alone to do what I have to do." "What are you getting out of this?" he asked finally. I shrugged. "Your money." He leaned forward again, his fingers making a pyramid on the black plane. "What else?" "You wouldn't understand. Knowing Stryger won't be working for the Humane Society." He didn't understand, but it didn't matter. "You told me you think Stryger's a fanatic, maybe crazy. That he's not going to play anybody's game but his own." He nodded. "But that's only my opinion. I'll still have to clear it with the board. Centauri has a great deal to lose if deregulation loses. If the board disagrees, it will still be my duty to stop you." I didn't say anything. The corpses who had taken me to Brady took me back to the city again and let me off at the waterline. It was the middle of the day by the time I walked the last few streets to Purgatory. My feet began to stumble as the angry energy from my meeting with him finally wore off. I still had to deal with Derek, but breaking the news to him was going to be like breaking glass, and I didn't feel clear-headed enough to handle it without more sleep. My brain still thought it was plugged into the sun, but my body said my brain was a liar. Argentine met me in the back hallway of the club, looking concerned, but not about me. "Jiro's here." "Jiro?" I said. "Why?" Jiro stepped out of her dressing room into the hallway behind her. His white tunic was smeared with something that looked the way it smelled, and one side of his face was red and purple. For a second I thought it was makeup, but this time it was real. "Somebody robbed him," Argentine said. "I wanted to see you," he said to me. His voice couldn't decide whether to sound like a Toming or like he wanted to cry. "How'd you find me?" "Auntie told me you were here." I glanced at Argentine. She nodded. "Go on upstairs." We went up to her room. Jiro looked around it, wide-eyed with curiosity in spite of himself. He sat down almost timidly on the edge of her bed. "Why doesn't Argentine want to see Derek anymore?" I tried a lot of answers, finally settled on, "She's angry at him." "She's been angry at him before, but this is different. Derek's real upset. He won't even leave his house. He said she's never going to come back. Even if he tells her, he'll kill himself again." "Jesu," I muttered. "That's all I need." I looked out the window, wondering if he'd still be so eager to commit suicide once he knew that somebody wanted to do it for him. "He said it was your fault." I looked back at Jiro. "Derek says a lot of things that aren't true." He bit his lip. "I know. How are you doing?" I asked it, even though I already knew the answer. "I miss my mother." He twisted the edge of his belt between his fists. "And Tally." "Me too," I said, touching the empty hole in my ear, feeling the drug patch still in place behind it. "Why'd you come down here, Jiro?" "Because I hate Karen. I'm never going back there." He winced as his face hurt him. "I want to stay with you." I stared at him. "And do what?" I asked. "We could go to El Dorado and find my mother, and you and she—" "No," I said softly, cutting him off. "We can't. You've got to go home." "Why not?" A crimson rush of anger, frustration, grief, fear reddened his other cheek. "Because that's not how life works. Because Karen will stop you no matter what you do. Because your mother doesn't really want to give up being a Toming. Because you don't really want to throw away everything you've got and live like me. because I've only started living, and I'm not ready to lose it all to a mind wipe. But No. Go home, Jiro." He half rose from the bed, his fist coming up to take a swing at me. I blocked the move, held his hand away. It began to tremble. He collapsed onto the bed again. I reached out, trying to be gentle as I touched his bruised face with my fingers. He flinched. "You're lucky that's all you got. How many guys did it take to do that to you?" He looked down, his face getting red again. "Only one. You're still lucky. I tried to use my Tai Chi training, but it didn't work very well." "Didn't you wear a bodyguard?" "I forgot to turn it on." I shook my head. "How far do you figure you're going to get on your own in the galaxy if you can't even make it to Argentines without getting the crap knocked out of you and everything you own stolen? I've got my own credit line." He held his wrist up. It was bare. He stared at it like his hand was missing. I heard him suck in a gulp of disbelief. He made a noise like a stepped-on puppy and lowered his arm. "Oh, no!" His hands went into his pockets, his tunic, searching frantically for something else. "It was in my jacket. He took my jacket. It's gone." A handmade tapestry pouch Elnir had given him, with a hollow of him and his parents inside it. He could see it so clearly in his mind that I could see it too. He sagged forward, his shoulders hunching, his fists pressed into the space between his knees. His nose began to run as he fought back tears. "Shit! Shit! Shit!" I sat down beside him on the bed and put my arm around him. "Jiro." I broke off, waiting until he was ready to listen. "Jiro," I said again at last. I barely touched the bruise on his face. "This is what it means to be on your own, and just a kid. I've been on my own as long as I can remember. When I was a kid, it never got much better." "It couldn't get any worse," he said sullenly. "Sometimes it got a whole lot worse." He raised his head. I looked away from the questions in his eyes. "But I hate Karen. You don't know what he's like." I looked down at my bandaged hand. "Yeah, I do." I sighed. "Nobody said you're not hurting or that you don't have any reason to. Nobody said you don't feel lonelier than you thought anybody knew how to. Karen's a bastard, and he's done things to both of us that we're not going to forget." I saw his mother's face in both our memories. "But you're still a Taming, Jiro. And you're still young. That means you'll probably get everything you want sooner or later. Your mother's not dead, and neither is your sister. Karen will get over what happened. You'll all be together again someday. And someday you'll be an adult, a member of the board yourself. Maybe even an assembly member. Karen won't run your life anymore. And then you can make him pay for this, if that's still what you need. But that'll take years and years." He pulled away from my shoulder, stiffening upright, full of desperation. "How am I going to stand it for years and years?" "Just like I did," I said. "One day at a time." "You're not me. That's stupid. That's not a good enough answer." His face and his mind got blind stubborn again. "Neither is running away." I rubbed my itching face, my arms. "What do you want from me? If I had all the answers, do you think I'd be sitting here like this?" But I only said, "Look, your mother said you're away at school most of the time anyhow, right?" He nodded slowly. "So you're not going to spend that much time around Karen. You can live with it. You'll have friends at school, people there that you can respect and learn from. Use that." He stared at me, but he didn't say anything. "Everybody's got to take over their own life sooner or later, or they might as well be dead. You'll just have to do it sooner. You have to figure out for yourself what's important to you, because you won't have a family you can trust to guide you. Except your aunt. You can trust your Aunt Elnir." He nodded again, solemn and listening now. Suddenly I thought of something else. "What about the baby?" "The baby?" he asked, looking confused. "Your mother said there was going to be a baby soon. Hers and Karen's. Your brother." He blinked, remembering. "He's going to need you," I said, "to help him understand." He glanced away, staring at the windows. I felt his mind begin to open up again at last. I stood up. "Come on. You'd better be getting home before Karen figures out you're gone." I gestured toward the door. "Cat?" "What?" His mouth struggled to make the words. "Did you ever get scared when you were just a kid, and you didn't have anybody to take care of you?" I looked down at the faded colors of the rug. "Yeah, I was scared all the time. Sometimes I still am." He got up. glanced at his wrist as if he still couldn't believe it was naked. Shock, humiliation, fury, grief glanced through his brain again, with the realization that there was nothing left to take home with him out of all the things he'd brought. "You worried what Karen's going to do when he learns you lost the DB?" "The what?" he said. "Your data band." He nodded. He made a face. "I don't care. Let him. It's only money. We've got plenty." The defiance fell away. "But I lost my picture. My picture. It's the only one I had." His hands rose helplessly, dropped to his sides. He sniveled. The hollow in the tapestry bag that was gone with his jacket. "Where'd you get robbed?" "Right outside the tram station." "Let's go for a walk," I said. "But don't worry. You're safe now. You've got nothing left to steal." He didn't like it, but he led me to the place where he'd been robbed. I looked up and down the street, seeing overflowing bins of garbage, only some of it plastic-sealed, waiting for a pickup. "Which way did he run after he knocked you down?" Jiro pointed straight ahead. "Come on," I said. "Let's check the dumpsters." "Dumpsters?" "Garbage bins," I said. "Not everybody has a home recycler. A slip will dump anything he can't use, usually real close by." He stared down the street. "You look for it. I don't want to touch garbage." "Rich kids." "Fucking ass you will." I gave him a shove. "You're the one who knows what you lost. If you want it back so bad, you'll help me look for it." He glared at me. I stared him down, waiting while his anger fell apart. He shrugged his shoulders, embarrassed, and nodded. As we began to walk, I felt his self-consciousness and fear begin to fade. He looked into every heap and bin more carefully as he went along. "There!" he shouted suddenly, running forward. Something bright stood out from the garbage colors in the shadow of a stairwell. He picked up an expensive-looking orange jacket, his jacket, shook it out, felt in the pockets. They were empty, which figured. He waded back into the trash pile, picking up a carry-all and a couple of other things he seemed to recognize, dropping them again. "Here it is!" His voice shot up an octave. He laughed, waving the hollow, triumphant. "I found it! We found it!" He stumbled back to my side, tripping over cans, his eyes wide. "We really did! I don't believe it!" He laughed again. "Wow! Thanks! Thanks!" He pushed the hollow down inside his tunic, close to his heart. "How'd you know that, Cat? How'd you know it would be there? Because you're a scion?" I half smiled, turning around. "Because when I was a slip, that's what I always used to do." I started back toward the transit station, letting him catch up when he could. He came up beside me again, panting, dragging his jacket. He looked at it while he walked and frowned, wrinkling his nose. He tossed it at another trash heap as we passed. I reached out, caught it before it landed. Further down the street, I handed it to a drab-looking girl in a FedWorks uniform who wasn't much bigger or older than he was. She gaped, grinned, and ran on down the street, clutching it in her fists, afraid we'd change our minds. "It was dirty," Jiro said, watching her go. "So are you." I hit the stain on the front of his tunic with my hand, a little harder than I needed to. He winced and didn't say anything more as we headed into the station. When the transit came, he started looking for words to tell me goodbye. I only shook my head and got on board with him. "I'm coming back to the estates with you." He frowned, worry and sudden fear filling his mind again. "But Karen said—" "I've got to see Derek. Karen'll have to live with it." I slumped down in the seat, suddenly remembering how tired I still was, and hoping this wasn't a mistake. I realized I was tracing the molded cube design on the plastic seat in front of me and tried to stop. "Cat?" Jiro said as the trans started to pick up speed. "What?" "I'm sorry." "About the garbage. About the coat." I sighed. 30. Neither of us was wearing a valid clearance anymore, but Jiro managed to convince the estate security systems that we were cleared to land. He had plenty of beginner's bioware netted into his brain. Karen himself was waiting for us on the terrace when the mod landed, standing with his hands clenched behind his back. "Where the hell have you been? What the hell are you doing here?" he said, one question for each of us. "What happened to your clearance?" Another one for Jiro. "I got robbed," Jiro mumbled, looking at the ground. "What? Speak up, for God's sake." "I got robbed." Jiro lifted his chin. Now Karen could see the bruise on his face, his stained clothes, the stubborn set of his jaw. Karen's face changed. Worry, fear, anger. He looked back at me like I'd done it. "He's all right," I said, ignoring the look. "He came down to see me at Purgatory. He lost his data band to a slip, that's all." Karen's relief was so strong I almost choked on it. He stood looking at Jiro, his hands tightening at his sides, fighting something inside himself. I realized it wasn't anger or wanting to hurt the boy. It was the urge to get down on his knees and hold him, and thank God that he was all right. Jiro stood frozen, reading it as rage, watching those hands with barely controlled panic. But Karen didn't move. His hands loosened. "Don't ever do anything that stupid again," he said. "You could have been killed." "I won't," Jiro said dully. I felt Karen do something with the hardware in his head, sending out a signal to kill Jiro's lost databand. I hoped it was too late, that some free drop had already cleaned out his account. "Go inside," he ordered, gesturing toward the Crystal Palace waiting behind him. Jiro hesitated, looking at me. He smiled uncertainly. "Thank you." He patted his shirt, the hollow hidden inside it. I nodded. "See you?" "Maybe," I said, not wanting to make him a promise I couldn't keep. I watched him go on, small and alone, into the shining house. Karen stood watching Jiro, watching me as I watched. I felt his awareness of me and ache like a knife wound. He couldn't believe I was still here. The thing he hated most, still infesting his life, perverting his family. I was like some kind of curse on him, a living, breathing punishment. A scion. Lazuli and Jiro. Derek. Jewel. Did you sleep with my daughter, too? Wondering what he would never dare to ask me. "Get out of here," he said suddenly, thickly, jerking his head. He turned away, starting toward the house. And he was trying not to think about it, about the thing he'd done. Jewel. Derek. Scions. "I have to see Derek," I said, too loudly, but he didn't notice. "What thing?" My body stood motionless, left running on autopilot while a part of my mind went after him, trying not to lose that sudden, secret thought. I followed it back through the hot and cold maze of his mind. How many secrets like the one about Elnir did he have hidden inside him? He turned back suddenly, glaring at me. "Derek?" he said. "Why?" He hated scions, but both his children were scions, and nobody really knew why. "About the trouble he's in," I said. "About how to get himself out of it." Distracting him as I probed deeper, getting closer until I could almost feel it. He didn't know Derek's secret, but I was sure now that somewhere inside him lived the reason for it. "Not until you tell me everything." The same mangled rush of emotions that had hit him when he saw Jiro come home hit him again, twice as hard. Worry, fear, anger. Even something he might have called love, but I wouldn't have. For Derek, who was perfectly normal in spite of everything, and yet gave him nothing but grief. "No, sir." I shook my head. "I can't do that. Ask your security chief. He'll explain it to you." In spite of everything, I could almost feel sorry for him. In spite of everything. Everything that had been done to make them something more. He opened his mouth to tell me to go to hell. Broke off, seeing something in my eyes that made him afraid. "If you want to keep Derek alive, you'll let me see him now. No conditions," I said, hitting him in the face with the words, blinding his thoughts. He stared at me a second longer, his mind leaping and dropping between levels and fears. "All right," he murmured. "See him, then. And then get out." He turned his back on me and went into the house. And then I saw the answer. I knew what he'd done. I got back into the mod again like a sleepwalker, and it took me to Derek. "Derek!" I called at the sealed entrance of his house. He was inside. I could feel him in there. I knew he had to be watching, listening through his house system. But there was no answer. "Come on, talk to me!" This was one thing I hadn't counted on, that he would refuse to see me. "You want to save your life?" Still no answer. I looked around. The house was like no building I'd seen before, here on the estates or anywhere. It was made of untreated wood, the lines of it stark and clean. There were no windows looking out anywhere, no other entrance but this one. My mind had him pinpointed behind that barrier. I slipped in through his useless defenses and thought, "Do you want to know why you're a freak like me? Like your sister?" This time the door opened. I went inside, down a long, empty hallway of polished golden wood. At its end was a rectangular courtyard open to the sky, dazzled with light. The center of the courtyard was a sort of garden, Small, precise green-needled shrubs were set in a sea of sand and smooth black stones. The sand had been raked into lines like the ripples on a sea. Every black stone had been set exactly where it was to create a calculated effect. It reminded me of standing on the monument. For just a minute, standing here seemed as unreal as the memory of standing there suddenly did. "That was very clever." Derek's voice came ahead of him out of the shadows. He pushed aside a door wall and came into the courtyard wearing a long patterned black robe that seemed to suit a place like this, and an expression that didn't. The mocking arrogance was a false face, but it was all he could find to cover the naked fear, curiosity, anger, resentment inside him as he saw me. He looked pale and sick. "That was a lie, wasn't it? What you put into my head about knowing why I'm a scion? You just said that to make me let you in, didn't you?" "No," I said. "It was true." I didn't say anything more. "Well, are you going to tell me?" "That depends on how good a listener you are." He bent his head, the twisted smile spreading wider across his face. "Ah, so you finally decided what you want from me. I knew you would." "Blackmail for keeping his secret." "Yeah," I nodded. "You might say that." "Sit down." He pointed toward the low wooden benches waiting at the center of the courtyard. The mindless gesture made me think of some VIP inviting the opposition to open a round of negotiations. I realized that was what he was doing, whether he knew it or not. He sat down first, waiting. I stepped out into the sunlight, blinking for a second until my eyes adjusted. I sat down, wary, but no warier than he was this time. "How much do you want?" he asked. "It's not that easy," I said. "Have you talked to Brady lately?" His frown was all the answer I needed, and all I got. He knew why I was still on Earth. He knew that the human bomb had been meant for him. He wasn't sure whether he cared. I probed deeper into his mind until I found the solid, stubborn core of him that wanted to survive at any cost, that had kept him alive, living with his secret all these years. "I found out who wants to kill you," I said. He sat watching me, not saying anything, with his hands clenched quietly at his sides, tightening and tightening. I felt the pain growing like a flower inside him as his nails dug into his palms. I'd never noticed how long his nails were, how sharp. "It's the lack market," I said. "The lack market?" he murmured finally, with more disbelief than anything. "They think you're two-timing them." He still looked blank. He kept the two sides of his life so separate in his mind that he couldn't even imagine why. "It's about drugs." I felt him start. "They say you made some promises to them about doing them some favors in return for getting all you can use. They feel you haven't been keeping the promises." "Who says so?" he asked, stalling. "The governor." "You spoke to him?" His incredulity got a lot louder. "How?" "Friends in the wrong places." He sat a minute longer, trying to decide if I was telling the truth. "They really want to kill me," he said at last. "Why?" "Deregulation. They don't like it that you're working so hard for it. They don't like you playing on Stryger's side." He frowned. "I explained that to them, that I couldn't go against my family's interests or the Combine's. It's too important, the potential profit gain is their loss," I said. "They're real concerned about that." "Oh, for God's sake." He looked away, searching for something calm to rest his eyes on, focusing on waves of sand, black stones. "This is absurd. Some consortium of social deviants actually expects me to put them ahead of Centauri, and if I don't, they threaten to kill me?" His body jerked with exasperation. "They will kill you. They've already tried." I made him look at me. The human bomb was just the first one. "Who the hell do you think you've been playing with, Derek?" He stared at me as the reality of what was happening to him finally began to sink in. "You think this was all some game to them like it's been to you? They've even threatened to hit Stryger." He flinched as my voice got loud. That wasn't supposed to happen here. None of this was supposed to be happening here in his life. He said sullenly, "Why don't you just let them do it then? It would get you everything you really want, wouldn't it?" I opened my mouth, shut it again, because there wasn't any point in asking him if he thought I wanted 2 more dead men on my conscience right now, and telling him that what Elnir wanted mattered to me, was important to me. I only said, "If deregulation passes, they'll kill me too." He heard it, but it didn't seem to mean anything to him. "Tell Brady," he said distractedly. He'll protect me until the vote is over. I already told him. He's already trying. But they won't stop, not until you're dead. It's a matter of business with them. You understand about business?" I felt my mouth try to twist into a smile. Even Brady knows that much about the other side. He knows that if you want to keep breathing, it'll take a total identity wipe. There won't be a gentleman Derek Toming anymore. No board member, no assembly member. You're a null set, dead or alive, if deregulation passes. He was as gray as a cadaver now. "Only if it passes?" he said weakly. I nodded. "But it's going to pass." He looked out at the still rippling sea of black and whiteness around him, clutching his knees with his hands. "I can't stop it. You're going to try," I said. He looked back at me. "You're going to help me do it, if you want to stay alive." "How?" There was no sullenness, no sneer on his face now. No questions about what it would mean to Centauri or his father. The survivor was in control, looking out at me through clear eyes. "I want to show Stryger for a freak-hater in front of the assembly. I want you to tell him you can get me for him to do. You know what I mean." I looked away, forced myself to look at him again. "I want to make a full sensory tape of what he does to scions, with Argentine's equipment, then feed it through the system in the assembly hall before the vote, so that everybody in that room knows what he is. Is he going to be there?" Derek nodded, picturing Stryger's final address to the members. His own mind was still caught in the middle of taking it all in. Good. I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand, feeling sweat on my upper lip, feeling trapped in this silent rectangle of sunlight inside the shadowed symmetry of its perfect walls. "Let me make certain I understand this," Derek muttered, his hands twitching in his lap like poisoned mice. "We humiliate Stryger in public, and that will weaken his support?" "More or less," I said. "The vote will be close. That might be enough. And the council slot—" He broke off as the full weight of the betrayal and the likely repercussions began to come down on him. "If this works, he'll lose it. Elnir will take it." He looked up at me again, wavering as the two sides of him fought over his survival. I had to be sure I had him. "You want to know the truth about what you are?" I asked. His hands tightened. For once, his mouth didn't get the best of him. He only said, "Tell me." And then, before I could, "It was Triple G, wasn't it? The marriage, somehow they managed to use that woman," he meant his mother, "to hide defective genes. It was what his father had always hinted at, wanted everyone to believe." I shook my head. "Your mother had nothing to do with it. Every gene in your body and Jules was laid out like a street map before you were born. You really think nobody would have noticed? Your father did it." He stared at me, his mind floundering. "It was Karen," I said again, before he had the chance to call me a liar. He had the extra genes planted on purpose. Nobody else knew." "That's insane," he whispered. "Why would he want to ruin the family line?" "He didn't think he was ruining it. He thought he was improving it. He wanted to give the Tomings an edge. He wanted mind readers nobody would suspect or detect. To help you keep one up on the competition, outside Centauri and inside it." He looked down at his hands, his body, as if he was seeing them for the first time. "But it didn't work?" "Not the way he expected. He didn't really understand. It's like trying to make somebody a hollow artist. And maybe you wind up with a musician instead, or a dancer." Jewel had almost been what he'd wanted. She was an empath, she felt emotions, and projected her own. But she couldn't read a formed thought, and without any training she couldn't control what emotions she read, or when she projected. She could teleport, too. That was easier to control, but it was only an extra embarrassment to her family. She'd been a setback to Karen, but still he'd tried again, one more time. Derek's eyes moved, sliding away as I tried to make him look at me again. "Then why did they kill her?" "Centauri, his mother." He quivered. "Maybe it really was an accident, Derek. She didn't die till you were old enough to remember it, and they all thought you were normal." He looked at me again, finally, a little sanity coming back into his eyes. "How did you keep them from finding out?" I asked. "All the while you were growing up?" I wondered again how he'd ever managed to keep a secret like that when Jewel couldn't. Jewel hid it." He chewed his lip. "But she was only a little girl," I said. He nodded. "But she already knew that there was something wrong with her, that it made people hate her. She protected me, covered for me, taught me to hide what I could do. She'd tried to save him from the pain she felt, the pain that she couldn't stand to feel happening inside him, too. That's why I hated her so much, the pressure, the constant fear, the suffering that Jewel felt and didn't know how to hide. He'd blamed her for all that. I didn't know what else to do. She was the only one I could trust, the only one who would forgive me, so I always hurt her. But no matter how much I hurt her, or she wanted to hurt me, she never gave away my secret. In the end, he'd even hated her for that. He shook his head, blinking too much. He looked up at me again with bleak eyes, both of us realizing that it was too late to change anything at all, and that he'd never forgive me for letting him know the truth. But now his betrayal of his father and Centauri only seemed like justice. His mind went back over everything I'd said about the setup again, step by step. Does Argentine know about this? This perversion of her equipment? I nodded. She's agreed? Yeah. Elnir said you were staying at Purgatory. He gave me a look that carried feeling as thick and dark as blood. That's right. I met it, lifting my chin a little. And you want me to tell Stryger he can have you? He said. The pupils of his eyes opened wide. My jaw tightened until it hurt. Make it convincing. It's got to happen before the assembly meets to vote. And that's all I have to do? His eyes flickered away, following his thoughts. Probably. That won't be any problem, he murmured. I watched the knife-twisting smile come out of hiding. In fact, he looked back at me. It sounds like fun. 31. I saw Elnir's house falling away below me across the open fields, as the mob rose and I left Derek behind. I had to fight the urge to turn back, to stand in the stone-walled courtyard again, to walk through those halls that smelled like another age, to touch a table covered with stars that shone in the firelight, to talk to Elnir, tell her what I had to do. I told myself she wouldn't be there. I told myself the truth, that if she knew, she'd try to stop me, because she wouldn't understand, because she wouldn't want to see me get hurt. The less she knew about it, the better, and the less I thought about the things and the people I'd shared that house with, the better off I'd be now. When I got back to Purgatory, I found Argentine in her dressing room putting on her night face. She turned around in her seat, one side of her face silver and one side reflecting light like a mirror. I squinted. Is Jiro okay? She asked. What did Karen do? He's okay. I nodded. Too much and not enough. I saw Derek. It's set. He'll do what I need him to. She didn't say anything, seeing Derek in her mind with a kind of helpless hunger. He says it sounds like fun. A wave of sickness went through her. Her mouth pinched, guilt shutting her up when resentment made her want to call me a bastard. Instead, she pulled her hair forward too hard, braiding it between her fingers, and said, We've been talking this over, meaning the Simb, about how you want to make something the Assembly's really going to live. She shook her head, glittering, the look in her eyes now telling me she was enjoying making my life harder, too. Nobody's sure that's going to work at the other end, if the systems are even compatible. The net's the net, I said, feeling my sudden frustration start to back up inside me. All the systems didn't work the same way, but they don't all use the same kind of specialty programming. She hit me with the obvious. What the Assembly uses is basically a comm net, not a sensory net. It may not even be able to read the kind of message you want to send through it. Maybe you can make them watch a 3D of Stryger, but you probably can't make them live it. What if it won't work? I swore. It's got to work. How can I find out? Can you test it? She made a noise that wasn't really a laugh. You think we have access to the assembly floor? Derek does, I said. Derek can help me find out for sure. And what if it really doesn't work? Then Derek will help me fix it. I went out of her dressing room, leaving her there to wonder, and climbed the stairs to the upper level. It seemed to take forever. I lay down across her bed, smelling the faint smell of spices and herbs that was her perfume as I shut my eyes, thinking that if I could just grab a few hours of sleep while she was downstairs in the club, then maybe I wouldn't feel like this anymore, like somebody was stretching my sanity on the rack. When I woke up again, the light hardly seemed to have changed. I checked my data band, looking for the time, looked at it again and again, trying not to believe that I'd actually slept nearly a whole day. I felt worse than before, but I forced myself to get up off the bed and stuck a fresh drug patch behind my ear. There were only half a dozen left. I stumbled downstairs. Argentine, Aspen, and Raya were sitting at a table out front, watching the air dancers drift through a free-form routine inside their sphere. Aspen and Raya were making an eerie chiming music for the show, rubbing wet fingers around the rims of their drink glasses. "Why didn't you wake me up?" I said, sounding more like I felt than I wanted to. Argentine looked up at me, startled. She took the camp out of her mouth. "I tried," she said. "You wouldn't." She actually meant it. I glanced away, rubbing my neck. "Sorry," I muttered. She shrugged. "No problem. Derek called. So did Brady." I looked up. "What did they want?" Trying to sound indifferent, she said, "Derek's at the assembly. He says Stryger wants to do it." I swallowed the sudden hard lump in my throat and nodded. "When?" "The night before the assembly votes." 2 days. The buzzing in my head was so loud all of a sudden that I could hardly hear. "I told Derek that you need him to help check out the system's compatibility. He's probably still there now if you want to go up." "I can't." I touched the jack on the back of my head. "It's too risky. He'd better come here." She stiffened, but she didn't say anything. "What about Brady? What did he want?" "He didn't say." I frowned and went to use the phone. Derek was still in his office. He smiled when he saw me on his screen. "Did Argentine tell you? It's all set. 2 days. I told Stryger you plan to leave Earth right after the vote." He looked like he could hardly wait. "It's not quite set," I said. "Not unless I'm sure the Assembly's really going to eat it all. I need you down here tonight to check things for me." "At the club?" His shoulders tightened. "Of course. I'll leave immediately." The screen went blank. I stood there a minute, not sure whether to be surprised or worried. Then I called Brady. I got a recording. That didn't make me feel any better. I called Micah instead. He came on screen, alive and half smiling. "Who's trying to kill you this time?" he said. I couldn't tell for sure whether that was a joke. "Sojourner Stryger." Now he couldn't tell. I explained everything to him now that I was as sure as I could be that it would really happen. His smile disappeared while he listened. "You're out of your fucking mind," he said finally. "Cat, it's the drug talking. You're not indestructible. He will kill you." "Not if you're there to back me up." "Uh-huh," he murmured. He hesitated, looking down, considering the possibility. "That's different. I'll clear my calendar." He looked up at me again. "Call me when you got the details." I nodded, fingering the patch behind my ear. "Micah?" "Yeah?" "Don't get me any more Topoles." "No matter what I say." "Right." He made the truth-swearing sign, his hand clenching around his closed fist, before he cut contact. I left the phone, starting back along the hallway into the club. 2 Centauri corpses stepped into the hall in front of me, blocking my path. My first instinct was to turn and run, but they were ready for that. I wouldn't get 2 meters before they stunned me. I stopped where I was instead. "Brady?" I called. "Brady wants you," one of the corpses said. There was only one reason why he'd want me picked up now. The Centauri board wouldn't cooperate. They wanted Stryger and deregulation more than they wanted Derek alive. "I'm not talking to you," I said to the corpse. "Brady, I'll bet tens you're monitoring this pickup. Call them off, or Karen hears everything." The phone I'd just left began to beep. I went back to it and thumbed on the privacy screen. Brady's face filled in on the monitor in front of me. "Leave me alone," I said, "or Karen hears about the human bomb." He'd lost his check on me, but I still had mine on him. He stared at my image on his screen for a long minute. "All right." I frowned. "That's too easy." He smiled faintly. "I can leave you alone. But that doesn't mean someone else won't be watching over Stryger. Centauri is not the only Combine interested in his continued well-being. I have no control over that." "Damn it, Brady!" I broke off, my hands spasming on the edges of the monitor. "You know what he is. You really think letting him win is going to be in Centauri's best interests?" "I'm in no position to judge that," he said. "I simply follow orders." "Sure you do." I looked away from his face, because I couldn't think when I looked into those eyes. "Listen," I said finally. "And you better listen good, damn you. I set it up with the market to leave Derek alone until after the vote because I need him. If deregulation fails, he lives. If it passes, he doesn't. But to get them to deal, I had to make them believe Stryger's a threat to them. They threaten to kill him too if deregulation passes. He stared at me, kept staring for a long time, but he didn't say anything. I canceled the connection and shut off the security screen. When I turned around, the hall was empty. I went back into the club. Argentine was sitting at the table alone now. Even the air dancers had gone away. "What did those corpses want?" she asked. "Nothing." I looked toward the door, still frowning. "Derek will be here soon." I watched her sit there, motionless, while half a dozen different impulses burned themselves out inside her. "Oh, what the hell?" she murmured. She sank back into the cushions, pushing at her hair. I felt like my stomach was full of worms. "Argentine, it's all right." She looked up at me, resigned. "It is my own fault." I shrugged and sat down across from her. "I'm sorry I took up your bed all day, anyway." She laughed. "Don't lose sleep over it. I've got half a dozen others." It took a minute before the meaning behind the word sank in. "The Simb—" I realized that I almost never saw any of them alone. They were always in twos and threes, always with each other, talking, touching. "Yeah." She smiled now, half fond, half amused. "We all sleep together. When you get that tangled up in each other's heads, it just seems natural to get as close as you can. It's kind of like family." Her smile twitched. "Vice is nice, but incest is best." "Where did that leave Derek?" I asked. "Or was he only in it for the pain?" She stopped smiling, but it wasn't anger this time. "Everybody takes their serious lovers on the outside. It would get too intense otherwise. This way it stays more casual. Maybe it'll hold together longer." She glanced down at her hands, like she was holding a bubble in her palms. She looked up again at me. "Derek was like nobody else I ever had. The way he touched me. He could touch me in impossible places." Her eyes changed. I felt her realizing for the first time how he was able to do that to her. "He was so good." She pushed up from the table, looking toward the door. "I'll be in back with the others. We'll be ready with the equipment when he gets here." I sat and waited alone for Derek, rubbing my wet fingertip around and around the lip of a half-empty glass until I could make it sing. He came into the club at last, walking straight across the room toward me. He stopped in front of the table. His frustration showed on his face as he saw that Argentine wasn't there. "The Centauri board's against what we want to do to Stryger," I said, trying to get his mind off her. He frowned. He didn't know that. They'd met without him. I wondered which way Karen had voted, or if it really mattered. "I've got Brady on hold, but he says Stryger's other backers will be watching him closer. I don't know if Brady can control that or not. Is that going to be a problem?" He shook his head, his mouth thinning. I felt the sullen betrayal smoldering in his brain. "No," he said softly. "Stryger has his own ways, and so do I. I assume the governor will allow me to use them in his interest. Stryger will keep his appointment with you." I looked away. "What are you waiting for?" he asked. "Let's check the system. We want to make sure it's all perfect." When I looked back at him, he was smiling. I led the way into the back of the club, feeling the strangeness he felt as he followed me through this place he knew so well. All the players were there waiting for us. Argentine stood in the middle of them like someone wearing a human shield. She was blinking too much. Derek stopped dead as he saw her. He hadn't really believed she'd be here, meeting him face to face. I felt the air come alive between them with the static of their tension. All they felt was the silence, both of them wanting and hating this, the closeness without contact, the contact without closeness. Argentine looked down first, away from the sight of him. He'd never looked better to her, taller, handsomer. "Hello, Derek," she said. "Argentine," he muttered, broke off when he couldn't think of what to say next. "Here's the box." She held something out to him in the palm of her hand. He crossed the room, took it from her. I felt the electricity as they touched. He settled the finger-sized box in the palm of his left hand, closed his own fingers over it like he was about to crush it. But his hand was more than a hand, augmented like Elnir's, like his father's. "Activate it," he said. She called on the Simb. Derek's face got vague as something else took over inside his brain, checking, matching, reading out. After a few seconds, his expression started to come back. He frowned. He swore with disbelief. "You were right." He glanced at Argentine, his face going pale. He'd checked the SIMB with his own BioWare, and it didn't match. "Can the assembly system be altered so it works?" I asked. He laughed, still frowning. "Of course it could. It's simple enough. You'd only have to open up the spectrum with the assembly floor accepts. But you'd have to break into the Federation's security first. I guarantee you that you will grow old and die before you make that happen." Argentine took the box back from him, stood looking at it, holding it in her cupped hands. "He could still make a 3D. It would still show up Stryger. You could give it to the Indy, they'd run it. Stryger could say it was altered, faked, a smear." I shook my head. "Nobody would believe it." "He's right." Derek pulled at the high collar of his coat, sweating. "Stryger isn't where he is because his aura's been easy to tarnish." He started to pace. "Oh, God, what am I going to do? They're going to kill me, Argentine." Argentine's face filled with helplessness as she watched him. She raised her hands, raising the SIMB box to plug it into its hidden socket again somewhere in the back of her head. "Wait." I held out my hand. She gave me the box, looking uncertain. "Just for a little while," I said. "That's all we need." I jerked my head at Derek. "There's still something we can try, but we have to do it without any interruptions." She nodded and didn't ask the questions in her mind. The other players followed her out of the room, glancing back at us as they left. Derek watched her go, watched me stay, like he was paralyzed. "Derek," I thought, loud to get his attention. He spasmed, focused on me. "Can you access the Federation system from here? Or do you need some kind of special port?" He touched his head, irritated and confused. "I can access directly through my band phone from anywhere on the planet. Why?" "We're going to take a trip together into their system, and you're going to change it." He looked at me like I'd gone insane. "I told you there isn't any way." "There is for us." He jerked again, shuddered as it reminded him what we had in common. "But that's impossible, isn't it?" I shook my head. "I know how to get in. If you open the window, it'll be easy enough. But I have to take you with me because I can't change anything once I get inside. You show me what I need to find, and when I find it, you'll make it change." He shook his head, trying to imagine what I was actually telling him. "You mean any scion could do that? I could?" "Not without me to find the way. I'm the eyes. You're the tool. We need each other." My mouth twisted into a grin that felt like one of his. He glared at me with his lips pressed together. "Their security won't see us, hear us, or feel us if we're careful enough. We're outside the spectrum." "This is incredible," he murmured. "You're really serious. How do you know all this?" "That doesn't matter. And once we've done it, you'd better forget you ever knew it if you want to go on passing for human." His frown came back. He sat on a couch, twitching. "How do we do it?" I handed him the box and sat down across from him, hoping I knew as much as I thought I did. Thinking about Deadeye. "I'm going to link with you. Make telepathic contact. You're going to open your access to the assembly system. I'm going to follow it in and take you with me." He licked his lips. "How long does it take?" "Not long if it works." I shut my eyes, shutting out the sight of his face as I moved in on his mind. I kept the contact as gentle as I could, but still the fear inside him exploded, fragmenting his concentration. "Derek," I thought. "Do this or you're dead." I felt everything pull back together as the survivor reintegrated and focused on his own need. Images of his father, shot through with memories, filled him, me, like gall. "All right," he said bitterly. "I can stand it if you can. Don't talk. Just think. I'll hear you." "Oh, God," he thought. "Open the access." He called on his access to the assembly floor. A rush of particle code lit up a section of his BioWare with party lights. Data began reforming itself into something his conscious mind could read. "Think about how the system needs to be altered and where." He did what I asked, checking and comparing the SIM's system with his own, spelling it out for me until I knew what I had to look for. "Now relax and hold on. You're going for a ride." The open window lay right there inside his mind, waiting. Compared to what I'd gone through with Deadeye, getting in this way was easy. I dragged Derek after me into the channel of white light. His ghost clung to me, riding my back, too terrified and dazzled to even think about letting go. The access conduit swept us at light speed into the hidden heart of the Federation. the invisible world that made the visible one possible. Entering its data core was like being sucked into the heart of a star, drawn in through denser and denser shells of pulsing energies. My head sang with the feedback of our passage. The layers of light, noise, vibration seemed endless, filling my senses with the smell of burnt cinnamon. It was hard to remember that this blazing infinity was no more than a subatomic dance to pre-recorded music, locked inside a telhassium crystal the size of my thumb. It was even harder to remember that I knew where I was going inside it, and what I wanted to do when I got there. Before I'd finished the thought, we were there, inside the nexus that fed the assembly hall, the end of the line. "We're there," I said to Derek, and felt him open his eyes, or something like it. "It's hot," he thought, because that came closer to describing the indescribable than anything he could think of, sensing something all around him, but blind to it with every sense he had any understanding of. I began to search for the nerve center he'd described, that contained the code sequence we were hunting for. As I narrowed my focus, things got clearer. I began to pick out forms within the form, the kinds of things Deadeye had taught me to recognize and forced me to learn the meaning of. Every other layer here was some kind of security program, penetrating the flesh of the data core like blood vessels. Uneasy subsystems nuzzled my brain, rippling through us like fish through water. My mind wanted to hold its breath every time one did, and I was glad that Derek couldn't see what I saw as I riffled the assembly's files. "Here it is," I said at last. The sequence we had to open up lay waiting, sandwiched in between security traps, but clean and simple. I deepened my penetration into Derek's mind until I was contacting the brain centers he'd be using. I opened up to him, let him see for a second through my mind's eye. Make it change. I felt him respond with a kind of terrified eagerness, felt an energy I'd never been able to call up surge through the circuits of my mind, and out of him, me, turning black to white, yes to no, open to close. A different sequence was pulsing under my eyes now. The right one. The one that would give us both what we wanted. "Look," I thought, trying to let him see it himself. "Get me out of here," he screamed. I felt him start to panic as he got too much input, struggling to get free. In another minute he was going to trigger something in the system around us, and we'd be dead. I got us out of there as fast as I could. I got myself out of his mind even faster. In less than a heartbeat, we were staring at each other, slack-faced and glassy-eyed, across the empty distance of the room again. "We did it?" he asked finally, having trouble with his mouth. "It's going to work?" "Yeah," I nodded. "I think we did." He got up, rubber-kneed. "Incredible," he mumbled again, his mind still strobing with awe and energy. He held his head, suddenly feeling afraid that maybe he'd even enjoyed what he'd just done. "I need a drink, or something." He turned to look back at me. His relief and revulsion were sweet sour, clogging my senses. And because he was afraid he'd liked it, he said, "God, I'd hate to be you. Why do you bother living?" Argentine came into the room. She'd been waiting for sounds of life. I could hear other sounds coming alive out front, the club beginning to fill up for the night. "Did you fix it?" she asked, not sure which of us to look at. "What happened?" Not sure anything even had. She was doing everything she could think of to keep from looking at Derek too much. "Don't ask." Derek put his hands up to his head again, but then he said, "Yes, I fixed it." I frowned, but I didn't say anything. I watched her face soften with relief and self-doubt. "That's good," she said, meaning it. She hesitated, aching deep inside. "Are you staying for the show?" "Do you want me to?" he asked, moving closer. The urge went through him to do something to her with his mind, one of those things that had always made her want him to do more. I touched his mind, just enough to let him know I was there, just enough to stop him. She looked away, glancing at me. "I need the sim box." He gave it to her, and she went out again, her mind and body clenched. Derek stood where he was for another minute, watching me. "I'm going out front for a drink," he said. His voice sounded strained. "And staying for the show," knowing that I could read the decision in his mind, and knowing that I would. "Are you coming? Daring me to do anything about it?" "No," I said. He let himself think about what he'd done to me a few nights ago, about what Stryger was going to do to me 2 nights from now. I watched his face flush. "See you in hell," he said. He went out of the room. I sat where I was, trying not to follow his mind as he went away. But I couldn't stop myself because he was still thinking about me. Me on top of his stepmother, wondering how she'd liked it, hoping his father was wondering too, thinking about Argentine naked. I cut contact, hating him, hating myself, but the images of naked flesh stayed in my mind. Argentine, Lazuli. I wondered where Lazuli was right now, too far away to reach, remembering the soft sweetness of her body until it made my own body ache. I wondered whether she was thinking about me, whether she was hating me, and how much. Damn, I said to nobody. 32. Derek was the last one to leave the club as Purgatory shut down for the night. I watched him go, making sure he didn't turn back or change his mind. The one thing that I could still do to hurt him. Argentine watched him go too, with the heavy ache still deep inside her. She looked at me once from across the room, feeling my eyes on her. Her performance had looked good tonight, but inside it had been empty. Her mind had been somewhere else the whole time. Her body felt like lead to her. She went backstage with the other players, her arms around two of them, burying her need in the security of the Simb. After a while, I heard them making music again in the back room, aimless and loose, unwinding. I followed them down the hall, not knowing why, until I saw them. The players looked up at me as I came into the room, accepting the sight of me now, somehow more used to my being here than I was. Argentine was the only one who felt any resentment. I thought maybe I should practice. I touched the socket on my neck before she could say anything. Like you said. My mind didn't want to face anything that took any effort, any emotion, but even working the Simb was better than the emptiness I felt inside me right now. Some of the players mumbled agreement, their curiosity reaching out to me. They were tired from the night but still riding their performance high, and nobody had interfaced with them even casually in a long while. Argentine nodded, shrugged. I felt her own anticipation stir almost against her will. I crossed the room, calling my link on. The two-dimensional imagery of their artificial sigh unfolded across my mind. For a while it was enough just to listen and watch, leaning against the wall as Argentine wove their separate colors of sound into light song, funneling her unhappiness into a search for something she'd never seen before. But the more I felt the changing flow of images around them, the more it got into my blood, making me hungry to be a part of the pattern again, and not just a dead-end street. "Come on," Argentine said to me finally, impatiently. "Feel something." I eased into the dance, trying not to stumble and break its heart, concentrating on the way it made me feel. The pleasure, envy, longing, trying to focus the physical sensations the emotions caused in me. The sea of stimuli inside and outside of my head seemed to shimmer, as the players reacted to a kind of input they'd never experienced before. Their disorientation faded fast. They liked it. Argentine liked it. I took what they gave back to me and sent it out again, filtering it this time so that the feedback stayed under control. I wanted to give them something, an extra dimension to move in, a part of myself in return for what they were giving me. And hovering around the pattern of their energy, I found something that only happened inside Argentine. Something that was a part of the vision filling her as she controlled the Simb. Something more real to her than reality. And yet always missing when they played because it was too intangible to express through the crude sensory net of the Simb. I felt the ache of her frustration, always there too, because her act of creation could never be complete. I took the fragile phantom that hovered in her mind and used my sigh to give it form. Then I fed it into the circuit, setting it free, feeling her rush of pleasure warm me like the sun's heat, as her vision suddenly became perfect. She looked toward me, the wonder alive on her face. And suddenly I felt whole, a part of something more, for the first time in longer than I wanted to remember. It was nothing like a joining, because a joining was like nothing else. It was a different kind of give and take, a different kind of sharing than I'd ever known, one that belonged totally to the human side of me. Holding together my concentration in the middle of such dense input was hard to do, but staying with the flow made it worth the effort. It got easier the longer we played, until I felt like I'd never felt this good and been in my right mind. And then some lousy left-out part of my brain remembered why I was wearing an illegal jack, and what I was really here for. And the pleasure went out of everything like a blight rotting a flower. I shut down my access, feeling the lines of contact wither and die. Argentine and the players followed me, dropping out of symbiosis, shutting down one by one until I was alone in the middle of their silent curiosity again. "Why did you stop?" Argentine asked. "I've had enough," I said. "It was really good, really something new." There was frustration in her voice that had nothing to do with me.
"It'll get better. Work with us some more. Open up. You didn't get far enough."
I shook my head.
"Come on, Cat,"
somebody else said.
"Lose yourself. Come cloud walking."
"Yeah, come on, lose yourself."
"It feels better than anything."
"I'm not doing this because it feels good. Just leave me the fuck alone." I went out of the room, away from their questions and their sudden embarrassment. I went out the back way into the alley behind the club. I stopped when I got outside, sagged against the building wall, letting it hold me up because suddenly my legs didn't want to anymore. Tomorrow night it would be me and Stryker. Something howled inside my brain, hungry for it to happen. Something that wasn't me. My hand started to tremble, but this time it didn't stop there. It crawled up my arms, spreading until my whole body was shaking like I had a fever. I wrapped my arms across my chest, holding on until it passed. The door opened and Argentine came out alone. She stood looking at me, her costume sparking like a live wire in the dim light. Finally, she reached into her pocket and handed me a camp. I stuck it into my mouth. She put one into her own. It didn't help much, but it kept us from having to say anything for that much longer. I looked at my distorted reflection in the mirror she'd made of half her face. Looked down again.
"I'm sorry,"
she said at last, staring at the ground. I nodded without meaning it, my hand still knotted over the heavy folds of my jacket. My head hurt. She leaned against the wall beside me, studying my face.
"I know we get kind of caught up in the sim, inside our own world, sometimes."
I looked away, sucking on the camp. The small cone of light we stood inside of was artificial, fragile, unreal. The night was all around us, closing in, and I was the only one who could feel it.
"I mean," she said, "when you discover a new dimension like that, you want to hold on to that, get deeper into it. You don't want to let go. You kind of forget everything else, you know?"
I didn't say anything, barely listening, waiting for her to go away. She didn't go away.
"All my life," she said, "I've had this thing that happened inside me."
I looked back at her finally, feeling her need force me to.
"When I hear somebody's name, I feel a color. Sometimes hearing music makes me see a place I've never been. Or remember things I haven't thought about since forever, and makes it seem like they happened yesterday. And always, everything has a mood. Colors do, the sea does, or a song. Not one that has anything to do with what the thing is, or what I'm doing with it, but a separate thing that's like its soul, speaking to me. I can always feel it inside me. But no matter what I try to do, even with the sim, I can never make anybody else feel it. All my life I've been trying to make other people feel it."
She looked away at the night and back.
"And then you came here. And you can. You did. You made it real for me." She caught hold of my jacket with her jewel-gloved fist. "You can't just stop like that. I know it's not what you were trying to do. I know it's not what you wanted or what's important to you. But it made you feel good. I know it did. Maybe it's what you really need, too."
She had hold of me with both hands now. I took a step forward, pushed her up against the cold brick wall with my body. I held her there with my mouth covering hers, my hands against the sides of her face as I kissed her, lost in her silver hair. She struggled for about half a second, mostly from surprise. And then her body went boneless against me, the way it had done once before. Her hand slid down my back, pulling me close until it hurt. Her mouth was wet and open over mine, and the truth about what we both really needed right now hit us head-on like a freighter. And the next thing I remembered, we were in her room, across her bed, not bothering to take off more than would let us reach each other. And she was ready, and I was inside almost before I knew what was happening to me. And then I began to move inside her. And I knew and she knew, rising to meet me until there was nothing else but sensation. She came and I came with her, with a desperate urgency that had almost nothing to do with sharing each other's bodies. I rolled off of her, lying motionless across the bed, feeling like I'd never move again. She lay silently beside me for a few minutes more, staring at the ceiling, not seeing it in the rainbowed half-light filtering in from the street outside. But then she pushed up on her elbow until she was looking down into my eyes, and she smiled. She held up her finger, kissed it, ran it along my cheek. And then slowly, piece by piece, she began to take off my clothes.
I let her, too tired to protest. When I lay there completely naked, she slowly took off her own, until finally I could see the body I'd wanted to see without ever quite realizing it. Ever since that first night in purgatory, I wasn't disappointed. She leaned over me, covering my mouth with hers again. "Argentine, I can't," I murmured. "Don't worry." She kissed me again, used her tongue. "It's all right." The kisses moved over my face, closing my eyes, circling down into my ear, then on down along my throat, my chest. She rolled me onto my stomach and kneeled between my sprawled legs, while her fingers slid over every inch of my back, probing the hollows along my spine, soothing and urging. "You will," she said softly, as they moved down and in between my thighs. She did things that no woman I'd been with before had ever done to me, and each one felt better than the last. I felt myself sliding into the warm, heavy rhythm of her own patient longing, felt myself begin to come alive again, felt her feeding me strength with every touch. "How did you get that tattoo?" she asked, her voice gently laughing as she massaged my buttock. "I don't remember," I mumbled, and she laughed again and kissed it. I rolled onto my back, letting her hands follow, letting them work, until finally I opened my eyes and looked down, hardly believing what I saw rising like a defiant finger. She smiled, pushing up on her knees, lowering herself onto me with a sigh. She leaned forward, her breasts warm against my chest as she found my mouth again. "I want to know how it feels to a man," she whispered, starting to move slowly on top of me. "Let me feel what you feel." And inside her there was no fear. She wasn't lazuli, and her mind was as open to me as her body, reaching for me for one more experience she'd never believed she'd live long enough to have. I entered her mind, going deep as I felt her wanting more and more. I went deeper into her body, too, let my fingers move over her silver skin, her breasts, her belly, letting her surround me with her warm secrets. And I let her feel everything, my hardness, her softness, every nerve ending in my body coming online, and all the while as I opened my mind to show her how I felt. She was feeling what a woman felt, feeding back into my brain, feeding my own pleasure with hers, doubling it and redoubling it. I felt her excitement climbing, centering, circling that place where our bodies were fused together and making my own need hotter. For once every touch, every motion either of us made seemed like exactly the right one. I wanted to make it go on and on, always almost reaching the end but never ending. But she couldn't wait. She came. I felt it trigger inside her, spreading through the nerve net of her body like a shower of stars, and back through the link into my own, until the lightning struck me and I couldn't stop myself. I cried out, falling like a meteor, dizzy and spinning, into the warm sea of our release. But even as I felt myself fading, softening, growing dim and dead, I felt the heat still pulsing somewhere inside me. She was still on top of me, her head back, her eyes clouded and bright as she began to move again, her body caressing what was left of me, her hands touching my sweating skin and her own, like she was expecting the impossible to happen one more time. I felt her arousal growing inside me, knew at last how it felt to be able to be ready and willing all over again and again, to have a capacity for pleasure as deep and endless as a sea. I let her fill the utter emptiness inside me with the sensation she was creating, playing our bodies like she played the simb, demanding, depending on me to let her go on using my mind and body along with her own, to explore this thing she'd only dreamed about. I felt her pleasure beginning to climb again, and her need and her wonder at being two people in one mind with two bodies, so different and yet so much the same that if they could only be this way forever. And I felt myself respond incredibly, growing hard again with a need so hot and sudden that it was more like pain. She felt my disbelief. I felt her own, and laughed as we began again. This time we circled the center of each other's pleasure without any urgency at all, letting every kind of sensation pass in slow motion through the lines of contact between us, as we rose and fell again. This time she was satisfied and more than satisfied, and I was more than grateful. She slid off of me, moving slowly and tenderly, kept contact body against body as she lay next to me with her arm still across my chest. "God, it feels so good," she murmured. "Stay inside me." But she was only asking for my mind inside her now, to go on being two in one as she drifted away into sleep. too heavy with pleasure and release to say anything more. I lay where I was, stupefied with sensation, wondering, as it ebbed away, where I was even going to find the strength to keep breathing. I thought about Lazuli, felt the hollow ache start inside me again as I remembered how she'd wanted this too. She'd been too afraid of me to take it this far, as close to a real joining as any human without Psy could ever come. I wondered if we'd had enough time, if I could have shown her. But all the while I knew in the parts of my mind that Argentine couldn't reach and never would. That even if Lazuli and I had been two people in one body, we'd never have been two in one mind. 33. When I woke up again, Argentine was still sleeping, her arm still lying across me, as if neither of us had even moved during the rest of the night. It was halfway into the next afternoon, but I felt like I'd barely slept. Sleep was trying to pull me back down, and I wanted to let it. But it was the next day. When I remembered what day that was, I felt like I'd been jabbed with a prod, and I knew I wasn't going to sleep any more. I slid out from under Argentine's warm arm, kissed her face gently until she smiled, her eyelids flickering. She sighed and stretched. "Again," she murmured. Her eyes closed again. I pulled on my clothes and put on another drug patch and went downstairs. A couple of the players were in the kitchen. They watched me stumble in, glanced at the ceiling, and made knowing faces. Midnight pushed a plate of food at me and shoved a cup into my hand. "Eat," he said. "Better keep up your strength." He raised his eyebrows. I gave him a sick grin, trying to look grateful. I ate a couple of bites, almost gagging, and left the rest of it. I went to the phone and called Derek to make sure everything was set. And then I called Micah to make double sure. When I'd finished talking, I went back into the empty club and sat alone, not wanting anything more than that, except maybe to turn today into tomorrow. After a while, Argentine came into the room, wrapped in her bathrobe, and sat down beside me. I felt the sudden hot rush of feeling inside her as she looked at me, her memory flashing back to the night, struggling to remember now, going back. But when I met her eyes, something else happened, and it made her look away suddenly. Face to face, in the light of day, the memory of what we'd done last night became too real for her even to think about. She tried to say something, couldn't, because she was afraid, after all. So afraid that she wouldn't admit even to herself what she was really afraid of. I sat looking at her look away, not answering what she didn't say, afraid of the same thing deep inside. After a while, she reached up behind her head, took out the sim box, and handed it to me. "I guess you'll be needing this," she said. "Try not to carry it on you. It's kind of fragile. We're not performing tonight, so you can use it all night." She broke off, sickened. I took it with fingers that suddenly couldn't feel anything. "When are you meeting Derek?" She watched herself fold her hands on the tabletop, trying to sound matter-of-fact. I grimaced. "Not soon enough." "Is there anything else you need that we can do?" Still looking at her hands. "Give me a place to come back to?" She smiled a little. "Anytime." She got up again when I didn't say anything more, kissed my forehead, and walked away. I stayed where I was, glad to be alone again and hating every second of it. I didn't know why it was so hard to wait, so hard to think about tonight. I'd set it all up, covered my ass, made sure I had backup. I didn't even have to depend on a mechanical link if I needed help. I had my Psy in perfect working order. I was going to get roughed up a little, that was all. Nothing I couldn't handle. It was my game, I was calling the throws. But still my guts turned to water every time I thought about what was going to happen to me tonight. Maybe because I'd thought I'd never have to do this kind of thing to myself again. The message beeper on my data band suddenly came alive, making me jump. I sat listening to it, trying to decide if I should answer it here or go to the public phone, half afraid of what I might hear from anybody who'd call me now. Finally, I went to the phone in the hall. The face I found waiting for me when I answered was so unexpected that for a second I couldn't even put a name to it. "Natan Isplanaski," the face said, as if he could tell that I didn't recognize him. I didn't say anything, because I couldn't think of anything at all to say. "Elnir told me about your falling out with the Tamings. She's concerned about you," he said, sounding concerned too. I felt myself frown as I wondered if she'd told him all the details. I wondered what was really going on in his mind. "She told you to call?" I asked, not sure whether resentment or disbelief was stronger inside me. No, he said. I called because I wanted you to know I haven't forgotten about what you said. About what? He looked surprised, or at least confused. About contract labor. Oh. I looked down, laughed once. That. Elnir told me you have your reasons. I still want to hear them. I lifted my head again. What's the point? Suddenly I wanted to smash the screen. I clenched my fists until the feeling passed. He didn't answer the question. Will you come up and see me? I shook my head. I can't. Can't? He repeated, as if he thought I meant something else. I can't. He hesitated, nodded. What if I come there, or meet you somewhere else? Whenever you say. I stared at him. You mean that? He nodded again. I can't. I looked away from his eyes. There's something else I've got to do, and I don't know where I'll be after that. Something more important to you than this. Yeah, I said. I was starting to tremble again. I almost said the words to cut the connection. Stopped. Look, I'll call back when I can. As soon as I can. He nodded. Good. I'll be waiting. Tell Elnir. Tell her I think it'll all work out. I cut him off. Then I leaned back against the wall, waiting for the shakes to leave me alone. When I felt in control enough to move again, I left Purgatory, not telling anybody I was going, and went uptown toward Derek's. Derek's city place was sleek and faceless on the outside, a Vip's sacred ground, the kind of place that probably had almost as much to hide as its owner did. I stood in the twilight in the mall garden for a long time, looking at it, getting the feel of it, trying to force myself to go up to its door. Micah had promised he'd track me, but there was no trace of him. I had to believe he'd keep his word, just like I had to believe nothing would go wrong that I couldn't handle. I didn't believe either thing as I crossed the vanilla-scented lawns to Derek's door. The door opened when I stepped up onto the polished terrace, answering the security clearance Derek had given me. Derek was waiting inside. He gestured me in with a nervous hand. "What were you doing out there for so long, for God's sake?" he hissed as the door solidified again behind us. "Everyone in the stack could have seen you by now." "Nobody else was watching," I said. "Nobody else at all." Even the security scanners didn't see me, as long as the codes told them not to. It was all very discreet. I looked around me in the dim light, my hands twisting inside my jacket pockets. The asceticism of his house on the Toming Estates had turned so impersonal here that it was like standing in a clinic. "Stryker's not here." "Of course not," Derek said, still irritable. "It's early. Come inside." He wanted to play host about as much as I wanted to play guest, but I followed him down the long ramp into the ceramic hollow of his living room. There was a round enameled table in the center of it, ringed with low seats inside a cylinder of sourceless light. He sat down. I sat down on the far side of the table, staring at him. "How is Argentine?" he asked almost civilly. "Satisfied," I answered, mostly to annoy him. He frowned. He poured himself a drink from a liquor carafe on the table in front of him and gulped it down. "Why don't you drop the bleeding inside crap?" I said. "She doesn't mean anything to you. Nobody does." His head snapped up. The pain, anger, jealousy gnawing at his gut was real enough. "You," he said, his finger quivering as it pointed me out, "are a nameless bastard. You are not fit to judge me. You will not sit there and tell me what I think or feel or want in my own house." I flinched as his fury scraped my raw nerves. I kept my eyes on the carafe and cups on the tray in front of him. The tray was moving slowly around the table. There was a kind of continental drift at work in the table's heart. My hands could feel it, a faint vibration under what looked like a solid surface, carrying everything invisibly toward me. I watched them come, hypnotized. "Plate tectonics," Derek murmured, and I laughed out loud before I could stop myself. My hands rattled on the tabletop. They reminded me of his hands, as if somehow his hands had gotten attached to my body. Derek looked at me under control again, his expression caught somewhere between curiosity and disgust. "Fuck you, gentleman, Derek," I said. "Have a drink," he offered as the carafe reached me and stopped. I filled a cup and looked at it. Derek's tension level jumped as I picked it up. I glanced at him, watched him take another swallow from his own cup, felt him react to the kick of high-proof alcohol. There was nothing in the liquor that didn't belong there. He relaxed again, even though I hadn't drunk anything. He didn't care if I drank his liquor or not. I took a sip, felt it numb the inside of my mouth, burn a track down my throat, deaden my aching stomach. It felt good. Right then, drinking acid would have felt good. I drank some more. And then I started to get dizzy. The room began to run and flow as I sat staring in disbelief. It was safe. How? I forced the words out. It seemed like the longest speech I'd ever made. The cup wasn't. Derek shrugged. He smiled. His face was melting. It has to look good, for Stryker. Trust me. I didn't trust him. I fell face down onto the table. When I came to again, I was somewhere else. There was a dirty fibroid floor pressing hard against the side of my face. I lifted my head, blinking. I had a headache. The light here was white and shadowless, not like the dim half-light of the room where Derek and I had been hiding from each other's hatred. It was a square box with one hard, ugly chair and a hard metal bed frame set on a storage base. One door, shut. No windows. I could hear a ventilator running somewhere, a wheezing scream that went on that sounded like the machine was being killed by this place. For a minute I thought I was in Old City, and then I thought I was having a nightmare. I wasn't alone in it. Derek was leaning against the door, and Stryker was standing beside him, hidden inside so much drab, ungodly clothing that I had to touch his mind to be sure I was really seeing him. "You see?" Derek said to one or the other of us, or both. "Here he is." I tried to push myself up, fell back on my face again because I couldn't make my hands work. My hands were locked in binders behind my back. I rolled onto my side, got up finally, using just my legs. As I staggered to my feet, one foot jerked out from under me, and I almost fell again. One of my ankles was tied to the bed frame by a piece of rope. "You son of a bitch," I said to Derek, and the choking panic in my voice was real. He smiled. The tiny shrug of his shoulders told me, "It has to look good." "Hello, Cat," Stryker murmured, his voice soft and almost warm, as if we were having a perfectly normal conversation, as if I wasn't standing here like this, like some kind of human sacrifice. He began to take off the shapeless hooded coat that made him look twice his size. My own jacket was gone, so were my boots. All I had on was a tunic and jeans, and they weren't going to give me much protection. And then I remembered the simp box. I'd put it into my jacket, and my jacket wasn't in the room. I froze, trying to make my mind hold together while I called on the link, not letting myself think about what would happen if there was no answer. But the familiar grid of energy filled my inner sight like a street map. I followed it, found the sim box ready for me, locked in. Derek was wearing it. I forced myself to take a deep breath, and another. Then I sent what was left of my concentration out through the white noise of the ventilator and my own fear in one last sweep, searching for Micah. He was there, somewhere outside, nearby, close enough. He'd tracked me here, wherever here was, as good as his word. I felt him jump as I goosed him with my relief. I fed him a flood of images about where I was and what was about to happen. And then I broke contact because I realized Stryker had gone on talking to me, and now he was waiting for me to answer. He'd asked me to tell him why I thought God had allowed me to be born. "What?" I said, because even knowing what he'd asked me, that was all the answer I could think of. He repeated the question. "I'm very interested in your religious views," he said softly. "I've had to wait such a long time for this opportunity to talk to you about them." He was leaning on his staff, shining in the white light, as if he really had made half a lifetime's journey to reach this stinking rat-hole room, all to talk religion with me. "Then why this?" I asked, feeling the binders cut into my wrists, tightening more as I jerked my hands. I tried not to look at him like he was crazy. He sighed. "Because it's necessary. Now, the question is, why are humans and hydrants so similar that interspecies miscegenation can even occur? Why has God permitted our pure stock to become polluted with abnormal genes? Why were you born? A half-breed, the degenerate spawn of an unnatural act. As a warning? As an example?" I felt him goading me, goading his own hatred. "There isn't any God," I said. "If there was, you wouldn't exist." I glanced at Derek. He was backed into the corner by the door now, with fear sweat shining on his face, smiling. None of us would. Stryger moved his hands. The bottom end of his staff shot out, tangled in my legs. I fell down hard, with no way to stop it. I lay there for a long minute, with the pain in my bruised legs throbbing up through my body, before I rolled over and pushed onto my knees again. He was still standing quietly, leaning on his staff again, as if it had been God's hand and not his own that had struck me down. He actually believed it had been God's hand. I managed to get up and backed away toward the bed. I sat down on it, sending a silent finger of thought into his brain while I did. I hadn't counted on the binders. I was going to need everything I had to keep from getting maimed. "I realize you cannot be expected to behave like a civilized person," he said. The velvet on his voice was wearing away now. The naked fist was showing through. "But I think you can give me a better answer than that." I made a face. "I don't know why I'm alive. I don't know why I'm a half-breed. Maybe my mother was gang-raped by deadheads." The staff flashed out at my head. I felt him move and ducked, but it came back at me before I could get my balance again and hit me from behind, knocking me off the bed. I landed on my face. I sat up again on the floor, got to my knees and then my feet. It took longer this time because it was harder to do. Blood was leaking out of my nose. My mouth felt like raw meat. I stared at the grid still shining and alive inside my eyes, made sure it was getting every detail of how much it hurt. Why? I thought, because I couldn't catch my breath to ask him why, because I wondered what he'd do. "Why do you want to do this to me?" "Filth!" he shrieked. The staff end hit the floor with a crack, and then it hit me across the chest, staggering me. I fell down again. "Never touch me with your filthy—" He broke off, swallowing the word, shuddering. And then, with what almost sounded like grief in his voice, he said, "I don't want to do this." And the worst part was that some part of him really didn't. I watched him come forward, a step at a time. He held out his hand to me as if he really wanted to help me up. "But God has shown me that it is necessary. You have shown me yourself that you deserve punishment. Your very existence is a blasphemy. The Hydran civilization was corrupt. They set themselves up to be in God's place. That was why their civilization fell. It fell from grace. Only full-blooded humans are God's children, recognizing their role as it was meant to be. Only Earth is pure." I looked up at him, at his outstretched hand, at the white, pitiless light ringing him with aura, trying not to look at the staff. "That's a lot of shit." The staff leaped up and clipped me under the chin, knocking me back into the metal base of the bed, sending me down with a head full of stars. I pushed my way up the side of the bed frame, fell onto the stinking mattress foam again, dazed and gasping. I hoped he hadn't broken my jaw. The welts rising on me felt as thick as my arm. I wondered how I could have missed his move on me that time so completely. "We're not—" I mumbled and spat, grateful that my mouth still worked. "Not the different ones. Hydrans were all over. It's you. You're the mutants. Misfits. Defectives. Failures." Blood dribbled down my chin. "Damn you," he whispered as something tore like rotten cloth inside his brain. And then I saw too late what his most terrible fear was. The fear that I was right. In the vision he'd had so long ago, when that accident had left him clinically dead, the vision he'd believed had been sent to him by God. He'd dreamed that his mind had left his body. It had hovered over him and then crossed the impossible threshold, into the minds of the people working to save him. He'd heard them speak, known their thoughts, almost known their every secret, like God. And then they'd saved him, and pulled him back into his body where he belonged. And when he'd come to, he'd known that he'd never have that feeling of pure godlike power again, because he wasn't a scion. And I felt the hunger for the gift he could never have eating him alive, and his insane hatred of the ones who had it by birthright. "Oh, God," I thought, and wished I'd thought of something else. "I think," he murmured, staring down at me with mindless sorrow, "you will profit from this." The end of his staff caught me in the stomach, doubling me over, and then came down hard across the side of my face, smashing my ear. I lay where I'd fallen face down on the putrid foam, listening to myself moan, hoping that if I lay still he'd let me rest for a minute. More blood was running down my neck and into my eye. I couldn't wipe it off. I wished head wounds didn't bleed so damn much. I couldn't hear out of the ear he'd hit. It was full of blood. I wondered why I was having so much trouble reading him. That wasn't right. Maybe the sim box was taking up too much of my concentration. But it had to come first, or else the rest of this had no point at all. It was getting harder all the time to remember what the point of anything was. I sat up, my ears still ringing, let him hit me in the ribs and knock me off the bed again. He didn't even give me a chance to roll over this time before the staff whacked me in the balls. I folded up, retching, and he hit me across the kidneys. Derek! I tried to form the thought, to reach his mind with it. Couldn't. Too little control left, too much pain. The pain leaked out of me like blood and into their minds until I heard Stryger screaming at me again, hitting me over and over to make me stop hurting out loud. Derek! I was sobbing now, but I didn't care. Derek! Sojourner, Derek said, his voice sounding hollow and far away. Sojourner! Louder, almost frightened this time. He came toward us, inching into my line of sight, clamped his hand on Stryger's arm, pulling him around. I want him for a moment. Stryger froze, stared at him, moved away from me like he was in a trance, letting Derek crouch down beside me. Enough? Derek whispered. I nodded, shutting my eyes. No, he said hoarsely. I don't think so. I opened my eyes. He rubbed a finger across my torn lips. It came away red. He put it into his mouth and sucked it, smiling. He straightened up again. By the way, his finger swam down toward my eyes again, and there was something else on its tip. I think this belongs to you. I squinted. It was a drug patch, the one from behind my ear. He'd taken it off me after I'd passed out. My psi had been slowly going dead on me all this time. He flicked the patch away. I swore, floundering, trying to get my legs under me, trying to see where it had gone. He kicked me in the stomach, collapsing me again, and left me there. Micah! I threw everything I had into the call, praying that now when I really needed it, my gift would come back to me on its own. But it didn't. Micah! I screamed it, raw-voiced. And then Stryger brought his staff down on me again, and I just screamed. I tried to kick him, tried to crawl away, but it was all useless. He used his staff on me like an artist, now that I was down and helpless. Used it to cause the most pain in the most ways, the most places, hurting me everywhere, but never doing enough damage at once to let me lose consciousness. Somewhere in the middle of it, the lines of the grid inside my head went out, and I realized my backup was gone. I was alone in this nameless place with the two people who hated me most. Two people who wanted me dead more than anything else in the universe right now. And this thing had already gone too far, way beyond the plan. Stryger was going to kill me, and Derek would lick my bloody corpse, and nobody would ever know. There was nothing left to hold on to as the pain drove me under, drowning me in fear, drowning me in memory. I was back on the streets again, 7 or 8 years old, with an empty hole in my brain where my past should have been, hungry and cold. And a man who sometimes gave me handouts said, "Come on in." I thought I knew the streets, knew the rules, knew what I was doing. I'd never heard bad talk about him. But up in his room he dropped his pants and told me what he wanted me to do to him. I said I didn't want to, and his face went from smiling and soft to ugly with rage, faster than I could think. He pulled a knife, and with it pressed against my throat. He said, "Do it or I'll kill you." And I did it, whimpering and sick, but thinking if I did it I could go. I'd never heard he'd killed anybody. If I did it he'd let me go. But he wouldn't let me go. I begged him. I tried to fight, but he cut me and ripped off my clothes. He pinned me down on the bed and started doing things to me. I told myself it was only some baby fucker getting his fix. It didn't mean anything as long as I was still alive when it was over. And the things got worse and worse, hurting me until I cried out. And when I did, he started to beat me, shouting it was all my fault, like I'd made him do this. Until I was hurt and bleeding everywhere, but still it was only pain, and it couldn't go on forever. And then he rolled me onto my stomach and climbed on top of me. Naked and helpless under his weight, I screamed as a kind of pain I'd never known existed tore something apart in my insides. "Oh, God, stop!" I screamed and screamed for somebody to save me, but there was nobody at all who heard my screams and cared. And it wasn't stopping. My screams turned hoarse. My sobs became heaves of vomit. It went on until all that was left was the truth. Blind with pain, with the black pit opening up to swallow me, I knew at last that the river of wetness that rushed through me was all my blood, that I was never going to get out of this room, that, oh God, I was dying right here. It was over, right now, going down into the blackness. Noise exploded the room around me, exploded my living nightmare. And then there was silence, even though inside my head I was still screaming. The blows stopped coming, even though it didn't stop the pain. I opened the one eye that would still open, blinking in the naked whiteness, watching as reality unrolled like a 3D show in front of me. Stryker standing still, gaping at something. Someone standing where the door had been, but wasn't anymore. Derek sidling away along the wall like a spider as Micah stepped into the room. Micah stopped dead as he saw me. His eyes squinted, and his head moved slowly from side to side. But whatever happened on his face was hidden behind the face shield of his armor. He raised his head again, looking at Stryker. "So," he muttered, the words thick with anger as he glanced at Derek and back at Stryker. "Two-timing me again, you lousy freak." With some part of my brain that was still half working, I realized that he was covering my ass, making it look good. Stryker was still gaping, his eyes getting wider and wider with a disbelief that was so total he couldn't breathe. He looked like he was seeing the devil in human form. And maybe he thought he was. Maybe he was right. I started to laugh, or maybe cry. Micah moved forward, coming toward me. Stryker shut his mouth as Micah shoved him aside, making him stagger. As he realized Micah was only human and a witness to what he'd done here, he lifted his staff. Micah stun-shot him without even turning back to look. Stryker collapsed like a broken leg. Micah crouched down, his mailed fist opening, reaching out toward me. "No, don't." The words bubbled out of my mouth in a bloody froth. My body cringed away from his touch, my mind still full of shattered glass. He pulled his hand back, raised his face guard so I could see his face. "Cat," he said. "It's Micah." "Micah, I didn't lie to you." "About what?" He looked confused. "Getting free." "Yeah, I know." "Don't let him beat me no more." "I won't," he said. And then, softly, "We're not on Cinder. Not for a long time, brother." "I know," I mumbled, trying to raise my head. "Where are we?" "Off the deep end." His death's head grin came back for a second. "Figures." He half smiled, waiting while I caught up with reality. Then he pulled the red scarf out of the neck of his armor. Lifting my head, he wiped blood and drool off my face with the end of it. "You her?" I squeezed the words out, not even sure he'd be able to understand them. "You hear me?" Right then, hope hurt me almost as much as my body did. "Heard?" He shook his head. "I didn't hear a damn thing after you hit me with your side at once. That's why I came. It was taking too long. I figured something went wrong." I began to cough, choking on disappointment. The pain in my chest and ribs hurt so bad when I coughed that it made me gag. He lifted me up so I could sit, held me there. I whimpered, every crawling millimeter of my body hating the agony of being upright, but not as much as it hated lying on my raw, bleeding face. His hand touched the binders on my wrists, and he grunted with disgust. "Derek's," I mumbled, trying to turn my head. "Get him to—" But I felt the shock as something sparked out behind me as Micah canceled the lock himself. The binders fell off my hands. My arms flopped forward. Micah propped me up like a doll against the side of the bed and cut the rope around my ankle. He turned to look at Derek. Derek stood pressed against the pitted wall, staring at Stryker's body, at us, back at Stryker. "What happened?" Micah asked, asking me but still looking at Derek. "What went wrong?" "Him. Double-crossing bastard," I said, still looking at Derek too, not able to stop. "Took my drugs. I couldn't—" My voice broke. "Scum-sucker, you would have let him." "You want me to kill 'em both?" Micah asked, getting slowly to his feet. "No," Derek whined, going rubber-mouthed as he tried to make it sound reasonable. "I would have stopped him, Cat. Just a little longer." He wiped his face on his sleeve. "Just a little. It had to look good." You saw how I could control him. He's not dead. Is he dead? He looked at Stryger.
Not yet, Micah said. But I'll take care of that right now. He turned, raising his hand.
No,
I gasped.
Jesu, don't.
Blood splattered as I shook my head. He looked back at me. Why the hell not?
Because you'll make him goddamn martyr. I dragged myself up the side of the bed and collapsed on it. The pain of moving that far gave me the dry heaves. Micah stood waiting until I could speak again. You kill him now. He'll win in spite of everything. Besides, I want him to live, because it wouldn't hurt enough this way.
His face twisted. He lowered his hand. Just wanted to be sure.
Of what?
He gave me a strange look. But it wasn't because you knew how he felt. He smiled for a second, showing me his teeth. What about the gentleman? He jerked his head at Derek.
I still need him, until tomorrow. I looked at Derek. You know what you have to do. If you don't do it, I'll kill you myself.
He nodded silently, licking his lips. Get it out of here, Micah said to Derek, pointing at Stryger's body.
How?
Derek asked. He looked like he was the one who'd been stun-shot. Drag him.
But I have to tell him something when he wakes up.
Derek looked at me again, his face as hollow as his voice.
He'll know that something. Just tell him he made my lover real jealous.
I laughed and then swore because even that hurt more than I could stand. Derek stared at me, his face twisting. But he nodded and stumbled across the room. He picked up the body by the armpits. I watched him go out through the ruined doorway like an undertaker, dragging Stryger behind him, cursing under his breath. That's something I never did before, Micah said when we couldn't hear them any more.
What?
Let somebody live when I should have killed him. I grunted.
I did something I never done, too.
What?
Peed in my pants.
He looked at me and almost laughed. Didn't. I didn't either. There was red in the wet stain on my jeans. Come on, he said. I better get you out of here. He started back to me.
Wait, Micah. Drug patch.
I put up a hand, touching the pulped mess that Stryger had made of my ear.
I need it.
I tried to get up. Couldn't.
It's here someplace.
I looked up at him.
Help me. Can't think.
You can't think because that scumbag busted your goddamn skull, Micah said, frowning. But he turned away, searching the floor until he found it. He stuck it behind my other ear.
Be all right now,
I said. I wiped my chin with a shaky hand. I got up off the bed and fell on my face. He let me fall, and then he picked me up again, holding me there, almost gently. Junkie. I nodded, pain tears squeezing out of my eyes. I couldn't stand up by myself. Stryger's staff was still lying on the floor in front of me, covered with my blood.
Micah?
Yeah.
Is it really over?
He looked down at the staff. He kicked it across the room. It's over. I'll take you home. 34. Micah took me to a clinic before he took me anywhere else. One where they didn't ask a lot of questions. It took them the rest of the night to put me back together. They wanted to make me stay, but it was morning and I had things to do. They took one look at Micah and didn't argue. We went back to purgatory. Argentine stopped dead in the middle of the hallway as she saw us come in. Her hands clutched the sleeves of her smock and she hugged herself silently, waiting while we came toward her. As we reached her, she called,
Aspen? It's all right.
I shook my head, moving in slow motion because of all the tranks and painkillers. Her eyes didn't believe me, looking at my face. Took care of it already. Micah nodded as Aspen materialized behind her.
Derek has the box, I said. Fuck the box.
Her voice wasn't steady.
Did it work for you?
I nodded.
Derek did everything he promised to do?
Everything and more, I said sourly.
You heard from him?
She shook her head, still looking at me uncertainly, glancing at Micah.
I got to go up to the assembly.
I had to know that he was there, that Stryger would be there, that everything was set.
You can't. Argentine looked at me like I must still be in shock. "The jack's gone." I touched my head. They'd taken it out at the clinic. Stryger had already scrambled it along with my brains. "I want to be there to watch it happen." "You and a few billion other people," she said. "They won't let anybody near the place who doesn't have a right to be there." I swore. "I have a right." "Cat," Micah said. "You thought about this? What's going to hit after Derek feeds that program through their system? You're messing with the Federation. You better keep your head down, boy. Catch it on the Indy." I stood glaring at him, at her, until the combined weight of their common sense finally crushed me. Yeah. Suddenly I wasn't so sure that I really wanted to be there when the entire assembly relived what had happened to me last night. "I guess I will." "Rest a while," Argentine said, putting her hand on my arm. "Nothing's even starting for hours." "Yeah, I guess I will." "You get lamped for those head wounds?" Aspen asked me, running a professional's eye over my glued-up face. I shrugged, not sure if I didn't know or just couldn't remember. "You got the full course," Micah said. "They know what they're doing at Souls. They get a lot of trauma cases." Aspen nodded. "You'll feel like you have a new body in a few days," he said to me, looking as pleased as if he'd fixed it up himself. "But I'll still remember being in this one." I turned my back on him, feeling the bile rise up in my throat as I stumbled away down the hall. The stairs to the upper level looked like they led to the moon. With one eye covered, I couldn't even tell where they started. Micah helped me make it up them and settled me in Argentine's room. I lay on her bed with my eyes shut, not moving. But underneath the haze of painkiller and sedatives, my body was still trembling, still waiting for the next blow to fall. Because the last 3 years of my life I'd been living a lie, pretending I was a free citizen of the Human Federation, with a mind and a name and the right to feel some kind of pride. But Stryger had torn away my illusions, the way some nameless pervert had torn away my clothes so long ago, and taught me that I was nothing but a victim in a room without exits. I rolled onto my stomach, burying my face in the smothering darkness of the bedding, as I heard Micah start to leave, leaving me there alone. But as he reached the door, he hesitated. I felt him look at me. And then he turned back very quietly and sat down in a chair instead. I raised my head and opened my good eye halfway to look at him sitting there, staring out the window. I reached out and touched his mind with my own, not so he knew it, but only so I did. And then, finally, I felt safe, and I slept. He was still there when I woke up a few hours later. Argentine was there too, calling my name, telling me that coverage was starting on the net. I felt better than I had before I went to sleep, but on a scale of 1 to 10, my body was still about -5. I got up somehow, and we went downstairs into the club. The other players were there, and a few people who worked for Purgatory already waiting. I felt their morbid curiosity glance off me as I came into the room. Nobody wanted to look at my face for long. "Anybody need a headset?" The doorkeeper waved one at me as I passed. Wearing one would bring the visuals up closer, make it that much more real. I shook my head. A 3D image of the Federation Assembly Hall was already taking up the stage as I eased myself down onto the cushions beside a table. Chandra Mandragora was drifting in and out of reality up front, keeping the audience hooked with flashbacks, replaying all the controversies, real and imaginary, that had led up to this, trying to hold audience interest in a vote that he thought they knew the outcome of already. He explained it all, to the billions of present and future viewers, who would never really understand what it meant any more than he would. I watched the shifting scenes and faces flow by, feeling dizzy as the background circled behind him and I searched for someone I knew. The cams showed Elnir waiting on the speaker's platform. She'd asked for permission as a member to address the assembly before the vote, and she'd gotten it. And then Stryger had demanded the same right. He was there, too, alive and clean and perfect. The two of them sat in their places like game pieces. But there was one more face I still needed to see. "Derek," Argentine said, lifting her hand as a slow scan of the assembly's faces finally passed over him. He was there and gone again almost before I saw him. But he was there. I nodded and sank back into the bed of cushions again, letting my one eye unfocus. Argentine pressed a mugful of something hot and harmless into my bandaged hands. I drank it down. Finally, the endless shuffling and shrugging and switching accesses stopped, as the Assembly's chosen speaker called the delegates into the closed system for the session. I pushed myself up again as he announced the guest speakers, explaining their requests one more time as if they actually had some meaning. He called Elnir forward first to the floating podium. Her speech was mainly what she'd said in the open debate, because there was nothing else to say, because that should have been enough. I could hear the intensity in her voice that I couldn't feel inside her, as she drove against the impossible inertia of too many preset minds. And then she was finished speaking, and Stryger was walking forward to take her place. I watched him move toward me through the gleaming white and blue respectability of the Federation Assembly, wearing its approval like an aura. He wasn't carrying his staff with him. But if what he'd done to me, or even what had happened to him last night, had had any effect on him, I couldn't see it in the way he moved, the way he shone. Maybe it had only made him more sure that God was on his side, that his crusade was just, that he was finally about to get everything he wanted. I watched him come, feeling like somehow he could actually see me, feeling like I was drowning. Micah leaned over and nudged me. "Breathe," he said. I sucked in air. Stryger had reached the podium now. He began to speak while Shander Mandragora reminded us again that for Stryger, speaking out loud wasn't just something he did for effect, but the only way he could communicate with his audience. Like it was a pledge, a symbol of his purity, of his dedication to the common people. "Because he'll never have the gift," I muttered. "Because if he can't have it, he won't ever take second best." Argentine glanced at me. "I thought he hated scions." Her eyes flickered down and away as she saw the proof of it again on my face. "He does," I said. "Can you think of a better reason?" I watched as Stryger blessed the Assembly members and called them upholders of peace and order. Told them he'd come before them one last time to speak for those countless human beings who were the Federation's real reason for existence, whose strengthened numbers made its existence possible, who trusted in the Assembly to do the right thing. Come on, Derek, I thought. Come on. I shouldn't have let them talk me out of it. I should have been there. Stryger was almost finished. In another minute it would be too late. The voting would begin. "I know you will agree with me," he said, smiling for the last time at the waiting faces below him. "Because after all, we all want the same thing. We are all so much alike in our hearts." He stepped away from the podium, turning, starting back toward his seat. "No," I said. "No! You bastard, you double-crossing—" Micah caught at my arm as I pushed to my feet. But something was happening in the silent crowd on the assembly floor. They began to make a sound, a restless murmuring like the sea, as larger-than-life figures suddenly materialized in the air. Stryger's image and then mine. Derek had used himself to get a second viewpoint on the sim box. It was happening. It was really happening. I collapsed into my seat again, staring as cams that had been focused close up on Stryger's face pulled back to take in the show, making Stryger seem to shrink where he stood on the stage. I watched his bloated image in the air open its mouth. I repeated the words that came out of it before they even registered on anyone else watching. The real Stryger stopped moving, confusion showing on his face. The news recorders were hooked into the assembly system through the net, picking up sound to match the picture. Without any augmentation at all, he couldn't know what everyone else was seeing in the air above him, what they were hearing. He turned around, turned back toward the podium, searching for the speaker. He stared as he saw the billowing images above him. He was standing inside them, and like a man standing inside a cloud, he couldn't make out their real form. Behind him, Elnir and the speaker stared in disbelief. I saw Elnir's hand go over her mouth as she recognized me. And then it was his own image Stryger was standing inside of, a victim's eye view now as the staff swung in for a blow. I wanted to shut my eyes as the staff came at me, but I couldn't. I watched it come, saw the image change as it hit me. I heard the wood crack against my flesh and saw what it did to me. I bit down on my fist. Cries were registering on the audio. I heard my voice rising through them, telling Stryger why he hated scions, and I saw him answer me. The image we were watching on the stage split open. Half of it still focused on the beating, the other half sweeping the hall as panic-stricken assembly members fell over themselves and each other, screaming, vomiting, trying to get up or get away from what they were being force-fed over the inviolable link of the assembly system. The speaker was up at the podium now, shoving Stryger aside as he used its access to try and force the system and its users back under control. As Stryger stumbled away, he finally saw what everyone else was seeing. Saw himself larger than life, beating me to a pulp in front of billions of witnesses. And then, as suddenly as it had come, the image disappeared from the air. It must have disappeared from the assembly system at the same time, because the screaming mob scene on the assembly floor began to die down. Members fell back into their seats, the curses and cries turning into furious demands and questions. Inside of a minute, there was total silence in the hall. I couldn't tell what they were doing now, because even the infocams couldn't pick it up. I leaned forward across the table, my fists clenched, ignoring what it did to my body, because I had to know if it was working, and I couldn't tell anything sitting here. Stryger started back toward the podium with hellfire in his eyes. But before he could take control of it, Elnir was there, barring his way, claiming the cameras and the assembly's attention. The speaker stepped aside, giving her room, giving way to one of his own. "Sojourner Stryger," she said, flinching as he got near her, as if she was half afraid he'd attack her too. "What in God's name was your purpose in forcing this hideous thing on me, on everyone in this hall?" Her voice trembled. Her face was white. Her hands were clenched over the edges of the podium, holding her there. "What have you done to my aide?" Stryger said, thumping his chest with his hand, still bug-eyed with disbelief. "This was not my doing." I watched him struggle to control himself, struggle and win. "I was not to blame for this. This is some absurd blasphemy created in an attempt to humiliate me." The speaker stepped between them. "Sojourner Stryger," he murmured, putting out his hand. "I'm sure there is some explanation for all this. But considering your current and future interests in the Federation, I think that perhaps the explanations had better come from you. Lady Elnir." He stepped back again, giving the floor to Elnir, giving her the right to ask the questions. Stryger bristled, backed off as he realized he didn't have any choice except to go ahead and face her down. Surely no one, even you, looking from the speaker to Elnir, takes seriously something as easily counterfeited as a 3D tape. Two actors play roles. Their images are altered to look like myself and a scion. Listening to him, watching him, I could almost believe he meant every word. I wondered what I'd see if I could get into his mind right now. Elnir stiffened as he used the word scion, but she only said, "Tapes can certainly be counterfeited, but I have never in my life experienced pain while watching a 3D tape. Have you?" "Lady Elnir," he said with patronizing calm, "I'm sure it was upsetting for you to see someone you thought you knew suffer." "I'm not talking about that." She cut him off, her own voice sharp and cold now. "I mean that I felt physical pain in every nerve ending of my body, as if I was the victim every time you struck a blow." "That's absurd," he said, looking at her like she must be crazy. "It should be." She nodded. Her face was still white and drawn. "But everyone in this hall felt it." "I felt nothing of the kind," he snapped, looking out at the slack, stunned faces of the assembly as if he thought they were all lying or insane. "Evidently you did not," she said bitterly. "Sojourner Stryger, why exactly did you choose a scion as your victim?" He was still looking out into the assembly hall. "I did not choose a scion," he said to them, almost shouting it. "That was how you identified him. Not as my aide, someone you knew, but as a scion." "Someone else chose the act and the victim to discredit me." There was color back in Elnir's face now. Her blue eyes were alive and intent. "Then why did they, whoever they were, choose to show you attacking a scion? Scions are not the objects of much compassion in our society. Why not a child or an old woman?" "I don't know," he murmured, as if he really didn't. "Perhaps they were stupid as well as evil." He looked at her, away from her, up into the air like he was searching for guidance, wondering why God was letting this happen to him. Her own eyes never left his face. "My aide tried to tell me on several occasions that you had a pathological hatred of scions," she said quietly. "I never really believed him until now." I sat up straight again, my teeth clenched in a grin. "Your aide lied about me. He tried to discredit me to the entire net." He looked back at her, his face burning. "He tried to make them believe that I had lied." "You did lie. About him," she insisted. Or have you forgotten?" His mouth snapped shut. "That isn't true. As God is my witness, I may have been misinformed, but I never lie. God guides everything I do." "Even when he takes a piss?" Argentine murmured beside me, and laughter drowned out the rest of his words. "Has God told you that scions are evil?" Elnir asked. All the cams were on the two of them again. "Yes," he murmured. "That is, the evidence of society itself has shown that they are deviants of the most degraded sort, the kind of underclass I hope to eliminate through the wider use of pentryptine." "The most degraded," Elnir said softly. "Do you truly believe that, Sojourner? That all our drug dealers are scions? Our child molesters? Our contract killers? Are scions worse than someone who would set out to destroy an entire people, as some of our own ancestors have done to each other? All in the name of God?" He was staring at her now. I kept waiting for the smooth denial to pour out of him. But this time it didn't come. "God," he murmured finally. "God has shown me what they are. I have done nothing but follow God's word as I understand it." His eyes narrowed. "But that does not mean that I persecute them. I only want to improve their lot." Elnir folded her hands together in front of her, looked down at them, nodding as if she conceded the point. "Why is it that you have never had any augmentation done, Sojourner?" Her voice was calm now. The question sounded like a complete change of subject, but I didn't believe it. Stryger gave her a strange look, but he answered her. "Because I see it as a violation of humanity's basic nature, the pure state which I believe God meant to be our chosen form of existence." He raised his head back on firmer ground. "Then God regards augmentation as wrong?" She sounded honestly surprised. He laughed, his hands fluttering. "I'm not saying it's wrong for everyone. Our society could not function without its technological aids. God intended for us to have these tools, or we would still all be living on one planet. But to go so far as to challenge God's omniscience and power, to try to put oneself in the place that is naturally God's, that is always wrong." "And do scions do that? I believe you said that was why the Hydran civilization fell, because they tried to put themselves in God's rightful place." "Yes," he nodded. "Yes, I believe that. I've said that many times." A shadow touched his face as he realized the slip he'd almost made, almost acknowledging that he'd said it to me. "How is it that you share my interest in the Security Council slot, then?" Elnir asked. "It is certainly the ultimate in augmentation available to any human being alive today. Surely the near omniscience and power available to a council member goes beyond the limits you believe God had in mind?" My splinted fingers were tapping nervous code on the tabletop, like I could reach her somehow that way when my mind couldn't reach her through the wilderness of minds between us. Even I hadn't seen the whole truth, seen the connection until now. "Make it," I thought. "Make it, Elnir." I saw Stryger tense. "It really isn't the same thing. In order to continue to do God's work here in the Federation." "What do you plan to do, then? If not, in effect, to play God yourself?" Her voice sharpened. "Like the people you evidently hate so much." He frowned, like a dog trying to decide which flea to bite at first. "How dare you?" "Sojourner, where is your staff today?" she asked, cutting him off again. "The one that you always carry? That you have said was the symbol of your journey toward the truth?" "I left it behind," he said. "It's only a piece of wood. It gets in the way." "You seemed to use it without any difficulty when you used it to torture my aide." His face reddened. "I am not on trial here. This is a fraud, a vicious lie to ruin me. He was your aide. Maybe you even planned it together to hurt me, to claim the council slot for yourself." His voice was getting louder as the idea took hold inside him. "That's it, isn't it? It was you made that tape. Sent him to me because you knew I mean that it was a forgery, a lie. It never happened." His voice died, and there was silence in the hall and all around me in the club. "We'll know that soon enough," Elnir said softly. She hesitated, listening to something he couldn't hear, and nodded. "The speaker has analyzed the assembly record of the tape. The data-band key codes of the two subjects appear to belong to my aide and to you. There has been tampering with the assembly system as well." She looked up at him again. "Eventually we will get to the bottom of this. and then we will know exactly how it happened. But I think that everyone already knows the truth, Sojourner Stryker." She looked back at him with more sadness than anger showing on her face. "Even you." "No," he said, and his mouth began to tremble. "No, it isn't true. I mean them no harm. I only want to do good. I have come to do God's work. I want to save them. Let me do good. Give me the power to bring about change. I need the power. I need it." He was screaming now at the silent assembly, at us where we sat watching, his face swelling, getting bigger and bigger as the net closed in on him pitilessly. I shut my eyes this time, but I couldn't stop hearing him, his voice screaming, "You can't stop me! God has chosen me, and only God can stop me." Suddenly his voice went dim. I opened my eyes. Somebody had dropped a security shield around him. Half a dozen corpses were surrounding him on the stage now, forcing him to leave it, dragging him when he tried to resist. Elnir stood staring after him, her face flushed and her eyes shining. But she didn't look happy. The speaker came up to her, sub-vocalizing something that the cams couldn't pick up. And then he said, "It has been suggested that the vote be postponed because of this unfortunate—" She turned toward him, and suddenly the outrage that I'd needed to see was on her face. She turned back to the podium and said, "I move that we vote immediately as planned. And I ask you all to remember that Sojourner Stryker is the man who wants you to deregulate pentryptine, who believes that you will vote his way, because you are all so much like him in your hearts." And then she left the podium, walking down and away toward her own seat on the assembly floor. Derek Toming seconded the motion. The motion passed, and in less time than it took to formally announce the vote, deregulation failed to get its majority, by 3 votes. One of them was Derek Toming's. 35. I hardly remember what happened next on the assembly floor, because suddenly the club was all whooping and music and celebration. I wouldn't have believed a dozen people could make that much crazy noise. But up in front of me I saw Elnir's face as it registered on her that she'd actually won. I saw that smile of hers come out like the sun. And then finally I could smile too, and laugh and yell and swallow the wine Micah was pouring down my throat, and start to live again. Because it hadn't all been for nothing. The private party lasted until the club opened, and then it became a public party as Argentine let everybody join in. The stage was their light show, full of constant 3D feed, infotainment for the masses. Somewhere in the middle of it I remember her shaking me out of a warm, nodding daze, yelling, "Look, listen," in my ear. And it was Derek's face up there, Derek being interviewed by Shander Mandragora as he took exclusive responsibility for the illegal caste that had burned itself into the collective brain of the assembly, and turned Sojourner Stryker from the chosen one of the Combine gods into a dose of scratch. "Gentleman Derek," Shander Mandragora was saying, pushing in for an uncomfortable close-up, "you took extraordinary measures to reveal Sojourner Stryker as a bigot and a dangerous fanatic. What was it that made you decide to commit such a controversial, even illegal act, something that could ruin your position and damage your distinguished career for years to come?" Something touched Derek's face for maybe a second, something that nobody else even saw. And for the space of that second I almost believed he'd done it for the right reason, that he might even find the honesty somewhere to tell everybody what he really was. But then he only looked uncomfortable and annoyed again. "A sense of higher duty," he said, and the answer was the empty professional lie of a politician. He stared directly into Mandragora's third eye, facing down the watching universe with a calculated intensity that said he knew just how to work the net. Argentine couldn't look away from it. "I worked very closely with Sojourner Stryker as Centauri's private liaison in matters concerning deregulation. It became clear to me that he was dangerously unstable. But because of his immense public popularity, I knew that he was almost certain to be chosen for the opening on the Security Council. When I realized that might happen, I felt someone had to stop it. And because of his popularity, I knew it would take unorthodox means to effectively prevent such a travesty. So I chose to do this." "And what about the victim?" Mandragora said. "I interviewed him myself when he saved several people from an assassination attempt on Lady Elnir Lyran Toming. He was her aide. Was she aware of what you were doing?" "Absolutely not." Derek barely kept the grimace off his face. "I got to know him because he saved my life too that night. He agreed to play the victim for Stryker because of his own feelings about Stryker's bigotry. It was a courageous act on his part, and the poor fellow suffered terribly for his beliefs. He's in seclusion now and doesn't want to be disturbed." I swore, searching for the poisoned smile I knew was there behind the words. He was in no way involved in the actual carrying out of the plan, of course, beyond offering his body as bait, so to speak. "You lousy motherfucker," I mumbled. Argentine turned toward me, frowning. "He's covering for you. He's taking the blame on himself. Can't you see that? He's protecting you from a criminal action. Do you know what kind of deep shit you'd be in if he didn't? He's giving Karen the finger and taking the credit for himself," I said wearily. I touched my swollen face, wincing. "Fuck him. He can have it. I got what I wanted. He didn't have to do this. It's going to hurt him. Can't you ever give him credit for a decent act?" "Not until he does one." I shook my head, and it made me dizzy. She looked away again. "It has been pointed out," Shander Mandragora was saying, "that Centauri Transport had more to gain financially than almost any combine supporting deregulation. You are a member of their board, and yet you not only discredited Sojourner Stryker, but you actually voted against deregulation yourself. What made you vote against your own corporate interests?" "Blackmail," I whispered so softly that even Argentine couldn't hear me. Derek stood a little straighter, pulling at his cuffs. "There are some things," he said with more dignity than I thought he had in him, "more important than money." "Like his own skin," Micah grunted. He raised his glass to me. "This one's to you, freak," he said, and swallowed down the rest of the brew in it. Then he got up, stretched, and shook himself out, blocking my view of whatever Derek did next. Every movement he made was perfectly under control, even though he'd been drinking non-stop all evening. Either he had a shunt or he held his liquor better than anybody I'd ever seen. "Looks like he's met his end of the deal. Guess that means the market will have to do the same." He shrugged, looking down at me. "Looks like everybody wins tonight, but maybe the governor ought to send somebody out to kick his ass around a little anyway, just to let him know how lucky he is." He smiled, thinking maybe he'd suggest it himself. Argentine frowned, but she didn't say anything. Micah put out his hand to me. We clenched thumbs. "So long, kid. It's been real." I half smiled and nodded. And suddenly the thing I'd sworn I wouldn't ask him for again was all I could think about. But the look in his eyes and what lay behind it stopped the words in my throat. I looked down, telling myself I still had 3 of those little red dots left on the sheet. I looked up again. "Thanks." He raised his hand, palm out, showing me the scar. "Any time, brother." I lifted my own hand and watched him go out of the club. I turned back to Argentine, but she was gone. Some stranger with striped skin and a long striped tongue was lapping syrup out of a bowl beside me. I ate a few meat-filled buns and stuck on more painkillers where the damage was starting to leak through. The striped stranger asked me to dance, but I shook my head, not up to it. I lay back in the cushions, watching the endless replays and interviews and flashbacks flowing across the empty stage until I was numb. As I listened to Derek's confession for the 3rd time, the real Derek entered the club. I felt him walk in, his mind like nobody else's. Followed him as he made his way through the crowd to Argentine, who'd stopped moving to watch his image again. He watched her watching it, standing motionless with her eyes fixed on his hollow face, as he crossed the room behind her. He wanted to take hold of her as he reached her, and prove to both of them that he was alive, prove to both of them how she still felt about him. But he didn't. Holding himself under control, he only touched her once to make her turn around. He handed her the SIM box, murmuring something noncommittal. She took it and stuck it back where it belonged. She asked him how he was, told him how glad she was that everything had gone all right, feeling every word ring hollow. She told him how he'd come across on the net, and then, like she couldn't help herself, how it had made her feel. Her hand stretched toward him, tentative, until it reached his chest, and then it slid down and around him. And there was no going back for her as he touched her with his hands, as his mind touched that hidden place inside her where she'd ached to feel him all these endless days. I broke off watching, broke off feeling it, not sure who I was more disgusted with, or why I wasn't more surprised. I stared at the images on the stage, waiting for Derek to come to me, knowing that he would. He was alone again when he finally reached my table. and the grin of satisfaction on his face faded as I looked up at him. He flinched as he saw my own face. "Get out of here," he said to the people sitting around me. They got up and left as he sat down. Dead serious, he asked, "Are you satisfied now? You kept your part of it." I had to force myself to say the words. "What about the market? Did they see everything? Are they satisfied too? Do I get my life back?" I shrugged, and it hurt every muscle in my shoulders, back, and chest. "Well," he said when I didn't answer. "Yeah, this time." He nodded, but the tight lines around his eyes didn't disappear. "And you'll keep your mouth shut?" I frowned, touching the scabs on my lips. "I'm protecting you. I'm taking the blame for everything that happened, so that you don't have to. That ought to make up for a few extra bruises, for God's sake." He jerked his hands. "All right. I was angry. I wanted to see you suffer like you'd made me suffer. I admit it. But I didn't mean for it to go that far. I thought I could control him. I didn't think he always stopped before." Finally admitting to me and to himself that at the end he'd been as powerless to stop Stryker as I had. He looked down, remembering his own fear as he'd watched Stryker go out of control. I wished he was lying to me, but he wasn't. I looked away as he tried to meet my eyes, tried to guess what was on my mind. He'd never know what he'd really done to me, and telling him the truth would only make it harder for me to bear. "All right," I whispered. "You want to go on living your lie? Go ahead. Maybe I don't even blame you," realizing that if the choice was mine to make right now, I'd make the same one he would. I looked up at him again through a single round-pupiled eye. "You know, for a minute I almost thought you felt something real while you were serving all that shit to the net. That maybe you finally understood why it was important to get Stryker now. That it mattered to you that you'd stopped him." I touched my head, grimacing. It must have been the concussion. He glanced away. "No," he said finally. "You were right." He'd enjoyed playing his private games with Stryker, being in control, cheating him like he'd cheated the rest of the universe. Last night he'd enjoyed watching Stryker torture me, thinking that he hated me as much as Stryker did. But his own hatred had let the pain get too personal, sucked him in too close to its heart, ruptured the membrane of lies that let him feel safe, just like it had ruptured mine. He'd seen the truth about Stryker and about himself, about his worst nightmares. "In the middle of the night," he said, "while I was trying to drag that self-righteous, perverted slug to somewhere discreet and safe, all because he was no better than anybody else, I had something of an epiphany, I suppose. And then I actually wanted to see the son of a bitch broken on the rack of public opinion today, and not just for my own sake." His hand tightened on the tabletop. He stared at it, forced it to relax again. "Auntie was brilliant, wasn't she?" He grinned like he'd never considered the possibility before. "You know, for a moment while I was being interviewed, I actually thought, what if I did tell them I was a scion?" He looked back at me, but it passed mercifully. "I'm so glad you'll be leaving soon. A little truth is a dangerous thing." I started to smile in spite of myself, as wide as my mouth would let me, realizing I never would have heard those words out of his mouth if it hadn't been for what had happened to me last night. "What kind of trouble is the Assembly tampering going to make for you?" He raised his eyebrows. "Everyone will sling legal and political rubbish at me. It will be unpleasant, but little of it will stick. It may even improve Centauri's relations with the feds in the end. I mean, I was obviously so right about Stryker. And besides, I'm a Taming. You know what they say." The mocking smile came back, and he shrugged. "Cats and gentlemen always land on their feet." I grunted. "What about your father?" The smile froze over. He looked away and didn't answer. I wondered which of them would end up hating me more. Even Argentine has begun to forgive me, after all. He smirked as he looked up at me again. Even though I'd done all I could to ruin it between them. Even though she knew his secret. Terror and exhilaration filled him at the thought of it. A relationship based on trust? Who knows where that will lead? I suppose I'll have to be nicer to her. He laughed nervously and got to his feet. "Maybe I should even thank you. But I truly hope we never meet again, Cat. Don't think I intend to forget you, though." He stopped, just out of reach, and looked back. I have a copy of that tape of you with Stryker. I intend to use it for my own personal recreational pleasure." He laughed again at the look on my face and started away. "Derek!" He stopped, looking back, still smiling. I got my voice under control and said, "There's something else you ought to know. I'll keep my word about you. But before I knew you were the teak, I told Brady there was another scion at the estates." I smiled this time as his grin faded. "It's something to keep in mind." He looked at me for a long time with his throat working. And then his smile started to grow back. "Well, good for you," he murmured. "You're just as human as the rest of us." He turned away again and went looking for Argentine. I lay back in the pillows with my eyes shut. "Eat shit and die," I muttered. The 3D images were fading up on the stage, turning to fog, mutating as I opened my eyes and began to watch again. Becoming Argentine and the Sim, beginning a performance. She'd said they weren't going to perform tonight. I wondered which of the things that had happened today had changed her mind. I held my sigh back as the rippling wall of light and sound opened up, not wanting to find out as I let my other senses pull me into the Sim's hallucinogenic vision. Maybe Argentine had been better than this, but I hadn't been there when it happened. And watching, listening, letting the light song surround me and draw me out of myself, I realized that this might be the last time I'd ever see her perform. I didn't need her anymore, and she didn't need me. Whatever happened now, my time here in purgatory was over. The jack was gone from the back of my head already. I wasn't real to her or the players any more on that other plane where their minds were now, and soon I'd hardly even be a memory to them. But I didn't really need a socket to reach them. And now, while I still had my gift, I wanted to use it. I pushed out through the haze of painkillers until I found Argentine's mind. I let myself in and set free the things I saw there, feeding her mood poems into all the players' minds at once, letting their reactions flow back to her, doing freehand what I'd done before by tracing the lifelines of the Sim, until I knew they knew I was in Sim with them one last time, giving them the best gift I knew how to give. 36. The next day's news was full of Lady Elnir Lyron Ta-Ming being named to fill the empty slot on the Security Council. I missed it, because when I went to bed I slept for 3 days straight. When I finally came to again, the pain had eased up enough that I could stand it without drugs. Most of the swelling had gone down, and my reflection in the mirror looked like it belonged to somebody I knew again. I peeled the pad away from my bandaged eye. It looked like dead eyes. But at least I could see out of it again. I thought about being blind for life, thought about Old City. They'd told me at Souls that there shouldn't be any scars this time. None that showed, anyway. 2 green eyes with round pupils that were beginning to seem too familiar searched my face and looked away. I went downstairs 1 step at a time. As I limped into the kitchen, Shander Mandragora's face up on the wall was telling the Federation that Sojourner Stryker had committed suicide. My stomach pushed up into my throat. I drank a cup of stale coffee that was sitting on the kitchen table, forcing it back down where it belonged. "He left a message," Aspen said, putting his arm around Midnight's shoulders as he looked at me. "Something about going where he was wanted." For a second I thought he was joking, but he wasn't. "Do you think there's a heaven?" Midnight asked. "I don't believe in heaven," I said, "but I hope there's a hell." They looked at me, and they didn't say anything else. "Where's Argentine?" I asked to fill up the silence. Aspen looked down. I felt the stab of his embarrassment. "Out at Derek's." I made a noise. "Sorry, man," Midnight said. "Don't take it too hard." "Like they say," I muttered. "Cats and gentlemen always land on their feet." "Lady Elnir's been trying to reach you," Aspen said. "She left a lot of messages while you were out." "Out?" I half smiled. "Out of my head. What did she say?" They told me the old news then about her appointment. I nodded, not surprised, but relieved. "She just said she wanted to talk to you as soon as possible, that it was important." I got up. "Thanks." I went to the phone and tried to call her, but I couldn't even get through. Everyone else in the galaxy was probably trying to do the same thing, and that wouldn't end soon. I stood in the hall for a minute, letting my frustration ease off, trying to think, and then I called Natan Isplanaski.
He actually came on screen himself when I gave my ID. He stared at me, at my face, like everybody else had. But he listened to what I had to say without interrupting. He half frowned when I finished, rubbing his beard. "I don't know if it's even possible," he said. "She was installed today. The period of adjustment for a new council member is difficult." "I have to see her," I said, "and I've only got a couple of days left." He looked surprised. "What happens after that?" I shrugged. "I'm not sure." "Are you in trouble over this Stryger affair?" "No." I shook my head. "Are you all right?" "No." I looked away, knowing he could see that for himself. "God damn it," he said. "I don't know if it's the things you do say or the things you don't say that grate on me more." He broke off as I laughed. A grudging smile pulled at his mouth. "I'll see what I can arrange." He called me back later in the day. "Come up to the office," he said. "I'll meet you there." That he'd kept his promise surprised me nearly as much as anything that had happened the past few weeks, but I only nodded and did what he told me. He met me at his office door, tried not to flinch as he got a fresh look at me, and took me inside. "Elnir will join us as soon as she's able." He handed me one of his 1,000-year-old beers. "You earned it," he said. "What you did took a lot of guts. The people of the Federation owe you more than a beer. For destabilizing Stryger's orbit." I looked down, studying the bottle so that I didn't have to meet his eyes. "I didn't do it for them." "Well," he said, "very few things seem to get done for the reasons they should get done." He moved restlessly. "As far as that goes, I owe you more than a beer myself." I raised my hand again. "What for?" "For proving that I am not all-seeing. Elnir finally told me about what happened to you at the mines." I swallowed a mouthful of beer and didn't say anything. He looked down this time. "I've been exploring options to streamline the system so that I have more direct access to all its parts." He didn't look away from the look on my face. "And to put more of its resources into protecting its clients. I don't know if that will be enough to satisfy someone who has been abused by it. I hope it will be enough to make some difference." What he didn't say was what we both already knew, each of us in our own way. That even he was just another mouse in the machine in the end. There was only so much he'd ever be able to do. The system was more than its parts. And yet changing it still mattered to him. What had happened once to a nobody like me mattered to him here in this private office at the top of the world, at the top of the FTA's power structure. I thought about the last time I'd stood in this office and what I'd been feeling then. Standing here now, feeling the anger, frustration, hope behind his eyes. I realized suddenly that knowing he actually felt that way made a hell of a difference to me. And I realized the difference that having Elnir for a friend had made in him. "Hello, Cat." I turned as I heard Elnir's voice, startled because I hadn't sensed her coming in. She was standing there behind me, smiling. I started toward her, stopped again, blinking. "You're not here." It was an image, a holo. It looked real, it reacted in real time, but there was no one inside it. I stood still, sending out my mind through wider and wider circles, searching for her. "Where are you?" "I can't find you." "I know." Her smile changed until it wasn't really a smile anymore, and I couldn't tell what lay behind it. "I'm afraid this is the best I can do. I'm on the council now." "I know, but—" I shook my head. "Where are you, then?" She shrugged toward his Planaski. "Natan, didn't you explain?" He shrugged. "I thought he knew." "What?" I said, ready to yank it out of his mind. "Could we have some time alone?" she asked him. "Of course," he said. "I need to get back into the system anyway." He looked at me. "Goodbye, Cat. Good luck to you. Just let yourself out when you're finished." I watched him cross the room to the wired lounge where I'd first seen him. He lay back in it, linking into the net, taking all the energy of his mind and body with him. He was still in the room, but inside of a minute we had complete privacy. I looked away from him, hunching my shoulders. Seeing Elnir, but not seeing her, didn't make me feel any better. "Well, we won," she said softly, smoothing her long blue-gray robe with her hands. Her face filled with pride and something deeper as she looked at me again. "You found a pin sharp enough to make the assembly jump after all. What happened was your doing, wasn't it? Not Derek's?" I nodded. "But if it hadn't been for you, Stryger might still have gotten what he wanted. What I did might not have stopped anything if it hadn't been for you.
My throat closed up. It took an effort to keep the real expression off my face. Her smile disappeared. But in the end, he was his own nemesis. She knew what he'd done to himself. I couldn't tell if she really believed what she said, though, that he was to blame for that and not us. I couldn't tell if I did, either. "I am so grateful to you once again," she said, and her voice was suddenly too full. Her eyes touched my face, glanced down my body, darkened as they registered the damage that showed. Knowing what I know now about Stryger and about the real nature of the Security Council, if he had won this slot, the chaos his instability would have caused could have been unimaginable. Her hands tightened. "But if I had known what you intended to do to yourself, I would never have let you do it. That's why I didn't tell you." I shook my head, not wanting her to say any more, not wanting to hear it. "Lady, why aren't you here? Is it security?" "I'm on the council now, Cat," she said again, and hesitated as if finding the right words was terribly important to her, or terribly hard somehow. "I'm joined with the system like Natan, but permanently." I stared at her, feeling stupid and dazed, not able to read the context of thought that would make the words mean what they were supposed to. "Permanently?" She nodded. I looked back at Ispanaski. "You mean you can't ever walk away from it?" "Yes, that's right." "Why?" I said weakly. "Because the Council demands total commitment. Keeping control of any network that spans interstellar distances is a nearly impossible task, and the FTA is the largest coherent network of all. There are systems within systems inside the Authority. Natan is at one level. I was on another one, far lower before. At each level of complexity, as you ascend, more augmentation is required to make up for the structural limitations of the human mind, to give it the capacity it needs to process the increased data flow and make meaningful judgments about it. Most combines never really function on the highest levels. They have to segment their operations because of the limits of real-time communication. Only the FTA makes policy on this level, because it has to respond to so many different factors. And at this level, the interface is so complex that it has to be permanent. What happens then to you? Muscles twitched in my jaw. My body is being maintained. They'll take excellent care of it. It will probably last for another 50 or 75 years. I tried not to grimace. And then what? They'll have to choose someone else to fill a council slot. The Charter does not permit council members to stay on after death. I looked away from the thing that was standing across the room, pretending to be someone I knew. What about Elnir? Shit, I don't know what I mean. My hand hit my leg in frustration. I winced. I can't feel you. Are you alive, or are you just data? Do you feel human? Do you feel anything at all anymore? Oh, yes, she murmured. I wish you could know what I feel, Cat. You might understand it better than most people because of what you are. I nodded because I knew what she meant better than she realized. Maybe even better than she did. But I couldn't tell her that. Maybe it's a nice place to visit, but I wouldn't want to live there. She smiled a little. I'm only just beginning to grasp what it really is. My sense of individual identity may be no more than an artificial construct for all I know. And yet I still feel quite human somehow. Perhaps I'll always feel that way because I interact as a coherent personality all the time, with human beings at all levels of the system, just the way I'm speaking to you. How do I look to you? I asked. Very far away, she said, and there was sadness in it again. Perhaps my sense of humanness will fade with time. Perhaps it's wise that our service is limited by our lifespan. But I am not alone here inside, either, which I think will help me to remember why I exist and perhaps even who I am. I am a part of the Council in a very literal sense, and we are of one mind. I thought about the shining beings I'd met inside the Council core when I'd been lost in inner space with Deadeye. And for just a second I went cold inside as I imagined what it really would have meant if Stryger had become one of them. But then I thought about how it felt to make a joining. The Hydrons had been able to share a single mind space with as many others as there was need for. But to share just one other person's mind totally was something that no normal human could ever do. It was almost impossible even for a human who was a scion. Even for me. Something that might have been envy, but wasn't, stirred inside me. Did you know it would be like this all along? It was almost more than I could believe or wanted to. That if you won, you'd never be able to see anyone face to face again, or smell coffee, or paint a picture, or walk in the woods? The memories of all the things I'd watched her do that gave her pleasure filled my mind. Yes, she nodded. I knew that much. I didn't know it would be like this. I couldn't really know. It's impossible to describe in human terms. But I knew there would be no coming back from it. You still wanted it. I couldn't make it a question because the answer was obvious. Weren't you afraid of disappearing? Weren't you afraid, she asked, of what would happen when you let Stryker get his hands on you? Yeah, I said. I sure as hell was. She laughed. I sure as hell was, too. But, Cat, someone described the process of augmenting the human mind as pouring indigo dye into a bucket, and then pouring the bucket into a vat, and the vat into the sea. The dye is still there no matter how diffused. It's rather like seeing God in all things. And I think that it's fitting, perhaps even the key to our survival as a species, that we stay a part of the systems we create, however we can, as cells, as organs, and, I hope, as souls. Because we have already set in motion our transformation, like it or not. Progress is always the process of leaving something behind. Every choice we make means that we are forced to give something up as well, to sacrifice the thing not chosen. I shook my head. No regrets, then? Oh, the smile didn't quite work this time. A few. Phantom pains from my lost body. I'm told they will get worse and then fade with time as the past fades. But I am only my memories now, and so even my regrets are precious to me. I looked away from her, disappointment rising up so suddenly in me that I couldn't speak. I'd come here to see Elnir, the living, breathing human woman I'd gone through so much with, and for, to see her once more before the drugs wore off and I lost the ability to really see her, her mind, her soul. But because of those damned drugs, I'd slept away 3 days of my life. I'd missed her, and now I'd never have the chance again. And what about you? She asked, to my turned back. Lousy, I said, my hands tightening. Really lousy. Are you angry? I shook my head. Disappointed, then? I shrugged. Afraid of me? I turned back. No. I shook my head again. I don't know. My voice sounded hoarse and thick. I don't know how to feel, because I don't know what you are anymore. Then you probably feel something like I felt when I first met you, she said gently. I looked down again. Finally, I said, I just wish you'd told me, so I could have been ready. We've both had painful secrets to keep, it seems. Chiding me, still gently. What I knew about the real nature of the Security Council was not something that I was permitted to share freely. Those who do know feel, and I think justifiably, that the people of the Federation, the people the FTA is meant to serve, would rather believe that it is still run by identifiable human beings, and so we try to preserve that illusion. Now you know the secret, too. You know it because I know I can trust you to keep it. I looked at her image, my eyes unfocused, not saying anything. There is something I still need to discuss with you. Her voice got stronger, pulling me back. Being on the council leaves me in an awkward position, Cat. I am legally neither dead nor alive. I wanted to see you, not only to say goodbye, but also to discuss with you the disposition of my estate. With me? I said. My personal holdings, including my controlling interest in Chem Gen, will have to be overseen by a trusteeship in my absence. I would like to name you to the board. Me? I said again, sounding stupider than before. I don't know anything about overseeing. She held up her hands. That isn't necessary. Philippa will head the board. She will see that the actual duties are taken care of. I simply need individuals I know I can trust to fill the other seats. I suppose that's why they call them trustees. It would give you the freedom to live your life as you want to. You'd never again have to let someone like Brady blackmail you into a job you hated. I felt a smile start. It wasn't such a bad job. But yeah, I nodded. Maybe I'd like that. Freedom. But more than freedom. Security. She smiled, too, as I looked back at her again. You have all the seats filled? Do you have candidates? Jewel. She hesitated, nodded. Jiro. This time her surprise showed. But then she smiled and nodded again. Thank you. I shrugged, staring at her image. I just want to know one thing. Are you really happy, Elnir? Yes, she said, and there was no hesitation in it. Yes, I am. Then I guess it'll be all right. I took a deep breath. What are your plans? She asked, now that this ordeal has finally ended for both of us. I shook my head. I don't know. I guess I'll go back to the university until I figure out what to do with the rest of my life. My mouth twitched, not really a smile. I reached up, feeling for the patch behind my ear, feeling my teeth clench. But first I've got to find a place where I can be alone and scream for a while. I tried to make it sound like a joke, but it didn't. Sympathy and pain that I couldn't feel showed in her eyes. But then her face changed. She murmured, I know just the place. It's spring there now. No one will bother you. It's a place that can make you remember the good. Will you let me arrange it? Surprised, I almost said no. But instead I thought about it and nodded. And as I did, I felt my body loosen with relief, letting go of a fear that I hadn't realized I'd been holding all this time. I rubbed my eyes with my hand. Goodbye, Cat, she said. Goodbye, Elnir. And then, because it was better than admitting the truth, I smiled at her and said, Think about me sometimes. Maybe I'll hear you. She smiled too and held out her hand. I even tried to touch it before she disappeared. After she was gone, I let myself out of Isplanaski's office. I walked through the halls of the Federation Plex for the last time, alone. When I reached the display area, I stopped inside the crowd of tourists who were staring at the mosaic of the people of Earth. I studied the faces on the wall, the faces around me, for a long time. Human faces. I hadn't done it for them. That was what I'd told Isplanaski. But somehow those faces weren't so hard to look at this time. Somehow they'd changed, or maybe I had. You're welcome, I said at last. No one turned to look at me as I went on my way. Epilogue. I stayed in the cottage halfway up the mountainside for as long as it took, to learn to live with myself and only myself again. About once a week I had to walk down into the nearest village to pick up supplies. It was an independent crafters' commune, not a federal outlet or a combine clave. And they didn't seem to care if I looked like hell, or sometimes I couldn't make myself speak to them. I didn't want to speak to them, or even hear them speak to me. They might as well have been the hallucinations of my own sick mind, because I couldn't feel them inside my thoughts anymore. At first, sometimes facing even 15 minutes mindless contact was more than I could stand, and I'd just go hungry. Sitting inside the one room, sometimes I wouldn't move all day. I stared at the silent whitewashed walls, wishing they were black. All I could feel was pain. Some of the pain was physical, but that was almost a relief compared to the pain that wasn't. Sometimes I did scream. Once I called Micah, ready to beg him to get me what I needed. Nobody answered the call. But all the while I was healing. My battered body mended fast. The broken bones of my defenses mended a lot more slowly. In time, the blackness inside me began to break up into shades of gray, telling me my inner eyes were finally adjusting to life in a darkened room. After enough time, I could even begin to see how far I'd come, in spite of everything, from the place I'd been when I first came to Earth. I started being able to look at the scars on my face and body for long enough to recognize that they were really fading, to look at the memories that strobed behind them directly enough that I could even begin to believe what had happened to me with Stryger wasn't the same thing that had happened to me back in Old City. To believe that this time it hadn't been random, meaningless suffering. This time I'd made a hard choice for a good reason, and made a difference by doing it. And this time my survival hadn't been as random as my pain. This time I really hadn't been all alone in hell. And slowly, painfully, I was able to see that even if Old City had been reality for me for 17 years, it didn't make the life I had now a lie. Not the good parts of it, not the bad. I wasn't a victim anymore. I wasn't a telepath anymore either. The drugs I'd used to blind me to the truth were the lie, just like they'd always been. Unless I wanted to live without my gift forever, I had to face living without it now, for however long it took. But the truth was the bitterest drug I'd ever had to swallow. It burned my mouth every time I had to speak a word. As my need died day by day, I began to rediscover the world waiting for me outside. I heard birds calling, smelled damp earth and new grass. Finally knew the color of the flowers and the sky. I tried to learn how to make music on the mouth harp Argentine had given me, along with one last kiss as we said our goodbyes. I watched spring turn into summer all across the valley below me, until finally I knew I was glad to be alive again. Knew this world for a part of my heritage, a place that I had a right to love, a place I wanted to come back to again on my own terms. And then at last I understood the real gift that Elnir had given me. After the worst of the pain had died, I realized that what was left didn't hurt me the way it had before, that it let me reach out a little further before I ran into the wall, that maybe Jewel had been right about what I'd done, that by helping someone else I'd helped myself, and the past had really gotten just a little further away for me. One day I went into town when I didn't have to because I wanted to hear a human voice that wasn't my own. And then I knew I felt human again, if not Hydran, and that I was ready to live like a human again on their terms. I contacted Brady and made him take me back where he'd found me. On the way there, I made him fix my eyes. Neither of us said thanks as I got ready to leave the ship. But he said I ought to study chess. I told him I thought I'd stick to square cubes. The university was still in port where I'd left it, finishing up its session on the monument. There was a tape waiting there for me from Jewel. I sat in my cabin and watched her smiling face a dozen times before I was ready to go out and start living the life of a student again. My absence had been listed as being for family problems. I had a hard time keeping a decent expression on my face as Cassandra Perrymead told me I looked tired, and she hoped that everything was all right at home. She asked if I wanted to talk about it. I said no. She said she was sorry about what had happened between us just before I left. I couldn't remember what she meant, but I didn't say so. She offered to share credit with me on the session thesis she was finishing, because I hadn't had time to do anything for the course. I shook my head, still having trouble even relating to what she was saying. I felt like I'd been missing for years instead of months. The hollow muraled walls of the museum hall seemed more real than she did. No, it's all right. It would only be fair, she insisted, not understanding that I really didn't care. You gave me the concept yourself. What you said before you left about the monument as a monument to death. I said that? I asked and then nodded, remembering it finally. I thought about the sunset at Golden Gate and the music of the wind and what it had said to me. I guess I did. I'll see you later. I started to turn away. Where are you going? She asked with more gentleness than I would have expected. I'm going to take a jump down to the surface. I want to get the feel of the thing again before it's gone. Want some company? I looked back at her. What about... I broke off. Ezra. That had been his name. Her boyfriend. Ezra. She made a face and shook her head. We're not speaking this week. I looked away again. I don't feel much like talking myself. That's all right, she said. I shrugged and nodded. We took the shuttle down together to Golden Gate and stood on the open plateau. It was barely dawn this time, and we were alone in the soft half-light. A handful of stars were still showing, and the arch of the gate was a black silhouette that even my eyes could barely make out against the sky. The wind was still making mournful flute song through the riddled stone, just the way I remembered it. I touched the mouth harp riding in the pocket of my jeans, finally remembering after all this time what something in its sound had always reminded me of. I started away from the shuttle, the sandy dirt whispering under my feet. It was almost cold, and I was glad I was wearing Deadeye's sweater. Cassandra sat down cross-legged where she was, watching silently, but letting me have my space. I sat on the rocks at the edge of the plateau, listening, feeling the wind, waiting as day broke and the light touched the arch and began to turn it gold. And I thought about the way this world had been made, put together out of ruined bits and pieces forged into a work of art by a technology so far beyond ours that it still seemed like magic. A monument to bad ends and broken dreams. And yet that didn't seem right, when it seemed to be waiting through millennia just for something living to come here and touch it. Even the air I was breathing was a miracle. All the studies I'd ever seen said you needed a living ecosystem to produce an atmosphere a human could live in. But a human could breathe here, walk here, feel perfectly at home here, do everything except stay. So could a Hydran. I wondered if the Hydrans had known about this world, visited it, studied it. And I realized suddenly that it could just as well have been left here for them to find as for the humans. Whether it had been meant for the Hydrans instead was probably a question no one had ever asked up at the museum. I tried not to let the bitterness take hold of me again as I thought it. I was still a half-breed, even if my telepathy was gone. still made out of bits and pieces like this world was, but nobody's idea of a work of art. The two halves of me were so much alike, except for that one fragile thing that made all the difference. In the way two peoples looked at life and each other, I wondered how something like that could even have happened, what kind of cosmic joke I'd been made the butt of. I remembered Stryger asking me the same thing. And because I couldn't face too much of that, I took the mouth harp out of my pocket and began to play, trying to make the sounds it made act like a song. The song that the wind made answered me, making me remember the Simb. Remember the good. There was more of it to remember than I'd expected. I thought about Elnir then, about where and what she was now, about all she'd given up and all she'd become. If I'd been given that chance, I didn't know if I could have taken it. The part of me that wanted to be whole again, the Hydran part, had envied her. But the human part had known it wouldn't be the same, and it had only been afraid. It was hard enough just living with what I knew already, just being one of 100 billion random cells in the Federation's evolving supermind. And yet knowing she'd had the courage to make that choice, and take that final step, still made a difference. As much difference in its way as what she'd done to help me survive in my own random life. She'd finally proved something to me about humans, and about the human side in me, that I hadn't thought anyone could make me believe again. That maybe they deserved some respect after all, and so did the ones who'd left this world here. I wondered what they'd been like before they'd disappeared from our plane of existence hundreds of thousands of years ago. I'd told Stryger I didn't believe in a god, and I didn't. Not any kind that he'd recognize. Probably not any kind that I would, either. But a race that could create this world and then pull themselves into a hat and disappear. They could have played God a little before they left, done a little genetic tampering, planted some seeds and left them there to see what would happen. The haves and the have-nots. An experiment, a cosmic joke. The next generation. The Hydrans had reached the stars first, but they depended on their gift too much and spread it too thin. When the humans got there after them, it had been easy enough to sweep their psi net away like cobwebs. The Hydrans hadn't reached their transformation, and now they never would. Maybe they'd had it too easy. Maybe they'd never seen how much they'd been given, how much they had to lose. Now the humans had built their own net, and it was technogenetic, cruder but stronger, and now they were using it to climb inexorably up the same ever-steepening evolutionary curve. I thought about Elnir again, about the chosen few already on the brink of something unknowable, and all the systems within systems below them, the individual humans who had become the core, the soul, Elnir had said, of an evolving meta-being they called a combine, creating their future almost without realizing it. Maybe they'd never take the final step either. Maybe for humans it would always be too hard. Maybe the fear of otherness that was always there inside a mind that could never really put itself in somebody else's place would always hold them back. Or maybe they'd make it just because they'd had to fight so hard simply to survive. Because they'd never given up trying to bridge the impossible gulf between one human mind and another. I looked down at the fight scars on my knuckles, and out at the dawn again. Whatever happened to the human race, the monument would be waiting here. A road sign pointing toward an unimaginable future. Not a cemetery headstone, but a memorial to the death of death. I heard the soft scuff of someone's footsteps behind me, looked up as Cassandra stopped beside me. "A credit for your thoughts," she said, almost whispering, with an embarrassed twitch in her smile. I shook my head, smiling a little too. "Don't waste your money." She held her arms pressed tightly against her chest. She was wearing a thin, short-sleeved shirt, and I realized how much she was feeling the cold. "Sit down," I said, suddenly feeling selfish and sorry for it. She sat on the warming rocks beside me, and there was no tension in her body, no yearning, no anticipation in her mind. And I knew that. It wasn't much, but it was something. I put my arm around her shoulders, but it was only to help her stay warm. Something a friend would do. We sat together a while longer, like two friends, watching the day come in. End of Catspaw by Joan D. Vinge. Grateful acknowledgement is made to Harper & Row Publishers, Incorporated, for permission to reprint an excerpt from Crow, copyright 1971 by Ted Hughes. Narrated by Bruce Huntey, in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, July 1989. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Warner Books, Incorporated, 666 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, 10103.
End of book.